using these devices. So, what about the moral upbringing or in a fast changing society? Moral upbringing. If I want to talk about moral upbringing in a fast changing society, I may not leave this podium. Things have changed. People are doing all kinds of things and then justifying themselves, justifying whatever it is they are doing. Is it in the way we dress? Is it in the way we speak to elders? You see children beating their grandmothers, children beating their mothers and parents, children just saying anything. You go to school, children don't respect their teachers anymore. Instead, they are beating their teachers. There is a lot that a mother deals with, not just providing food, but raising a child in a changing world is not easy. That is part of a mother's responsibility. Remember, I liken a mother to a tree that is planted and rooted in the ground. Not just planted in the ground, but planted by the waterside. Because 247, 4 seasons in the world, in a year, she has to bring out food. She has to function. No break, no holiday. So, another one is the downside of motherhood. I have been talking and praising mothers. The downside of a motherhood is, are you a genuine mother? Are you a genuine mother? If you are a genuine mother, then you will give yourself kudos. Then you are a genuine mother. It's inside. Open. Open. Okay, open the sides. Yes, there. There are 2. No, the other one. So, what am I talking about? The downside of motherhood. I have been praising mothers since. Mothers too have their own downside. They are negative mothers. You will agree with me that they are negative mothers. If you are not that mother that receives praises from your husband, from your children, from the society, then you are not a mother. If you are a good mother, why do you? There are 2. Check the outside. Check the outside. The outside. If you are not outside pouch. Yes. If you are not a genuine mother, bring it. If you are not a genuine mother, then you are not one of those that I am talking about. If you are not one of those that I am talking about, you know what? Just put it in open. And just put it against it. Open the front door. So, what am I talking about? Some mothers are worse than witches and wizards. I don't know if there is another name to use in qualifying. A mother who will throw her child in the dumpster. A mother who will curse her child. A mother who will say things, rebuke her child, which is allowed, but curse her child instead of blessing her child. A mother who will compare her children or her child with other children. A mother who will say things that will raise, that will lead to her child, her son, her daughter running away from her and not wanting to see her forever. These are the sets of mothers that I want to talk about. There are so many. So don't think that I am praising you. I'm praising all women, female factor or female gender. I am praising the mothers who are mothers indeed, who are ready to be mad, who are in the category of that woman who was ready to be mad, who was ready to go mental, just because she wanted a child. Now I'm talking about those women who sit down and say, I regret ever having you. I don't even know why I had you. Who will put their children in the car and drive to the sea and, just crash inside and ensure that the 3 children are there. Or who will poison their children because they are just tired. I just want to live my life. I'm not supposed to be this. I'm now stopped. I thought it would be easy. Nobody sent you to have a child. Nobody. asks you to collect that form, sign your name, fill your names, sign, put your signature and say, I want to be a mother. There are choices and there are consequences. So if you have decided to be a mother, you must be ready to go on a holiday that has no end. That holiday is raising that child. When the child is 18, 19, 20, even 22, some children at 22 are still living with their parents. You know, so you must be ready to raise a child in such a way that you'll be proud of that child and that child will come back to you. Because this has to do with giving. What have you given? What have you given? And what do you expect to collect? It's like planting a seed. You planted a seed, a corn seed, and then you wait for the harvest time. And when it is time, you go to the farm with your basket, and then you harvest all kinds of sizes of corn. You take it home and eat. But if you did not plant well, how is it expected of you to harvest? Why would you say that, look at my child, she has abandoned me. Once upon a time, I carried her 3 months, and now she is it okay? Okay. And now, just look at, she has abandoned me. She's enjoying with his wife. She's enjoying with another family. She's not even rejoicing with me. She's not even remembering me. I'm not advising any woman, any man, any lady, any man to do that to his or her mother. But what I am simply saying that there are choices and there are consequences. If you are ready to be proud, to receive that accolade at the end of the day, if God permits, stay. Raise that child. Do your best to ensure that that child, that God has given you the grace to be a mother to, you have done your bit, you've done your best, and when the time of reaping comes, they will never forget you. What about, well, I'll briefly speak about intergenerational impact, and this refers to how mothers shape future generation. I think I've touched that bit by bit as I was going along. So it is about how mothers shape future generations, how they break negative cycles, the abuse, the poverty, their trauma. They raise better humans than our mothers did. So we grew up hearing our forefathers, hearing our grandfathers and mothers cursing their children. God will punish you, which is a very terrible word, because just because you are angry, I curse the day I had you. I will wash my breast and curse you. We grew up and we heard so many of these. So our mothers these days are shifting away from that, type of upbringing, because you discover that those simple words you were using because you were angry, momentarily angry, gets stuck. You curse your child. I once saw a mother, she was so angry with her daughter, and the daughter was not saying anything. She just wanted to go to school. She just wanted to go for a lesson, I think a remedial lesson or something, and her mother wanted her to do something, and she said she has to go. When she comes back, she will do it. So as she was going, her mother said, be going, Okada will hit you. Believe me, as she got to the major road, Okada hit her. She came back with wounds. It was like magic. The child came back with blood and all kinds of injury on her. So mother's tongue is very, very powerful. Do not curse your child. Instead, bless them. If you are angry with your child, take a pause. Don't say a word. If you can beat the child. But please don't curse your child, because that curse is like planting a seed. When the time comes, it will germinate and it will bloom. It will grow. It will have branches. It will have seeds. It will grow into something that you cannot even control. That's what I mean by intergenerational impact. The impact you have on your child now must be of blessing, not causing. What about motherhood and financial independence? The importance of empowering that woman, supporting that woman, and then helping her, encouraging her to develop some skills. Earlier on, I spoke about shifting away from your dream. Immediately you begin having children, you will shift away. You will definitely shift away from your dream. I see some bankers, some white-collar jobbers, resigning, especially women, resigning. And because they want to stay at home, they want to raise their children first before they go back. A lot of women do that. I had a friend once who was a banker. She was a manager in a branch, not just a worker in a bank, a manager. She later used her car to sell eggs. She bought a poultry and started raising hens and chickens because she wants to stay close to her children. Now, what made her do that? She said she didn't want to lose her children. She did not want to come back home and then she would not recognize her children. So she started putting crates of eggs in her boots. She had a beautiful car, but this car now was her working car. She would drop her children at school in the morning, then go to the poultry, carry some eggs. While she's still selling, she had a shop, and then she would be delivering eggs that we eat every morning to clients. So that was a shift from her dream, from her goal. Somebody who has masters, she's a manager in the bank, she decided to do that. So many mothers are doing that. So you take a shift. So for that woman who does not have a skill and who just got married, got into the business of being a mother, and she's been there raising your children, doing so many things, and you, encouraging you, supporting you to educate yourself. Maybe you are now a PhD holder, you are now on level 15, 16, just generally waiting to retire. What have you done for your wife as a husband? You have to encourage her to develop some skills. Maybe go back and get some certification. Ask her what she wants to do while she's raising your children. Discuss with her, because sometimes there's a brain freeze. She doesn't even know that there is anything. I don't even know what to do anymore. I cannot, right now I can't even deal with any other thing apart from raising these children. She's just happy going to school to pick the children, cooking food for the children, helping them with their lesson, dressing them, ironing their cool clothes, and doing so many things. There is a brain freeze, just depending on you to provide the money. What if something happens? What have you done to encourage that woman who has been doing so wonderfully well for you? So that is what I mean by motherhood and financial independence. She can stay at home, develop a skill, and do something near the house. When I started discussing, I said that all the things I wanted to do, I could not do. And now I forgot to mention that for 25 years, I decided to do fashion designing. I started it as a joke. Because my first pregnancy, I discovered that I have to take care of my child. I couldn't do hotel and management or catering and management. That one went to the back burner. I couldn't sing. Even after I had gone and approached Art Alade, our wonderful and able Dare Art Alade's father. I went to him. He had a studio somewhere, I think in Yaba. I approached him. That was in 1985. I said, I want to train to be a singer. I want to be a singer. There was nothing else. By this time I was married, and my husband encouraged me because I had wanted to be a singer right from the outset. But when a child happened by, I could not do it. I had to shift. I had to think of something else. And I decided to go into fashion designing. In fact, it was not even fashion designing, it was tailoring. Because I wanted to stay nearby so that I can raise my children. And I did that for years, and I enjoyed it. And I now dabble into interior decorating. I use that to raise my children until they all graduated. I decided to now go back to school. When I discovered that they were done, I decided to go back to study law. Now, whatever I'm doing for myself now is for myself because I'm done with my children. So there is always a shift in your dream. As a mother, you must be ready to do that. So I am imploring husbands, family, supporters of this mother to encourage that woman to learn something even as she's raising her children. That brings me to appreciation and gratitude gap. Mothers are often celebrated once a year. I said that earlier, but overlooked daily. There is no promotion for a mother. There is the need for consistent appreciation. So what about you that is looking at me, that is watching this program, that is listening to me? How often do you appreciate your mother? And when I say mother, I'm talking about the mothers indeed. Mothers who do not curse you, mothers who are so desperate to see that your needs are provided, mothers who stay awake while you are sleeping, mothers who stay hungry just to ensure that you eat, mothers who can fight for you, mothers who think for you, mothers who appreciate you and encourage you no matter how many times you fall. They stretch their hands to pick you. So how often do you appreciate your mother? Do you wait until International Mother's Day or Women's Day or Mother's Day, which is celebrated I think twice a year? If you are one of those who do that and you know that your mother deserves more than that, please have a rethink. Appreciate your mother every day. Not necessarily with money, but with show of love. But if you have money, spoil her. Spoil her. Tell her that she's appreciated, that you notice what she's been doing and is still doing. I will also talk about faith and motherhood. You know, mothers are sometimes seen as the spiritual leaders in the home. But generally, it is supposed to be the man because the man is the head of the home. The Bible says that the man is the head of the home. But you agree with me that sometimes the men are so busy. When they come back from work, some of them wants to hang out with their friends because they know that the mother is there. She's the home carer. So she's at home. So by the time they return back home, the children are already asleep. The mothers are the ones who take their children through the devotional, through the family fellowship. So they are always praying. She's a praying mother, is the mother who keeps her home together. If a mother wants to follow the father or husband's footsteps, the family will be in disarray. So the mother is always seen as the spiritual leader of the home. She prays, she leads the prayers, and if the father is at home during fellowship, he leads, but the mother is constant. She's constantly leading through prayers, through guidance, through moral teaching, etc. Devotional is constant. It's 24/7 at home, morning, at night. And sometimes she's the one who goes to wake up daddy, wake up, prayer time. And the father will struggle to come and stay as the figurehead of the house. A praying mother builds a protected home. If you have not been praying for your family just because your husband doesn't have time to encourage this, I will urge the mother to start this. It is never too late, because no matter your religion, no matter your faith, you must pray. There must be prayer constantly in your home to ward off certain things that you do not need. So I'll talk about the legacy of motherhood. Legacy of motherhood. What mothers leave behind is not just money, but values, characters, discipline, love. Mothers have so much of this to give. The character you build, the character in your children, you build so much love that even when you leave, when you separate from your child still, exudes that love within her. to others, because that is what she has learned in the home. It's not just money. Mother may not have money, but she has every other thing that helps you to achieve even this money, to acquire this money or wealth. Because if you do not have a good foundation, how possible is it you will ever think of having money or wealth in your life? I want to dwell, on this next topic, which is single parenthood. For single mothers, this journey can be a hell of a task. It can be so difficult. When I say single parenthood, it is not what the society sees. Oh, she's a single parent. She's a single parent. Single parent is very wide. Single parenthood is very, very wide. Some come without knowing. Some girls are raped, and the resultant effect is a child. She didn't plan it, so she's now a single parent. Some decide they happen in because they were just playing games and a child happened. That's single parenthood. And some women are also widows. Who takes care of the children? That's single parenthood. So single parenthood comes in different forms. Some adopt because they are not married but they want a child. That's single parenthood. Some just adopt children from their sisters or from family. That's single parenthood. So single parenthood is wider and different from what the society looks at. Now, there is, instead of supporting this woman, you begin to criticize the woman. Instead of encouraging her, you begin to give her a name tag. Instead of, telling her that you understand what she's going through, she faces so much shame in the society. This is not needed, because you really don't know my journey. You don't know the journey of another person. I cannot begin to judge you. Do not judge any woman. Don't even follow another person to judge another woman. That child she's raising may be a leader. Whilst you are busy throwing all kinds of negative words at this woman, the woman is busy raising a child. And when the time comes, this child may be somebody. You will not say, you hear people say, is that not so person's child? Oh, wow. I never thought that that child would be somebody. I never thought that this. Encourage the woman, or you face your business and leave the woman to face her own business. Do not criticize. Don't begin to throw words at that woman and make her feel discouraged. So let us encourage single mothers, because they are not weak. They are not weak, just like you are strong. They are strong women who are determined to do what other mothers are doing. They play both roles. Role of a father, role of a mother. They carry double responsibilities and still show up every day for their children. The things that are supposed to be divided or shared between father and mother is done by just a single person. So think about it. The decisions she makes, the man is not there. She has to make a good decision that will shape her child's life in the future. So the effect of this lack of support can be very serious. When mothers are overwhelmed and unsupported, it can affect their mental health, mental well-being, and in turn the environment in which the children are raised. It will affect, it has a ripple effect. So do not, please, discourage a single mother. But when mothers are supported, are empowered and appreciated, the result is a healthier family and a stronger society. Every single mother in a community, in the society, should be supported, or left. You just leave her to face what she's doing. Because if you do not support her, it doesn't matter. But just let her climb that step alone. Don't beat her down. If she falls in the process of climbing that ladder, it may be difficult for her to raise her child, or talk less of raising herself. So, I'm going to talk about retreats before I round up. I will soon be rounding up. Retreats. Mothers. Remember, we are talking about motherhood. You do everything. You are multifaceted. You have your own ministry. And in your ministry, there is no promotion. There is no salary. You do it free of charge. You have 20 hands doing everything at the same time. Nobody is applauding you. Nobody is appreciating you. What do you do for yourself? I want to talk about retreats. It's very important you do not burn out. Very, very important you do not burn out. I have the privilege of anchoring a program here in the School of Eloquence on Achievement Channel called Mighty Moms. And on Mighty Moms, I've also had the opportunity to speak with a lot of mothers. Mothers who are able to balance three things: motherhood, career, and their well-being. How do they do that? If you go to the YouTube and look for Mighty Moms, you will discover how these women survive. Go to School of Eloquence or Achievement Channel, you will learn a lot from some of these mothers that I have spoken with. They are able to balance the three: their well-being, motherhood, and career. They do a lot. They are multifaceted, and yet they look as if they have not touched anything. And they still walk on the streets looking wonderfully well. So what do you do? Some of them tell us that they go to spa. Some of them say they retreat. Some of them say they have a me time for themselves. Some of them say they have a relationship. They find time to have a good relationship with God. What is it you want to do? Tell your family, tell your husband that you just want hours for yourself, days for yourself, a week out for yourself, even without the father, the children. You just want to spend some time for yourself. It's important so that you do not burn out. A mother is not supposed to burn out. You are not supposed to burn out because you are like a tree planted by the riverside. You must operate 24/7. All season, 4 seasons in the year, you must bring out fruit. So a mother needs to take care of herself. So my takeaway, I'll give you a short takeaway. Motherhood is not just about raising children. No, it is about raising the future. So you must be fit. Is it easy to raise a future? No. So you must be fit. It is about raising the future. If you strengthen a mother, you strengthen a nation. So today I employ all mothers and those who are even thinking and dreaming of being a mother, because it's a wonderful thing to be a mother. I'm imploring you, think, plan, stand firm before you go into that ministry, because there's no promotion, there may not be encouragement, there is no salary, there is no retirement. Thank you so much for listening. I'm going to hand over the mic to the next speaker. Thank you.
Okay. All right, so my name is Victor Aiko. I am the founder, CEO of Get Tutored. It's a virtual platform for connecting Nigerians in the diaspora to tutors that are in Nigeria, and also to connect them to students all abroad. Apart from that, I am a digital tutor myself. I take international exams, standardized exams such as the SATs, the IELTS, the GRE, the GMAT exams, so name it. Whatever exams you need to write to JAPA, as people would say, I teach those exams. And it's quite interesting to be here today. I can see the photographer on the Barcelona's jersey. Today is a big day for Barca. I almost came here wearing a Barcelona's jersey because I'm a Barca fan. It's a very big day today. And I respect that. That's very fine. My topic today relates to the hidden link between poor thinking and poor financial habits. So I repeat the topic again. The hidden link between poor thinking and poor financial habits. Now, let me start by saying something that may be a bit uncomfortable. You see, most Nigerians, we do not have a money problem. That might sound a bit redundant at first. However, we have what I would like to describe as a thinking problem. Now, how do I mean? Well, somebody might say, we actually do have a money problem. I mean, the economy is tough. We're in a period where the prices of items about a year ago compared to what it is now is quite, to use a lack of a better word, it's quite crazy. I mean, I had to buy fuel to come here today, and the amount of fuel I would buy compared to what I bought today shows that Nigeria is tough. However, here is the interesting part. Two people can earn the same amount of money, be in the same environment, exist in the same economy, and one person is constantly broke while the other person is gradually building stability. It's very possible. And in what situation can this happen? What exactly is the difference between both individuals? Well, it's not necessarily luck. Some people would say it's connections. You know, the other person has connections. Some people would say one person has a trust fund and whatnot. However, it's not even that. And it's not even income. It's practically how they choose to think. The honest truth is, in Nigeria, money is actually hard to earn. But what is even more dangerous is how easy it is to actually lose it. I mean, quietly, daily, and sometimes even unconsciously. So, the aim of this discussion is not necessarily to tell you to save more or to work harder. That's not really the aim. Rather, we're trying to discuss the thinking patterns that lead someone to become quote-unquote broke, and the thinking patterns that help you to control your financial life. Because if your thinking does not change, then the truth is your income would never be enough. There is a popular saying, if you do not tell your money where to go, you will always wonder where it went. How many of us find ourselves in situations where we probably received our salary or whatever means of income that we tend to receive, and then we literally, after a day, 2, 1 week, we look back and say there's no money. And then we begin to wonder, how did this money just finish all of a sudden? It happens to the best of us. And so the only time we begin to track our money is after the money has finished, because we wonder how we finished so fast. However, the idea, or the correct way to think about it, the correct way to approach money is to think about how you are going to spend it before you even earn it. So that would imply that we regularly make a budget. Budgets are not just for the federal government. They're not just for big companies. Ordinary individuals can make and stick to a budget. But then somebody might say, in this economy, budget does not work again. I mean, you make a budget about XYZ, put estimates of the amount you think you're going to spend on whatever it is you're going to spend on, and then only if you find out later that the correct cost of these items are way higher than what you envisioned in the first place. But the honest truth is that is better than doing nothing at all. It's better than just spending under impulse. The reason is because when you actually do make budgets, it helps you to track what you intend to do. And there's also supposed to be a space in your budget for what people will call miscellaneous, the extras that could creep up and just scatter everything. So you want to really look out for that. Now, let's talk about what money is really about. We want to talk about how you think, how you decide, and what you repeatedly do. For example, we want to correct what we like to call short-term thinking. And what is that short-term thinking? Is when you get paid today and then you spend like as if tomorrow is guaranteed. The money is always going to come in. But the honest truth is, life doesn't necessarily work that way. Whatever it is you seem to earn today, it may not necessarily be there tomorrow. And to be able to correct such thinking, we have to be able to think long term. But thinking long term is difficult for many of us, especially in a generation where everything is handed to us, like right there with our phones and everything. With one click, we have access to like a lot of things. And so when you have such a situation, it is very difficult to think long term, because what you really face is having a situation where things get handed to you almost immediately. From you want to order something online, you're looking for the way you can get it right now. You want to order food, if you can get it in the next 5 minutes. So everything seems like instant. And in a world where everything is designed to be very instant, it's quite difficult to sit down and think about what you intend to do in like 5 years, 10 years, and so on. So what can actually help? There is this book by James Clear, one of the best books in the last 10 years, to be very honest. The book is titled Atomic Habits. And one of the things he literally talks about in that book that I very much appreciate is to not focus on just goals, but to focus on systems. And he makes the argument that if you build the proper systems, the correct systems, and you do not set a particular goal, you just build a system that works, you are still going to hit whatever goal you intended to set from the get-go. And that makes sense. I mean, if you think about football, for example, if you design your formation, train the way you're supposed to train, work with the correct philosophy and whatnot, and then you have a system that helps you score like multiple goals in a game. At the end of the day, you're going to win that game, even if you did not naturally set out to win. So that argument really holds water. Rather than thinking, oh, this is what I want to achieve in the next 5 years, and then you start to wonder, oh, 5 years is very long, or 10 years is very long. The better thing to do is to think about what kind of habits can I build daily that would create a system that consistently churns out results. Again, what kind of habits can I build daily that would create a system that consistently churns results? For example, a habit of learning to save can create a system where you begin to build wealth and are able to invest over time. If you set out to say, I want to save XYZ amount. Maybe you want to save XY, let's say maybe 1 million. Just 1 million for like in like 1 year. And then you say, okay, if I'm going to save 1 million there in 1 year, I make maybe 200,000. So I will just put away, let's say, 85,000 naira every month, and then manage on the remaining 115,000 naira. Like that's what you set out in your mind. And it's the start of a new year. It's January. There's a lot of New Year resolutions going around. So you're very hyped up. You're like, by the end of the year, I want to make sure I have like 1 million naira in my account and what's not. What begins to happen is you might do it the first month, probably second month, but then contingencies that you did not plan for or envision will begin to creep up as time goes by. And then it wants to stifle that progress that you intend to make. And so maybe at the third or fourth month, your savings starts to save you, as we would usually say. And so what happens at the end of it is, instead of you to consistently build the momentum and fund that you need to hit your goal, some hindrances begin to spring up and obstacles that even now takes you 2 steps backwards compared to what you intend to achieve, like what you set out to achieve. So what can you do, or what kind of system can you build that would really help you to achieve what you're aiming for? Like, let's work with that logic from James Clear, Atomic Habits. Do not be concerned about the goal in particular, be concerned about the system that helps you achieve the goal. So the system you want to build is something that just you re-identify yourself. You tell yourself, I'm someone who saves. So even if it is 1K, even if it is 5K, you just re-identify yourself and just say, I'm someone who saves. So you work on building a system, a habit, where no matter what happens, when money comes into your hand, you save something. So at this point, you're not about the, oh, I want to save 1 million and here I must save XYZ amount to get that. No, you just want to re-identify yourself, give yourself a new identity. You're a saver. So that means when money comes into your hand, you put something aside. Some days it's 85,000. Some other days is just 5K, because that's what you can put aside that particular time. You're not even working with the intention of, oh, what am I going to get at the end of the year? It's just a mentality change, right? You always want to put something aside. People tend to say pay yourself first, and that makes sense, because when you think about it, when money comes into your hand, it's not necessarily your money. I mean, it's money that you have to pay out for different items, like maybe your data services, money that you have to pay out for rent, money that you have to pay out for black tax and whatnot. So at what point would you now have to tell yourself, which of this money is my own? Do you get? Which one would I be able to show later on in life and say, all these years I worked, this is what I made for myself? So if the money you make is something that you just spread out to different avenues and different people and different obligations, and you have nothing to really keep to yourself, then that's a problem. So in essence, if you made 100K, you're telling yourself, this is the amount that I'll keep for myself. If you made 50K, this is the amount I'll keep for myself. If you made 1 million, this is the amount I'll keep for myself. So you just create this constant habit of having the mentality where something must go to you. And then to make sure that it is consistent, you want to have, a place where you save it, that money is really saved. A lot of the fintech apps that we have today, they don't allow you build the discipline that you necessarily want to build. Some of them might tell you that you can lock your funds and what's not, but then there is a 2.5% breaking fee. And then when you need to access the money, you don't mind about the 2.5% breaking fee, because what's 2.5% compared to what you need to use the money to do now? But one of the fintech apps that I know very well, Carrywise. This Yakubu managed trend. It's Carrywise, kind of like the first people to popularize it. because there was a particular individual who used this their locked fund system. And if you know CarryWise very well, if you lock a particular fund in CarryWise and you actually agree to the terms and conditions that you want to lock that fund, and you tell CarryWise that you are locking that fund for maybe 1 year, 2 years, or whatever amount of time that you have in mind, I promise you, no matter how many mails you write, no matter how many times you tag them on Twitter, no matter how many times you try to call their customer service line or whatnot, they are simply going to tell you that you agreed to lock this fund for so and so period of time. You're not going to be able to access it. That's the simple truth. And you're going to have to find alternatives to manage what you need to do. And that's where the idea of the Yakubu money trend came from. Because basically, when the guy was reaching out to them and he was begging them that, he is in dire need of his funds, he doesn't mind that they remove 10% and whatnot. And then CarryWise replied him, Yakubu money, to look like as if you want to die, but you will not die. And that's how that trend blew up. So basically, that is one good system that could actually work. Because now, whatever money you are putting there, and you say you want to put it there for XYZ period, it's actually going to be there for that XYZ period. And so all those, that idea of the money will save me later, no, it's not there. You can't access the money until the time that you say, you want to access it. And here's the simple truth. Even if you think you need that money at that present moment, the fact that you can't access it makes you become like innovative. You start to find ways to manage actually. You try to find ways to circumvent that situation and still come out of it. To give you an example, a very basic, simplistic example. I don't know if anybody has had a situation where you thought you misplaced money, but the money was in maybe one of your pockets, or maybe like a purse or something, or like a cloth. And then at that moment it really pains you that you misplaced that money because you probably needed that money. But since you feel like you don't lost the money, so to speak, you remove from your mind and you find a way to just go about your day. Lo and behold, you are washing your clothes a week later, and then as you wash, you check one pocket and you see the money, maybe like 5K. How do you usually feel? Elated, isn't it? I mean, at the end of it, that feels like free money. Like you just feels like free money basically, because you survived what you thought you couldn't survive, and now it seems like you have somebody just giving you 5K. So that proves one simple point. If we can keep whatever money we are trying to save aside and commoditize, which is not easy to do now, but like I said, CarryWise is a very good tool to use. If you can keep it aside, whenever that time comes that you actually would need it, it would really come in handy. When I bought my first car, I didn't set out to buy a car, to be very honest. I simply set out to say, just basically this idea of, I read this book, want to be consistent, want to put something aside, blah, 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 blah. And then, I started to just put something aside. If I make small money saved. If I make bigger funds saved. Just putting aside, and go about my life. And then my rent came up. Needed the money to pay rent, but then I discovered that CarryWise, that was the first time I discovered that it didn't work like Piggyvest. There was no way to access the money. So I had to strictly also for 2-3 month period to raise my rent. Paid the rent has gone. After some extra 3, 4, 5 months, I looked into the CarryWise, it's time to break it. And the money go far, let's put it that way. The money go far, I paid rent, I really don't have any bills. Bro, I can just buy a car. That was how I bought the car. I did not set out to buy a car. It was just simple. I just want to be a saver. I just want to put money aside. And then it got to that point, I looked at it, I'm like, oh wow, I could buy a car. And at that time, at least, Nigeria was not as tough as it is. You could buy a car for under 2M, 2.5. You could buy a car. So I bought a car at that point. And that's how that happened. But that changed my mindset about money, basically. It helped me understand that, if you're able to stay disciplined enough for a particular period of time, there's this guy that I listen to, it's called Dave Ramsey. He said if you can live like no one else currently, later on you'll be able to live like no one else. In essence, if you can sacrifice now, and maybe compared to your friends, your folks, your peers, you are not hot boy, hot babe, you're not living soft life. Later on, you will be able to be hot boy, hot babe, live soft life. That's just a simple truth. So it all starts with the thought, the mindset shift that goes from, thinking I want to save XYZ amount to building a habit that helps you to really achieve that goal. So again, systems beat goals. That's just a simple truth. So work to build systems, not just even financial, like any other aspect of your life that you're looking to improve. Rather than think about, okay, I want to do this by so and so time. Just think about what system can I build, what habits can I build every day to just make sure that I show up. Another good example, although I might not be the best person to give this example, about working out, about trying to stay in shape. But I'm very sure that if I decide that is what I want to do, build a system around it, I'm very sure. That's why sometimes I push it forward, like going to the gym. When I want to, I will probably do it, because I know that you just need to build a system around it, right? You need to build habits that help make sure that you need to show up at the gym, do whatever workout plan you set out for yourself every single day, and not be like, by the end of the year I want to lose like 20 kg, blah blah blah. You could. The only issue is what happens after you've lost the 20 kg, the year is gone. Little by little you build it back again, and then you set a new goal again, and then it becomes a cycle. You get. So rather than thinking from that angle, the shift in mindset simply goes, I'm a person who enjoys working out. I want to be a gym person, so to speak. And so you're like, even if it is, just 10 push-ups, that day you were so busy you couldn't do so much, it was just like 10 squats or something. You just make sure that you do something about it every day. There's a system around it, like XYZ time, I must do something related to working out. Some days it could be a really like serious day at the gym. Some other days it's just a few squats. But you're building a system where it's a lifestyle for you. You're just somebody who enjoys doing things related to like working out. What eventually happens, the results you are looking for would come, and it would be consistent. That's just a simple truth. So again, just a small mindset shift can really like do a lot compared to setting a particular type of goals. Let's talk about another aspect to building finances that can be quite helpful, and that is delayed gratification. In some way, we've talked about it, but it's something that we are losing in our current culture, to be very honest. People are not willing to wait to get stuff any longer. People are not willing to hold out for a lengthy period of time to achieve what they need to achieve. A simple area where this applies is the stock market. I don't know if anybody's interested in investing and what's not, right? We were talking about the stock market, and the Nigerian stock market, for example, has really picked up. I'm a big fan of the Nigerian stock market because unlike the American stock market, that is the big deal for most people, the Nigerian stock market is quite unique. A very unique aspect in the Nigerian stock market that stands out for me, for example, is you can't gain more than 10% on a company, and at the same time you can't lose more than 10% on whatever stock you are holding each day. That simple guideline that is used to regulate the market is very, very important. I'll tell you why. If you're into stocks, recently this year there is a particular stock called Eloquence. Sometime last year it was really hot. I mean, some people push the agenda for Ella Leaks. You could look at their books and you're like, this is not a strong company. But then, speculation, hype, the idea that is the next Okomu Oil, is the next Presco, turn it from a single digit stock to a double digit stock, and it's going to be a triple digit stock, and before you know it's in 1,000 Nairas. Like whoever gets into Ella Leak at that time, you're on a really, really solid thing. This whole hype pushed Ella Leak to increase, I think in a period of 2 years, for almost more than 500%. So it went from like being a stock around like 3-4 Naira to going as much as 16-17 Naira. So if you do the math on that, people that joined the train early, in that period of 2 years, they seriously cashed out on Ella Leaks. Now Ella Leaks was feeling itself too much, and then you know what they did? They did a public offer, a very hefty public offer. They wanted to raise, I can't remember the particular figures, but somewhere around 300 billion Naira. Now for a company that has been losing money for like the past 7-8 years, your books are not that great, but you're trying to use hype to like raise a substantial amount. Sadly, at the start of this year, the raise failed, and then they were able to raise that amount. And in the stock market, it means two things: one, the company has to return whatever money has been given to them back to the original owners. Two, investors lose a lot of confidence, because in their mind, if you can't raise the money you're looking for, then that's a problem. And then there is this deal they were trying to complete, acquire a particular other company, and that stalled too. That was bad news for that company. Now, if it was the United States, stock markets, that kind of company is going to start immediately. The dump is going to be very sad. But because due to the regulations that we have in the NGX, you can't lose more than 10% in one single day. So as much as plenty people wanted to sell, like, oh, this company is about to go under, blah 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 blah, and panic, investors like to panic very well. You can't sell, they can't lose more than 10%. So some people could not even sell, simply because you had to wait your turn. That company cannot go down more than 10%. And so day one, some people could not sell. Day two, some people could not sell. Day three, they couldn't sell. That gave the company time to reposition. The owner came out and said, basically explained why the thing failed and blah blah blah, and then tries to say, give us like confidence that they know what they are doing. It's just a momentary something. The company is still in a trajectory where they are trying to do blah 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 and what's not. And then imagine you couldn't sell for a week, and then you hear the owner of the company saying that. What begins to happen? Your mind then goes, okay, maybe not bad, maybe I can still wait. You get kind of thing. So that panic selling that would typically have led that company to go under, that regulation kept it in place. So that's why I said I like this Nigerian stock market to say. And also you have those penny stocks that can really shoot up 500%, 600%, 700%. The major thing is just to join the trade early. Another example is Zichi stock, another agricultural stock. It thing shot up so much that NGX had to really just be like, if we should pause, let's suspend them. How could you have gone 700% from 1 month, in a period of 1 month? Like 700%. Are they trying to pump and dump? They checked their books, did everything so that there was really nothing wrong, just adjusted their pricing a bit and then allowed them back in the market. So imagine a market where you could do 700% in like a month, 2 months period. That's what the Nigerian stock market can do for you. And a lot of investors see the potential. They're already bringing money to the Nigerian stock market. Some people still like the whole idea of, oh, I'm buying Apple, I'm buying this. But there's like really big potential in the Nigerian stock market. But at the same time, there are the flip side, the downside to it. I mean, you could have a stock that will not move for 1 year, 2 years. And that's where the idea of delayed gratification comes in. The simple truth is, if you check the books and you're feeling like this is a stock that is still going to work out, this is a company that is still in a good position, this is not buy advice, but a very good example is Access. It's very much undervalued right now. compared to like the big boys. Because there's this set of banks, they call them Fugas. Fugas is like FUGAZ. So that's like the big boys bank. The banks that recapitalization is not a problem for them. They have money, so to speak. Their market value runs into the trillions. A number of them are now triple digit stocks, like 100, 120 naira. But Access has been hovering between 20 naira and 27 naira for like the past year. We probably know why. I mean, at some point, Wigwe, remember him, Wigwe died. So that was like a big name in Access. So they're in this process where they're expanding a lot of things. So they are simply undervalued compared to like the big boys, the people that they are in the same category with. Think about that kind of stock. Again, not bad advice. But if you can hold out for that period where there is that little, restructuring and everything, their dividends is not matching to like the other guy's dividend. The dividend is probably going to fall around like 2 naira, 3 naira, or 4 naira. And those other guys are paying like 12, 15 naira. Do you get? If you can hold out, it's a company that's currently undervalued. It might take a year, it might take 2 years, but once it peaks and it tries to like catch up to the other guys, that's going to be like 200, 300, 400% increase. But now this is the issue. Somebody evaluates these, hears these, and his reaction is just, oh boy, let me just go and join this trade. And then you join the trade. And then, lo and behold, in the first year, Access keep dropping. And now the money that you should have used to eat and enjoy yourself, you have put it in the stock market and you find it difficult to move it out. And now you begin to join all their annual general meetings, asking them about their long-term goals and all those things. But if a person understands delayed gratification, basically, you understand that you just need to hold out for that period to pass and then for it to start to pick up. And when it starts to pick up, you're on the trade. Now the issue is some people would hear that it can start to pick up and want to join and then find out you can't buy. Simply because nobody's willing to sell to you. So it's at the point where it's at the restructure process, things are still floating. That is when you actually do buy and then hold out until it actually picks up. And this works not just even for the stock market, for every other kind of market that people engage in. Whether it is the cryptocurrency, how do we call it, or whether it is forex and whatnot. The feeling of wanting to get rich quick off of these things is where people lose a whole lot of money. Yeah, there might be a few cash outs here and there, but it's quite rare. Nobody has a crystal ball to be able to tell, oh, this is the one that is going to really hit it. There are a lot of speculations, but I mean, they're just speculations. It turn out well, it could turn out really badly. But nothing beats delayed gratification, the ability to just buy and really just hold. If you hold out well enough, you're able to get to what you need. Now, to be able to get to this position where you can hold out, that means you are investing with funds that you don't necessarily have a need for like right now. So how do you get to the position where you are investing with funds that you don't have a need for right now? Again, it's the thinking, the mindset, the habit, where you're able to build like maybe an emergency fund that on its own covers for whatever blushes is going to come up, and then you can have some extra fund to like use for investing. Again, somebody might say it's not in this economy, but that's a lie. People do it. The truth is, as long as you earn some form of money, you have the potential and the ability to save and create something. It might not be as big as the next person, but it's going to be something enough, a foundation good enough for you to build on. Let's talk about another area quickly, and that's impulse buying. Impulse buying is something that we all suffer from right now, especially with the old ads. Like, it's all in your face due to social media, right? It's all in your face. So the bag, the shoe, the phone, whatever, is like staring at you and is ready to collect your money. But you can't necessarily build the kind of mindset, the kind of habit, the potential you're looking for if you still suffer from impulse buying. It's just almost impossible, except if you are a trust fund kid and your money grows like grass and there's no nothing stopping it from coming in. But if you are a hustler like us, and you have to start from scratch, and you have to like build something, impulse buying is not something you want to learn to do. It's not a habit you want to form. So what system can be put in place to make sure that we're not greatly affected by impulse buying? Well, there's this guy called George Camel, and he talked about something called SMART. The people use that acronym a lot for goals, like SMART goals, and then they tell you the goal must be this, or S means this, M did this. This guy did SMART, but this time not just for goals, for like impulse buying. Whenever you want to spend money on an item, especially an item that would really cost you, think about 5 things. Again, the acronym SMART. And the first one is S, self-awareness. And self-awareness means you're asking yourself, will this thing really add value to my life right now? And it's a double-edged sword. I mean, somebody might look at it and say, oh, self-awareness means will this thing add value to my life right now? So that means the iPhone 17 that I'm planning to buy, why am I buying it? Do you get? For some people, it might. To get into certain rooms, to do certain kind of things, maybe due to your field or your job or whatever, you might need an iPhone 17. I mean, I never know. For certain people, you need a car, because whenever you have to show up to a client or something, and he sees you show up with a car, it's like, okay, this person is serious. This person knows what they are doing. For some people, they need a car just for that reason. I mean, you want to have like a sit down with like a top investor, maybe a venture capitalist or something about an idea or something that you're trying to say would make money, and then you have to deal with like 5-hour traffic, like the other person mentioned earlier, and then you are jumping bus, and then you're sweating, and then you are looking all rowdy coming in. I mean, it feels somehow. Also, some people, some luxuries are actually necessary. It could be their job, it could be what they're trying to achieve. So when I say will it add value to your life, the self-awareness, it's just you asking yourself, what value is this going to add? If I get an iPhone 17 from a 16 or a 15 Pro Max that I'm using currently, what value is it going to add? If it is genuinely going to add some form of value, maybe in relationships, maybe in networking, maybe in your work or anything, I mean, go for it, feel free. But if your genuine answer to that question is, it doesn't necessarily add any value to my life, is it wrong to buy it? No, not morally, ethically, it is not. To be very honest, it is not. But then, from the concept of delayed gratification, it could be wrong if you feel it doesn't add any value. Because that means the money you're supposed to tie down to buy it could have been used for something else, or put into another effort that would have made you more money. And then eventually you'll be able to buy it much more easily without even having to worry. So again, the next time you have to make a big purchase, think S first, self-awareness. Does it really add any value to my life? If it does, what is the value it is going to add? There are many types of value. It doesn't always have to be money. Like I said, it could be just the fact that when you see you with it, the calculus that you're in, they're like, okay, we can work with this person. If that's the value, I mean, feel free, go for it. That's the first thing. Then the second one is M, motive. So if you go through the S and you're like, okay, yes, it does add value to my life, the second thing you want to aim for is motive. Why am I buying it? Why? Am I buying it to impress? If nobody saw me with this item, would I still want to own it? That's a very interesting question I ask myself, to really just keep myself in like correct perspective. Like if nobody saw me with this item, and it was just only me that knew that I had this item, would I still want to own this item? Sometimes my answers are yes, which genuinely means my motives are pure. I just want to own it. And it's not wrong to just want to own something. Like, it's not wrong. People try to paint it like, oh, you're being materialistic, oh, that's a consumerism and blah blah blah. It's really not wrong. I mean, if you're Christian, you could remember the example of Lazarus in the Bible. Not Lazarus particularly. Lazarus' sister, I think it was Martha in the Bible. There was a time when she had an expensive perfume. If you remember the story from the Bible, she had an expensive perfume and she was willing, in fact, she had started to pour the perfume on Jesus Christ's body. If you remember that story, an expensive perfume, pour it on Jesus Christ's body. And many of Jesus' disciples started to grumble and they started to complain. Why? The perfume was expensive. The Bible tells us it was 300 denarii. How did they call it that time? And if you do the math on 300 denarii, he said a denarii is I think is the wage that a Jewish person makes, whether it's in a year or in a month. In a year, all right, fine. That's a Bible scholar right there. Is the wage they make in a year. So what a person would make in a year, that perfume costs 300 of it. If we try to do the math, maybe make it more, modern. Our monthly wage in Nigeria is 80k or 70k. Can't remember. 70k or 80k. Let's work with 80k. I think they increased this recently from like 30 something. The monthly minimum wage is 80k. Think about 80k times 12 in a year. That's about 960. So let's do a max of, let's say 1M is what a person makes as minimum wage yearly in Nigeria. Now think about 1M multiplied by 300. That's how expensive that perfume was. I mean, do we have perfumes that are that expensive in today's world? Yeah, the truth is yes. If you check some of the prices of some of those perfumes in dollars and you see those really expensive perfume, that was the kind of perfume she was willing to waste on Jesus Christ, but not really waste. Jesus Christ said she was doing it to prepare him for his burial. But the disciples complained because in their mind, and I think the Apostle John eventually explained the person that really was complaining. He said it was Judas. Because they were going, this perfume that this woman is wasting on you, we could have sold this perfume and actually distributed the money to the poor. Eventually, the Apostle John in the Bible later said the reason why Judas said this thing wasn't even because he actually cared for the poor. It was simply because he used to thief money from inside the money box that was kept with him. So in his head, he's simply going, imagine if this 300 denarii was given to me to put in the money box that will be given to the poor. He knows how much he would have stolen from inside it. And that really corrects the mindset of like many people that I see today. So many people would usually complain about why would anybody be a billionaire? Why would anybody be a trillionaire? Why would you? Because I mean, we hear that Elon Musk is approaching the trillionaire mark. He's already at like $800 billion, and very soon that man is really going to be the first individual trillionaire in the world. And somebody is going to complain, why is one person going to have trillions of dollars when we have people that have not even seen food to eat for one day? At first, the argument seems smart. Or why is somebody driving a Benz that costs 200 or 300 million naira? Why is it driving? Who really needs a Rolls Royce that costs 1.5 billion naira? Like, what's the sense in that? If you check, most of the time, people making these arguments are poor, broke people. To be very honest. And they are making this argument from a perspective of Judas. Because the simple truth is, if you give some of these people the opportunity to own some of those big cars, some of those Lexus, they would own it straight up. If you give some of them the opportunity to hold major millions, they will hold it straight up. And they still will not give to the poor. A person who is able to afford that much probably gives enough to charity. Don't even bother yourself. It gives more than enough to charity. And it's also a ratio thing. That's what people forget. It's also a ratio thing. I mean, For some of us, you might be at this point earning into the millions monthly. There's possibility. Or earning hundreds of thousands monthly. When you need to spend something that costs 5k or 10k, to you it's not that big of a deal. Let's be very honest. If you do the ratio on it, it's like buying biscuits for a small child. Something around, many of us, people spend from 10 to 50k like as if it's now water. And for those people, it's because when they look at their earnings, it runs into like the M's in a month, or at least hundreds of thousands in a month. So it's like 10%, 5%, 2.5% of their total earnings in a month. So it's not that big of a deal. So they can give away 50k, it's not that tough. But that 50k is somebody else's salary, maybe a security. And he's sitting there looking at how you just waste 50,000 like that. Maybe he hears that he bought one parfait. The parfait costs 50,000 for just parfait. You get that kind of mindset. So it's a ratio thing. So the way that 50,000 feels like 5 naira to you, and then the way 50,000 naira, maybe like 5k to a person earning like 100k or something would feel like just 5% of his earnings. That's how it works. It's basically a ratio thing. So if a person is earning well enough that buying a 1.5 billion naira Rolls Royce feels like buying a Toyota Camry to them, it's really not a problem. The major thing we're talking about here is just motive. If nobody sees you with that item, are you fine? Jiget, are you okay? Would you still want to own it? If yes, again, go for it, feel free. But where the problem lies is if the aim of wanting to own an expensive item is to impress people. That is quite shady. Why I say so is simply because, I mean, people don't even like you that much. Let's be very honest. People don't really care about you that much. I mean, if they see you in a one Rolls Royce, yes, there's the old Babao, Twale, so is driving. But the mindset they have is they wish it was them. They are not necessarily looking at you and going, oh, I admire what you've achieved or anything. It's just, oh, I wish that could have been me. That's basically it. So if you're spending like Congress or spending like our senators to impress people who don't actually like you, then that's a problem. You know, because people don't like you enough for you to want to now impress them and to show off to them. But again, it's a human experience. Human life is a paradox. I mean, the same person who wants to who feels like he's trying to impress someone is also the person who, you know, cares about what other people think. So sometimes it can happen. But the second thing you look at after self-awareness is motivation. Am I buying for the right reason? Like, is it to impress other people or do I really want to own this thing? The sweet spot, being human, the sweet spot is when you know that you want to own that item and you don't mind chakaraing them. You understand? You don't mind giving them body eating, peppering them small. But at least you know it's like the sweet spot is just best of both worlds. You want to pepper them and you know you actually want to own the item. But if it's simply to just pepper them, I think you might want to rethink that decision. So that's M. The next one is A, affordability. So if you've crossed the self-awareness mark, you've crossed the motive mark, then the next mark you need to cross is affordability. Can you buy the item? Can you actually afford the item? This is a very important question. We must learn to answer when impulse buying or a need to purchase, you know, an item suddenly hits us. Can you actually afford the item? Especially this, can you afford the item without debt? Like without going into debt. If you need to go into debt to buy the item, that's a serious issue with your financial habits. If your finance is going to feel it when you purchase the item, that's also an issue. You know, buy whatever you need to buy and you are going to, you know, feel it, so to speak. That's also an issue. So to be able to afford an item basically means you can buy it maybe even twice without feeling it. There's something that people use these days that there's something that people use that we probably would want to look out for too, and that is this buy now pay later agenda that they are pushing to us. You know, you have somebody who cannot afford to use an expensive phone doing easy buy. So when you do easy buy, for example, what happens is you make a down payment and then you have to finish the payment. I don't even know how it works these days again, but you have to finish the payments in like 3, 4 months, 5 months, 6 months. But I remember how it worked when I wanted to do it, and thank God I did not do it. That was so long ago. They stole one of my phones. I was so pained. I had saved so much money to buy that phone. It was a Samsung. It was an S6 Edge, and if you remember the time when S6 Edge was the thing, when the whole argument was between Samsung, I think it still is between Samsung and iPhone and whatnot. There were those of us that, you know, all we ever knew at that point was an Android phone. And so the top of the Android category is the Samsung phone. So if you remember that time, having the 6 Edge with the curved screen that if you want to take videos is showing at the edges, that was like a big deal back then. And I remember buying that phone and they stole it. I was so pained. And you know that feeling of you just use, if you used a good phone compared to when you were not using a good phone, you will feel the difference. When your phone is not hanging consistently, you can take pictures seamlessly. The cut, like if you do all this back then, I don't know if it was Snapchat, but these days if you do Snapchat and whatnot, the video will not, the audio will not be playing before the video. How does it that kind of thing, like as if it's trying to catch up to the audio, or the video is trying to catch up to the audio, and those kind of things. So you would really know the difference between using a good phone and a bad one. And then it's even worse when you have used a good phone and you now have to downgrade to one that is not good. You would just be swearing for the person that stole that your phone as you are using it, because in your mind you're just going, just like simple things that you could do with that better phone now becomes like really difficult. Maybe you want to upload something to WhatsApp and it's taking ages, or the phone is getting hot on your hand and it's telling you, I don't think I can upload this thing. Do you get? So that was about to happen to me, and for some reason I could not fathom it. I'm like, no. So at that time, this easy buy thing, it just sprang up, you know, and somebody told me about it. And in my head, I'm like, oh, I still have to use a good phone. So I went to one of the offices, went to buy, you know, that time, phones are expensive now, I'm not going to lie. So I remember that time when I wanted to buy the Easy Buy phone, I think it was the latest Infinix or something, all those ones that would be hot, 6 something Pro, that it takes like 12 gig, the camera is this, like, and they allow you to see the phone, you can, you know, and so already at that point, the phone don't enter your mind. So I think it was about 70 or 80k back then. But these days now, I don't think I can get a good phone for anything less than 200k or something. I don't know. But anyways, that was how it was there, 70 or 80k. And then the plan was I make a down payment, I think of 20%. So I think I was supposed to pay like, I could pay like around 20k and actually get the phone. And then they would spread out the remaining payments in either 3 months or 6 months, depending on what I chose. I chose 6 months because, you know, it will take longer, but then I would pay more. By the time you do the math on it, I think I was paying back almost 100k, like plus the interest and whatnot. To me, it was like, okay, fine. I mean, if I had to spread out like a payment of 14k for 6 weeks, for 6 months rather, that wasn't much of a big deal. But the issue was at that time I was not making consistent income for me to attend such endeavor. Let's put it that way. Some months were good, not that great. Some months were a bit, you know, flawed. But long story short, the requirement for getting the Easy Buy at the time, I don't know if it has changed, but the requirements at that time was they had to call some people. So they will call some people, you give them numbers of people that they will call randomly, and then they try to confirm your character from those people. And then when they confirm your character from those people, you make your down payment, you do some processes, and then you get the phone. So I thought it was going to be 3 people or 3 persons that they were going to call. So I had already alerted like 3 of my guys. Half a guy, they go call you. If they call you, I tell you the second one, I tell you the third one. Little did I know that it was actually 4 persons that they were supposed to call. So I did not get that information on time. So they called the 3 guys. No man, as guy, they already no issue, no, and they answered. They were like, what about the 4th person? I'm like, what 4th person? They say you have to call a 4th person. So in my head, I'm thinking on the spot, who can I give their number that will not mess up? Who can I give? And I couldn't think of a person on the spot. So my guy that was on my side said, oh, he has this guy in the office, a sharp guy, that I should give him. They just call and still a sharp guy. He will just pick any time that they call him and everything. And so I told him, okay, give him the number. And they called the guy. And they said, do you know any Victor? He said, which Victor is that? According to the question that they asked him, is he single or married? Even if I knew, why would I be giving that kind of information? He just started answering in a very bad manner. Oh Jesus! And then they were like, they just told me that the thing didn't go through, that I didn't qualify to get the phone. I was surprised. Then my guy called this guy. He said, some people just they call, for tell me now. They just called me and they were asking me some very funny questions. Like I give them, I just mean I don't get time, I don't waste time. I just say, where is someone scam me? Oh boy. And that's how that thing fell through. At that moment, I had my 20K. They did not collect it because I didn't qualify to get the phone. I wanted to cry. And then I just entered moto and went to Computer Village. You know as it goes now. You're looking for any guy on the streets that has one phone or anything that he wants to say to you. And then there was also the part where I was scared because that was like, not like my first time, but that was the first time I was going to go and get the device in Computer Village. And so like I was there looking at these guys. All these guys, their face strong. Hope it's not stolen phone and all those kind of things were running through my mind. I finally saw one that was set up in a not really shop, but just a small cabinet like this, and had like some phones. And then there was this Samsung, I can't forget, J7. It wasn't as fancy as the XC7 or something, but at least it was Samsung. So in my head, I'm like, okay, fine. Negotiated. So the only thing that was wrong with it, because obviously you're not going to get a cheap phone if something is not wrong with it in Computer Village. So there was just these lines at the under, and the guy basically he told me that as long as I don't charge the phone, like he said as long as I don't charge the phone too much, that I should always check the phone. So if it's full, I should quickly remove it and not leave it on. I'm not joking. I should not leave it on that line. That line will not extend from that place. That I'm good to go. So the phone to me 17K. And I was like, good deal. Money for transport came out, everything. I was just happy. My brother, I did not reach house. The thing went up. It went up like stock market. You know this guy that I say AK stock is going up. The whole line will just randomly just go up and just come down. My mind first shook that. Hey. But eventually I was able to use that phone. No, it was scammed to an extent, but then I still found a way to. I remember that time now on Twitter. I remember texting when that time that Dodgers used to do giveaway very well. That will tell you that they will say, "What's your problem?" I remember that on Twitter. I was like, so I have a phone that snap it, and I was giving him breakdown. I was saying like that was how bad it was then. But then I used it, but the only issue is it will always just do that thing and spring up. Then it started getting more serious. Like some other times it will go up and not come down. You will now plug it. It let's say you want to come down, it will be in the middle. You unplug it. So there were just so many things that were just going on with the phone. So you know that phone only had like 3 lives. Once you don't use up like 1, 2, or 3 of the life, the phone would eventually pack up. And then to change the screen, you know how Samsung is now. Yeah, like even for as bad as the phone as J7, to change the screen, if you are going to get a good quality screen, the money past the phone, and it just didn't make sense. For a phone I bought 17K, they're claiming that the screen is around like 60 or 70K as at that time. It just didn't make sense. I had to use it. Eventually, the phone even got spoiled. That line later blocked the whole review, and I couldn't choose it. So I had to buy a market screen. If you know what they call market screen, like a fake screen, so to speak, like 10, 15K kind of screen. But just know that that one that you bought, you only have like 2 months of service of it. You prepare your money to buy a new market screen after 2 months. So that was where I found myself. But anyways, the reason for that story is to bring out this point. I look back 6 months after, the whole ordeal. Would I have been able to pay easy buy money? I promise you the answer at that point was no. I would have paid that money through my nose, to be very honest with you. And you know the interesting thing, my guy that gave me his guy's contacts that messed the whole thing up went behind my back and did easy buy and got a new phone. He didn't tell me about it. It was until later I was like, I said, you want them, so I should not feel bad. But like he got a new phone with easy buy and blah blah blah. My guy could not pay the money when the money started to count. And you know what they did? They had this way of like blocking the phone. So you could even be in a bus and then easy buy just pops up on your phone and tell you that you are owing so and so more. And that was what you had to go through for like a year. The worst part of it is he couldn't pay the money back and then they stole his phone. No jokes, no joke. They couldn't. I had experience of 2 people who did easy buy and while still paying the money they stole their phone. And I started to think I've been a wish. I don't know if anybody had the experience. You have someone to your head, so maybe it's intentional, maybe they planned it. So now you have to pay for a phone that you are owing on and you are no longer using, and you still need to get a new phone. So looking at that whole ordeal of that guy and everything, I'm like, oh my, thank God that thing did not go through. So again, that brings us back to our point. If you're going to buy something, make sure you can genuinely afford it. Do you understand? You can do it without debt. You can get it without wrecking your finances at that particular point in time. I mean, go for it. So if you've crossed the self-awareness line, motive line, and you're at the affordability line, and you're like, yeah, I can do this, I can afford, I can buy it even 2 times over, I mean, well enough, feel free. If you're looking for a good math on the number of things as to, okay, when can I afford to do certain things? If you're buying any expensive item, just always make sure you have what we refer to as emergency savings, right? That's money that you can always call on when something comes up that you did not plan for. Then also make sure that some other situations are taken care of and you are not in debt to like any individual or organization. At any point you find yourself where all these boxes are checked, feel free. Same thing too for like if you're going to buy a car, the math on buying a car is make sure the amount you spent on that car is not more than 50% of what your annual income is. So once your annual income is XYZ and your car costs 70% of that, you spend too much on that car. So somewhere around 50% is 50% under. That's a good amount that you should look at and go, okay, if I earn so and so 50%, I did not cross 50% of this. I think I bought a good car. You did not overbuy the car. Even down to your rent, a good math on your rent is 25% of your annual income. So that means 3 months savings. So if you are staying somewhere that in 3 months you can put together the money and pay the rent, and that's 25% of your annual income, you are staying in a place that is fairly affordable. But once your rent is collecting 50% of your annual income, then that's a problem. You are tied too much down to house. That's a liability, too much liability. So always think in those percentages. If it's rent, 25% of your annual income, that's 3 months or whatever you make in 3 months should be able to cover your rent. So those kind of ratios, those kind of percentages, that kind of math just helps me feel comfortable about buying certain items. You get when I'm like, okay, if this is the math on it, it works fine. Now to the R and then to the T, and then I'm going to round up. For the R is research. Once you've crossed the affordability line, the next thing you have to check or do is you have to do research. What are we talking about in terms of research? Make sure you're not buying it at the most outrageous prices. What kind of research? Compare, prices. Ask for the lowest amount that the person is going to take. Do not feel the need to buy it right at that moment. Like struggle with them. One thing about buying, purchasing items, especially expensive items, is if you have your money, you can actually always negotiate a better deal. There is no two ways around it. And always check the reviews. Do all the checks that you need to check so you don't end up spending too much money on what you need to buy. For example, if you have the patience, while some people are buying like the iPhone 17s and whatnot for like millions, if you have the patience and you do a very good calculation on it, you can get some of these phones at way cheaper prices than what is actually listed. So again, research. Always make sure to like do good research to be sure that the price at which you are getting that item is the fair price. So for example, if you want to get a house or maybe you want to rent a space, make sure to check well. Don't let an agent deceive you that your money cannot get a space. Once you've looked at the common price of what you are looking for in the market, and you figure that okay, this is what I can afford to get, be realistic and then tell yourself the truth. If you can't afford to stay in certain areas of the mainland or the island, you have to tell yourself the truth. Don't deceive yourself, with that piece of information. So what you want to look at is just make sure you have the correct figures and then take your time. Do you understand? Take your time and make sure that you actually have the correct amount, or you spend the right amount on what you want to buy. Nothing beats taking your time, to be very honest. Nothing beats taking your time. And the reason why I say that is because if you take your time, you are going to get the best deals. I can promise you that. I remember when I talked about getting a phone back then. So let me just a quick short story on getting, the current phone I use. I'm not a big fan of phones again, right? Like what I'm interested in at this point now is way different. There is money, it's way different. Like if I'm thinking the money I'm going to use to get like an iPhone 17 or something, I can just buy this really good stock and just hold for like a year, and I'm going to like cash out big. In my head, I'm thinking that's a better thing to do than to buy the 17. But obviously, you still have to use a very good phone. There is no two ways about it. So I remember I wanted to buy. I think it's like because my sister was using Guiness, was using like that time it was iPhone 16, was the latest phone. Didn't want to feel like your sister is using 16, didn't use like a better phone. So what I just did, okay, where can I get like maybe a 14, Pro or something like that. And I was hearing the prices of that phone, and I'm like, that was really outrageous. And I started to do my own research. I was not in a hurry. I did my own research, and I found out that when the phone does not have what do you call it? When the phone does not have SIM card, that's an iPhone. When an iPhone does not have SIM card, the price or the value of that iPhone significantly drops. When I found that information out, it felt like gold for me. Because I mean, how many SIMs do I have anywhere? I have another phone that uses another SIM. So I remember buying the phone for like 350k less of what it actually was in the market, simply because I heard that it did not have a SIM card, and that's all that brought the price to that really low point. So again, research. And then the final thing you check for, so S is for self-awareness, M is for motive, A is for affordability, R is do the correct research, and T is time. So is this the right time to get the item? Even after you've gone through the 4 marks of self-awareness, motive, affordability, and research, you have to ask yourself, is this the correct time to actually get this item? Sometimes if you just wait a little bit more, you might get it for a cheaper price. Do you get? Some other times it could just be that there are still some things you need to settle before you actually get the item. So let me leave you guys with this. Nigeria is hard. The system is not perfect, right? But the truth is, your thinking, your mindset, that is still your responsibility. Do you understand? So that is still your responsibility. It's still up to you to try to create the perfect mindset to become perfectly stable. I mean, nobody goes to a game without the intention of not winning. So if you have a good plan, you don't become financially stable by chance. You become financially stable by structure. So here is the simple truth. If your thinking does not change, your income will not save you. So I'm Victor Aiko, and I'm going to pass the mic at this point to the next person.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that amazing speech. I actually learned a lot, especially from the SMART technique, because I've actually made impulsive purchases, and it's really going to help me as time goes on. So, good afternoon, everyone. I am in Geofor, Victoria, and before I proceed, let me ask a question. Have you ever wondered why there are male in the fashion industry? Like there are more men in the fashion space. Have you ever wondered why? Okay, that's the reason for this speech. Yes, my topic is going to be on from fabric to fortune, building wealth through the Nigerian clothing business. I'll start with this. There is money in the fashion space. So. There is money in the fashion space. One of our speakers that spoke on ethics, he talked on how he owned a ready-to-wear brand, a bespoke ready-to-wear brand where he sells senators and the rest. There is money in the fashion space. Now, for those that weren't here yesterday when I spoke, and for people that are just seeing me now, I told a story yesterday where I talked on how I started my own clothing business, right? It was more of, I came out of uni, I wanted something for myself. You know, I always knew that I wanted more. I knew that there was more for me. And so, my mom is a fashion designer, by the way, and so I just followed her to the market randomly, and I started taking pictures of these wears, and just like that, I added my gain to these wears, and I started making money off this, right? And this started going on. The business started growing. And I started investing in it. I didn't take my profits immediately. I was reinvesting the profit, and you know, the business was going well. I just imagined that from the comfort of my home, I was able to make money, right? I was able to make money from the comfort of my own. Even as a student, I was able to make money. So then, when I started this business, the online presence wasn't really that rampant then. So you see these distributors, they don't really have pictures of these wares that they are selling. So it was kind of a struggle for we that are selling to other people. But as time went on, these distributors started knowing that, oh, the world is going digital, things are happening, the space is going digital, and then they started building their own online presence. They started having a group chat on WhatsApp where there are people that sell their products, people like us that sell these wares, and then they post on their group chats. We see these wares, we buy from them and then sell to other people. So it started happening that way. And you know, you see market people, let's say from island, let's just say Lagos Island, for example, Echo. You see these people, they have a group chat. So let's say there is a top, they post a top for 5,000 naira. We that are there, that's the exact price you get in the market. We that are in that group chat, we sell for 2k, 3k, we add our own gain, 2,000, 3,000. So we end up posting these wares for like 8,000 naira, right? And yes, business was going well. And at my home, I don't have to go to the market to go pick up that way. From there, I would text him, please, 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 I need you to deliver this to my customer at Asaba. Me, I'm in Lagos, so. And he knows this process. He will not even tell you he can't do it because it's gain for him as well. So he will literally ask for the details and he will package that item and send it to your customer. You are in your home and you're controlling all these things just with your phone. And so when people come to me and tell me that they don't know what to do, and I tell them that you don't know what to do, or you have not started doing anything because you've not made research. You have not started making money because you don't make research. That's what I tell them. And so I earlier asked, have you noticed that there are male in the fashion space? And he said no. Let's just take a practical example. Who has been to Lagos Island Market before? The Echo Lagos Island Market. I don't know if anybody has been there. Okay, so have you ever gone wig shopping? If let's say you want to buy wig, there's a section for wig there. If you've gone wig shopping, go just there is a plaza that they sell wig. Enter those shops. You will see that they are mostly male. Thank you. They are mostly male there that are selling these items. They are the ones doing the importation from China, from Dubai. They are mostly male. Even the clothing space. If you go to Yaba market, enter Yaba, enter there. How would you even say you don't know? When all this fine girl come that this is not guys that touch your body and tell you come and buy. Of course. So they are the ones that they are there. And I tell you, if they are not seeing that there is money there, they will not be there. It's because there is money in this space. They know that people love to look good. There's this saying that they say that you should dress the way you want to be addressed. Yes. And the other speaker was talking about how we Nigerians don't look like our problems, right? I might come here looking all cutesy and all, and then there is a lot inside of me. I might even be a broke girl, who knows? But I came here looking all nice and all because that's the way I want you to see me, right? So the clothing business is a very lucrative business. The way you are here, there are some people, don't be surprised, there are some people that literally bought special clothes to come and stand here and talk. Yes, so there are some people that are waiting to wear. I mean, somebody was PSO was just talking about how someone said that he wants to buy the person wants to buy clothes for the last day to celebrate. The person really wants to buy clothes and shoe. Can you imagine? Just for the last day. Can you see? So there are some. It's not just women. Don't say women. No, it's actually not just women. Guys as well. If they invite you for a wedding now, you want to get a clothes or a shoe that will match up. Yes, you might have that shoe or wear at home, but you want to get a shoe that will just match up to that wedding vibe. So yes, there is money in this space. There is a whole lot of money in this space. So why fashion business? Why should you go into the fashion business? Now, just like I explained, just like food business, they always say man must chop. You know, get as you want be. There's no how that it wants to be. You must literally buy food to eat. Even if you are broke, you will still find a way to get food and to get water. I mean, you might just finish eating now, so you still have to find a way to eat. And I think it's the same way for the clothing as well, because like I said earlier, the way you dress is the way you want to be addressed. So people want to look good. It's a value. There is a need there. And if you're telling them that I can sell something to you, I can sell you confidence, I can give you something that will make you look good, that will make you stand out, that immediately you enter, people will stop, stare and look at you. I will want to bring out money and buy that thing. I will want to bring out my last card to purchase that thing. That's why I said that the clothing business, the Nigerian clothing business, is very lucrative and it's something that you can venture into. So now, if it's the way, let's just look at the rundown on how I want this speech to go. I just did a little introduction. So we'll do the understanding the fashion business, what a fashion business is. we'll briefly talk on that. We'll talk on the types of fashion businesses, because yes, when you think of fashion, you think clothes. Fashion isn't just about clothes. Fashion isn't just about clothes. Fashion, the word fashion is broad. So fashion isn't just about clothes. So we'll talk about the types of fashion businesses, niches in fashion businesses, the clothing business explained, because this is our niche, the Nigerian clothing business, the ready to wear, the bespoke, the made to order, the likes of Vicky James, Prudential, Fashion Academy. We're going to touch all of that, don't worry. And then we talk about the already made business, the importation one, the one that you don't have to do the sewing yourself. These people are already the one doing the sewing for you. You just go there, pick it up, waybill. Then we talk about waybill, the way understanding waybill in the Nigerian fashion space. Because when you sew this way, like I said, I'm the middleman, and my supplier is the one doing my waybill for me. But there are some hustle and hustle in the whole process. Sometimes your waybill will get missing and all of that. We'll talk on how to go about that, how to calculate your profits well, so you will not sell at loss. Marketing, customer service. I was scrolling on TikTok one day. There's this brand that was trending. I don't want to mention the brand, but they sell hair, and they said that if you buy hair from them, you buy one and you collect 2 insults. So when you buy a hair, you collect, it comes with 2 insults. The customer service was that bad. The way they talk to their customers, like, you don't know that if this person don't buy from you, your business cannot move. Your business cannot grow if they don't buy from you. So we'll talk on how to talk to your customers, your customer the right way, right? And then scaling as well. So by the end of this talk, you should be able to, at least I know I should motivate you small to enter into the Nigerian clothing business, and you see some gaps why we need you in this clothing industry, and how you can actually earn from the Nigerian clothing business, right? So what is fashion? When you think of fashion, what comes to your mind? Can anybody answer that? If no, when you think of fashion, what comes to your mind? Okay, yeah, we can say that. Well, I explained it as it's a way people express themselves through appearance, right? There's this trend that was, I'm a TikTok person, I'm a content creator, so I'm always on TikTok often. And then there's this trend that was trending where there are different kind of styles, and then you see this girl was saying she's an earthy girl. She's an earthy girl. So basically, there's this aesthetics around earthy people. They are always on waist bead, and they wear this Caribbean skirts, and yes, there's this aesthetics around them. Or is it the Ote or Jiggy people? So fashion basically is just how people express themselves through appearance, right? And there are different niches in fashion. Like I said, fashion isn't just about clothing. There are different niches in fashion. First of clothing, the ones that we know of: tops, trousers, skirts, and the likes of it. And then we have footwears as well. It's under fashion. The sneakers, the the slides, all of it is under fashion as well. Then we have accessories, the head tie, the jewelries. Though I grouped jewelry different, because in the Nigerian fashion space, jewelry now is another business entirely that is booming. So we have the head tie, the headgear, and then we have styling, hairstyle and beauty, where you see wigs, attachments, nails, lash extensions. All these things are under fashion. So fashion is broad. It's not just about clothing. But for this topic, we'll be majoring on the fashion business. So I define fashion business as any venture that creates or promotes fashion to consumers. Any venture, any business that creates and sells fashion items to consumers. So basically, if you are selling fashion item and you're making money off this thing, then you are into fashion business. And like I said, just that there are niches in fashion, there are also different types of fashion business. The what's it called, the styling services in fashion. That's the people that will do your nails, do your lashes, pierce your ear, and all of that. So these people are, they have their own styling services. It's a type of business as well. Then we also have the clothing business. This is where people make money off selling clothes, the one that we are in now. The one that people make money off selling clothes, different kinds of clothes, maybe tops, trousers, and the likes of it. Here people make money off selling clothes. Now we'll briefly enter the already made fashion space, or better still, the Nigerian made fashion industry, right? Yes, so Nigerian made wares, because I'm an advocate of we creating our own things and pushing it out as well. That's why that's what birthed my brand too, Kiara, a basic top brand. So I'm an advocate of you. I'm an advocate of you, of we Nigerians. Let's start from Nigeria before moving to the world Africa. But I'm an advocate of creating our own, marketing our own, and making our own nice as well. So I'm a big advocate of that. So this is why we'll be talking on the Nigerian made wares. So in this Nigerian made wares, there are 3 fields that I will talk about: the made to order, the bespoke, and the ready to wear. The made to order, the bespoke, and the ready to wear. Now, what's made to order? I don't know if you have come online or a clothing advert and then they post a wear and then they tell you that once you order it, they will now make it for you. Have you come across that? Yes. That type of fashion business and clothing business is called made to order. Made to order, yes, that's what it's called. So these wares are not really readily available. Is when you now place your order, they make sample pieces. So basically they make sample pieces of these wares. So let's say this top now, I produce this top that I'm wearing, and then I market it, and then I run ads on it. So when you see this top as a customer that wants to buy, and then you click on my link and come to my DM asking that you want to purchase this top, I will now tell you that, okay, it's when you now make your payment for this top, then we will now sew it. Then they go as far as asking for your size to get the exact measurement. They go as far as asking for some important detail that will make that clothing your perfect size. So that's basically made to order. There are a lot of brands that do this online. It's very rampant now on Instagram, right? And it's also a way of starting your own clothing business as well, because you might say that you don't have money to start this business, it requires capital, you don't have the money. But if you are using this made to order scheme, you don't actually need lots of money. You just need to create sample pieces. Like when I launched my brand Kiara, I didn't create in bulk. It was not readily available yet. I just made sample pieces, and then I brought my friends. Please, can you help me come and model this wares so that I can post it? And then when they model it, I now start posting, and that's how people saw. Surprisingly, that particular post went viral, and that's how people now saw those tops and liked it, and then started ordering. So our first goods or orders that we sent out weren't even orders that were available. It was through orders that we now have to start making them down. So it's something that you can do as well if you're looking into starting the clothing business in Nigeria. You can just create sample pieces. Start from 2, start from 3. Test the market first, because you can say that, okay, you want to create something, and then the fact that you like it doesn't mean that other people will like it. That's the thing about this business. You can say, oh, this thing is very nice, I think it's going to sell, and then you launch it and it doesn't sell. That's why it's not really good to create bulky. It's not really good to create in big, in quantity. So when you start with just 2 or 3 sample pieces, you get to test the market. You get to know whether your people will like this thing that you are putting out there. You get to know it, and then it also helps with some sizing issues as well. So in made to order, basically you are having sample pieces of these wares, and then you are advertising it, and when they order, you make it for them and send it out. So that's what made to order is. So anytime that you come across that kind of model, maybe they come and tell you, okay, it's going to take 5 to 7 working days, it's going to take 8 to 10 production days for it to be ready, just know that that fashion business is running a made to order fashion model or clothing model. Then the second one I will talk about is bespoke. Now in bespoke is what we all know Vicky James here, right? Prudential fashion, I think, yes, and the likes of it. They do bespoke, though Prudent do ready to wear, made to order sometimes, but Vicky James brand is all about bespoke, and she's a perfect example for the bespoke fashion in the Nigerian clothing business. She's a perfect example, because we can't talk about bespoke and not mention our almighty Vicky James. So the bespoke fashion, this is how it works. This one is more of that, you know, when you go to your tailor and then you show your tailor design, and they tell you that they can make it for you, right? Then they take your measurements and then they try to recreate that style that you told them to do. Your roadside tailors, they run bespoke clothing business model. Your roadside tailors, they also run that kind of model, bespoke. When you have a corset, when you have an ashrebi to sew, and you take it to your roadside tailors and tell them this is how you want it to be. Just create something for me. I just need something. Create something for me, and then they create for you, and it's your perfect size. So they are not sewing it down. The reason why it's hello. The reason why it is bespoke is because it is made specifically to fit your body size. That's why it's bespoke. So if you look at all these pieces, they are made specifically to fit you, to fit your body size. So that's why they are called bespoke. So this is different from made to order. Made to order, sometimes they have their own size chart as well. These brands have their own size chart. In Nigeria, majority of the brands in Nigeria use UK size charts. That's the kind of size chart that we use. But there are other size chart. There is US size chart, there's Australian size chart, there is the European size chart and all of that. But we in Nigeria, we use the standard UK size chart. Even my brand use the standard UK size chart, right? So these made to order brands, most times they use this size chart to make your size. So when you order from the made to order, sorry, I'm going back to made to order, but when you order from the made to order, they ask for your size using the UK size chart, and they will use it to make your own. But in bespoke, you come for measurements. You come to their place for measurement. They take your full body measurement, because that cloth is tailored to your body. It's your perfect size. It's yours. It's different from the made to order. So that's that for bespoke. No, for the made to order, they are using a standard size chart. Yes. So now I'm a size 10, right? I'm a size 10, but I can also wear a size 8 outfit that will fit me. I can also wear a size 8 outfit too that will fit me. But in bespoke, it's going to be tailored to my own body. Yes. So as I am a size 10 that can also wear a size 8, though it might be a little bit tight, but I can still breathe in a size 8 outfit. So in made to order, there is a standard size chart, when in bespoke they are taking your exact measurement. That's why when you see these brands, these Vicky James brands online, when they come out with their pieces, you're like, oh my god, did they just plaster you on the clothes? Because the fitting, oh my god, is so nice. So that's the bespoke clothing model, right? It is tailored specifically for you. Then for ready to wear, this is the model that I run in the Nigerian clothing business space. Ready to wear. Now this one, it is readily available. Now this is when Nigeria miss it. You tell me that you are running a ready-to-wear brand, and I want to order from your brand, and you are telling me I will wait for 5 to 7 days to get it. You are not running a ready-to-wear brand, sister. Yank it off from your profile and put made to order there, so that we know that you are doing made to order. You can't put ready to wear on your Instagram profile, and I want to order a gown from you, and you tell me you have to rush quickly, go to the market and get fabric, and then quickly sew it, and then you are not running a ready to wear brand. In ready to wear, in fact, you already have like 50 pieces down, and it's already down, and if they want to order it, you are sending out immediately. There is no production going on after the order. It's already down. So there is a production house that you probably have inside, or there is a production system already going on for you. So ready to wear, it's already down. It's just like what I run when my basic tops are out of stock. When I notice that a particular color is out of stock, like maybe pink or butter yellow, because that's the trending color now, I quickly restock, because I don't want you to come and then I tell you that, oh, you have to wait and all of that. Only if you are a plus size, because my brand is not yet tailoring for the plus size. So I just tell you, okay, you have to wait for some time. Let us produce if you're a size 16 and above, and then I tell you, okay, we're going to produce, you're going to wait, because we don't have plus sizes ready. Plus sizes are made on demand or made on purchase. But aside that, if you are saying that you are running a ready-to-wear brand, your goods, your products, your item, your wear is supposed to be readily available. And so, don't forget that we're talking about Nigeria at large, right? So, in this ready-to-wear as well, there are some people that they are not actually buying it in Nigeria, right? They're not producing it right here in Nigeria. The production is not made here in Nigeria. Most of these brands that are running ready-to-wear brands, I wouldn't want to mention name, but their goods are coming from China. They have a production site or production house or a production company that is producing for them in China, and then they bring it down here to Nigeria. That works as well. But as an advocate of making yours here in Nigeria for sustainability and all of that, I think that one is also very much okay, because we are also pushing that we as Nigerians, we can actually produce our own wares and sell our own wares as well. So yes, but if you still want to go into the importation and all of that, that works. There are a lot of people that are doing it and posing as made in Nigeria, but they're actually not made in Nigeria, they're made in China. If now who know, you understand, if you are in this space. So yes, so now in this Nigerian made clothing space, there's something called cut and sew. In this clothing space, there's something called cut and sew. I don't know if you have ever ordered the clothes online and then they brought what you didn't order, what I ordered versus what I got. You might have probably gotten a cut and sew wear. Now, when people hear about this cut and sew, what carries their mind to, where their mind go to is Aba. You brought Aba for me, Aba made, this one is Aba made. But let me shock you, it's not only Aba people that make those wears. Oh. Let me tell you small secrets. Okay, this is not a secret anyway if I say it here. But it is not only in Aba that they make this kind of wears. Some of these wears are made right here in Lagos, Nigeria. So it's not just in Aba, right? So now this cut and sew business, it's more of recreation. Though I'm somebody that will always that is big on trying to do your own. Even if you're getting inspo from somebody, at least try to tailor it, bring in your own idea and make that inspo better, not copying blankly. So in the cut and sew Nigerian clothing space, this is what they do. They try to recreate a particular design. So when they get a design, they go into the market and look for possible material, possible fabric that can fit in to the production of that particular top. And then once they get the fabric, they go into production and they try to make that exact fabric. So if you have that exact design, I mean, so if you have seen that design for 30k online, in cut and sew, it will be like 6k, 7k. And the shocking thing is that sometimes you go and even buy that one 30k and you realize that it's not even the main one that you bought. But do you know that another shocking thing is most times that one that they are selling 7k is much more of good quality than that 30k one. I've been in this space for 5 years, so I know what I'm saying. Most times it's much more better in the quality, in the material is much more better, because those ones that are imported, their finishing is always bad most times because they are rushing. So there's not always quality control check. There's something we call quality control in the production space. There is an individual that will come and inspect those wares, and if there is anything, because we are humans, we can make mistakes too. Most times you will see that a top, they never joined their English, they don't they haven't joined the hand of the clothes very well, or they didn't join it properly, and you see they'll just pack it like that for you. It's the work of that quality control expert to inspect everything. So if there is 1,000 clothes, the quality control expert is inspecting the whole 1,000. You are paid to do it, is your job. So you're inspecting the whole 1,000 and making sure that 1,000 is complete and it is intact. If it eventually leave that production house and then you take it for maybe finishing, ironing and the rest, and you realize that it's on your head, you know the way they say it's on your head, you shall know how you take and fix it. Maybe deduction from your salary or something like that. So if you're a quality control expert, you have to be sure that what you are taking out from the production house is finished, neat work, right? So back to the cut and sew business, the cut and sew fashion, clothing fashion. So yes, most times the one that they are sewing right here is even much more better than this one. So after they do that, like they get the pieces and they take it to the market to sell. And since that they are very affordable, since it's very affordable, you can always put in high profit there, and it no go too show say you are using high profit to sell it, since it is affordable. So if this cloth is 5,000 naira and the online one is, let me say, 35k, and I'm adding 5k extra to it, I'm selling it 10k, it's still on the lesser side, in as much as I'm using like 6k to sell that product. So that's why this particular niche, this particular model in the Nigerian space, it is moving very well. It is moving like crazy. It is moving very well because it is very profitable and affordable. Nigerians like affordable things, though. Affordability, they sell like mad. I don't know if people know this brand, Fine Funky. She sells bag every day. She's selling this, doing sales. She's doing sales because Nigerians like affordability. They love cheap things. That's just the truth. I just completed my own Insta. It's part of the things too about that. It's a model that you can use to your brand. You can use for your brand too. Try to run sales. Try to reduce your price, and you will sell. So Nigerians love affordability as well. So that's why the cut and sew business is selling out like crazy, because this is the things. It's affordable and it's kind of a good quality and it's accessible. So yes, the cut and sew business is a field too that is profitable, that you can also venture into if you are looking for a side hustle. Now, it's not a news that in Nigeria you need to have a second means of income. You have to have a second means. You are just a 9 to 5. Your 9 to 5 no they save again, no. Even myself, that is even a CEO, I'm also a content creator, I'm also doing brand job, I'm also doing voiceover for brand, I'm not just doing my top production as well. So one source of income in Nigeria is not really sustaining anymore. That is why I'm bringing this business model to you that you can actually do to keep more money coming into your bag, because you can be in your 9 to 5 and then you just need your phone and you're controlling things. You don't even need to be at the market, and money is entering your account, movement, your goods are moving, and everything is going very well. So now, what are the advantages of this business, right? It is profitable. Like I said, it is profitable. Yes, once you are buying for 5,000 naira and then you are adding a gain of 5,000 naira, and maybe they are now selling the clothes for 10k, but you know that the other version is like 30k. People rush your own, and your own is of good quality. People rush your own, so there is profit in this one, and so it's a very big advantage for you. It's a very big advantage for you. This particular business. Before I moved into making my own wares in Nigeria, this is what I have been doing for 5 years, and I tell you, any big girl lifestyle that I'm living now is from this business, because it was very, very profitable. It is not was, it is still profitable. People are still trooping into this business. I've also trained some people into this business, and me talking about this, I'm giving people this class for free, because I've trained people to do this. I've trained people to do this. So I left it last year to start producing mine. So I'm like, instead of just keeping the knowledge, why not impact it to someone, right? And so that's exactly what I'm doing now. And so in this wear, there are different niches. There is the street wear, where you see those jiggy wears, joggers and hoodie and all of that. They make those too in Nigeria here. These guys are very talented. If you look at it finish, you're going to ask, did they really make these clothes in Nigeria? It turns out so neat. We have good sewists here in Nigeria. The thing is that we don't really value our own. Because when I try to be sincere, I'm always someone that is always sincere to my customers. I'll tell you, you are not getting an imported wear, you are getting a Nigerian made wear. And then the customer will be like, look, I don't want. And then the ones that will say they want, and I gave them that imported one, they'll be like, no, this is not imported. Because imported these days, you see threads are still coming out of it. Hey, I left this space over a year now, and I just went, I think it was last month, I said, let me just go and shop. I'm like, is this really imported wears? It has lost its credibility. It's no longer, in fact, if you are seeing imported wears, you go they ask, are you sure this is not made in Nigeria? Because you see thread is still popping out of it. The finishing, everything is not neat, and the quality is not what you are seeing that they will not come and deliver to you. So that's the thing. And so in the Nigerian made wear, they have the street wears, like I just mentioned, the joggers, the hoodie, the jiggy wears. They produce that as well. They produce corporate wears too. They are like, now if I see some wears that are made in Nigeria, I know that you are wearing a cut and sew fit. Me, I know, because I know how their wears used to look like. I've been there. So if I see that, I'll be like, yo, I just know. I don't need to tell you, but I know the kind of outfit that you're putting on, right? Because it's something that I've mastered, and it's something that I already know about. So they make, and this corporate wear now is it's really helping a lot of us in Nigeria today. Because corporate wears these days are, hey, if you go online, you want to buy one corporate wear, you'll be seeing 50-something K just to buy one corporate wear. I saw a brand that owns over 100K. I mean, I'm not the one that always judge about the prices of outfits. They know about the lies, the fuel of everything before we'll still talk about that in profit calculation. But in the cut and sew wear, you just know that they have office wears as well. They also have lounge wears. So people go as far as creating lounge wears. They go as far as creating, wears for staying at home. Yes, all these lounge wears, night wears, and all of that. It's a niche too in the Nigerian made wear as well. So back to the advantage, it is stress-free. Yes, it is stress-free. Like I mentioned earlier, you are not really doing too much. You are just at the comfort of your home, and things are going well for you. So it is very stress-free. You are not stressing yourself. The only stress that you might probably see is maybe wahala or some things. Maybe wahala, driver will stress you. But see, me now, I've built a system whereby you cannot even stress me anymore. Because once you do the right things that I'll be mentioning here, I don't think you'll start be having hustle and hassle of way bill. Your customer has not gotten his item and all of that, right? So it is stress-free. From your home you can make money. So these are the advantage of the Nigerian wear industry, the Nigerian wear clothing industry. But there are also disadvantages. Like they always say, everything that has an advantage has a disadvantage as well. So there is also a disadvantage, right? One of the disadvantages is that they are not frequently available. most times when your customer has already placed order for this thing, you're going to the market, the supplier is telling you it's sold out. Sold out as how? Person wey wan wear that cloth tomorrow, how I wan get am? And you know, they recreate this design, so it's like a particular person that is sewing this particular cloth, and if it tells you it's sold out, when you want to start looking for it to buy, you have to wait till maybe another market day where they will have it available again, and then you end up disappointing your customer, and then they start telling you now seem like someone that is not serious in your business, right? So it's sometimes it's not frequently available. It's one of the issues that we face in this business, right? But I tackled this disadvantage because hello, yeah, so I tackled this disadvantage, and one way I tackled this is that once my supplier posts, because they have posting days, they have days that they post. So when they post, I post immediately and get my order. I have a large WhatsApp base because I've been building my viewers for a long time. So I have a large base. I have people that are already waiting for me to post so that them too can post. Because there's this thing too called dropshipping. Your dropshipper too might even be a dropshipper, and you are a dropshipper. That your dropshipper too is also dropshipping, and you know that's how prices too increase. So me, I'm dropshipping for my suppliers. So there are some people too that are still under me that are waiting for me to post on my own group to add their own gain too to sell to somebody else. So sometimes you now see that it's not available. So I always get my order on time. It's something you too can do. I get my order on time and send to my supplier. Another thing is have a good relationship with your supplier. Have a good relationship with them. Not when they call you fine girl, just smile. Even if it's not some, just have a good relationship. Don't always frown your face upon you. They will not keep clothes for you. You go there, they'll tell you sold out. When you have a good relationship with them, even if you have not paid money safe, they will say, hey, let me just keep. They will want to keep it for you. So have a very good relationship with your supplier as well. It helps to overcome the no, it's not available. It helps as well. Now another disadvantage is that there is no quality control expert in the cut and sew business. Nobody has time to come and be checking 1,000 pieces of clothes whether they sew it well or not. In that space there is no quality control expert. That's why you see that the stitching there's a way to be very rough, it will ruffle here, or the hand they put another material that is not even the material on the body. All these things are the mistakes that we see in the cut and sew business, because there is nobody inspecting this thing. They always want to sew fast. They deal with quantity, not quality. In this business they deal with quantity, because you know, like they sew 1,000, they are going to see more gain. So nobody has time to be saying, okay, this one is bad, and so these are problems we see that we are selling to our customers. These are one of the problems that we see too. But I found a way to tackle it. How do I tackle it? Before I send that item to my customer, I will inspect it in my supplier shop. I will do inspecting. No matter the quantity, me, I'll carry the work of the quality control expert by myself, and then I will inspect it. And after inspect, if the one he gave me is bad, I'll say, this one is bad, or he will change it for me. Because the thing is that most times they don't even know. People that are selling those things, they are not the one producing it. They have people that are producing it for them. So and like I said, they don't have time to be checking. So I do the inspecting myself. So I inspect it, and before I send it. So most times it's not all vendors that have the time to inspect. Some people don't really value their brand that much. Some people, they just want that money. Once they have that money, it's none of their business again. They don't see customer retention as something. They don't know that one customer can bring you 1,000 customers. It's not every brand that know that one customer. Because if you know that one customer can bring 1,000 customers to you, how? I buy from you, that is a vendor. And then when I buy from you, that is a vendor, I tell my friend, oh, this brand, I just got this brand and it's so nice, this cloth is so nice that I got from this vendor. And then my friend that I brought to tell you to talk at, my friend that I told about for that brand, she will go and buy from you. And once she buy from you and she test and see that your brand is good, She will tell her friend too to come and buy. And just like that, the numbers are increasing. Just from me, I've brought people that kept referring your brand to other people, and now they're not just referring, they're also purchasing from you. So customer retention is a thing as well. So don't just talk to your customers anyhow. We'll talk about that in the customer care, whatever, what we'll be talking about. We'll talk about that. But then let's go back to the disadvantage. Yes, it is sowing errors. So I make sure that I will always inspect these wares before I send it out. Then the issue of the what I order versus what I got something. Because the thing is that when they are recreating these wares, they don't always recreate it to perfection. It's not every supplier that will recreate it to perfection. Some people will have some kind of comma, or it's not even the exact material that was seen in the picture that will be used to do that recreation, and so it becomes a thing. It becomes a problem because your customer will stand in the right and tell you that this is not what I ordered. Yes, it looks similar, yes, but this is not the fabric you showed me in the picture. And they have every right to request for a refund. And if you don't refund them, you're a troublesome person. And they can even, if they carry the case to the court, they will win you because you did not. How can you tell me that I'm going to get this thing and then you're bringing the thing to me and it's a whole different thing, even if it's similar, but it's not the exact thing that you told me I was going to get that I got. And so it's a problem. But I kind of tackled the problem by always trying to get the original picture from my vendor. So now these suppliers have already known that this too is also a problem for them as well. So what do they do? When they see the picture that they have recreated, they now try to wear it on a mannequin and snap their own picture and post. Now they are not snapping the one that Oyibo person is wearing. They are snapping the one that their own mannequin is wearing and they are posting it. So me, when I'm posting it, I'm telling my customer that the exact thing you're seeing on this mannequin is what you're getting. Nothing added, nothing subtracted. This is exactly what you're going to get. And so most vendors have even gone, most suppliers have gone as far as getting model to even model that exact design for them. Yes, it has gone like that as well. They get models to model the clothes for them, to model their own version for them. So you see the exact one that they are getting. So yes, it is also a disadvantage. But once you try to post the exact one that your customer will be getting, there won't be problem. There will be a problem from your side and then from the side of your supplier. Another issue that we have here is that your supplier don't always get to respond to your text because these people are always very busy. Yeah, and they have not really understood the essence of having to always reply when customer needs to get an item. So they have not taken customer care or customer support, customer chat as something. You know, it cannot just be like my brand now, that if you message us, there is somebody to attend to you. These people in the market, there is nobody to attend to you. If they are not online, they will not see that text, and they are always busy. They're always busy attending to customers, sorting orders and all of that. And before they see your text finish, maybe night have come. The person that's asking you, please, I need to deliver today. The person not need it again. So it's part of the disadvantage as well that we have in this business. But the one thing I like about Nigerians is that we always look for a way. Oh. When there is no way, we find way. By force, by fire, we always find way. Because tell me how somebody thought of, okay, since this supplier is not always answering text, I can now be the middleman in the business. So instead of texting your supplier, tell me that thing that you want to buy from that supplier. I will now help you to go to that supplier shop, buy it and pick it up from the person, but you will pay me for that service. So that's what they call them pickers in the market. It's happening now, even in Lagos and Yaba, they are called people that are in the field. Understand what I'm saying? They call them pickers. So if your customer is not calling, just get a picker contact. Okay, this, that. You can have your your supplier's account number if you're afraid of trust. Maybe the person will carry your money and run. So you pay directly into your supplier's account. Most times they are not even online to confirm that order, but just pay. Make sure you pay and then get the transaction receipt. When you get that transaction receipt, send that transaction receipt to your picker. When your picker gets there, they pay attention to people that are in their shop first before going online to be checking on others. The people that are in their shop first. So when their picker comes to the shop and say, oh, this person has paid, they'll not say, okay, let me check. That's when they'll now open their phone and see that, okay, they've actually paid, and then they'll give it to your picker. Your picker will not help you to do the way bill, and you will not pay your picker. So it's a way that the Nigerians have actually tackled this disadvantage. People pay pickers now to pick up their item, right? So it is one of the disadvantage that has been solved. So you can see this business is, they said it's not every disadvantage that is being solved, but this particular business, a lot of Nigerians have solved the disadvantage for you. So it's for you to pick up your phone and start making money. And then the already made foreign wares one, the one that I talk about, the importation and all. So this one is a little different from the Nigeria made ones, right? These ones, they are importing it directly from China. So if you go to, let's say for example, Yaba Market. In Yaba Market, they have the cut and sew part and they have the ready made part. If anybody is familiar with that market, you know what I'm saying. They have the people that do the cut and sew Nigeria made. It's a place that they stay. There is a place that they stay, and then they have the already made foreign parts, right? So the people that are selling already made wares, they are selling the ones that are imported, most especially from China, because that's where the importation is really growing now, right? So most especially from China, they do the importation from China. So here, the already made business here, they are wares that are not made in Nigeria. They are imported. They are not made here in Nigeria. They are literally imported. So they also use the same model as well. They use the same model as the cut and sew. They also have a group chat too where they post, right? And you know, people that want to buy from them will also buy from them and add their gain, and they post as well. So it's also a thing too in the already made fashion space. It's a thing. Here there are also advantages. Here there is an advantage in the sense that when you go to pick up and your supplier doesn't have that thing, you can always check another person. Another person will have it, because there it's more of a competitive market. That's why when you enter, they'll be like, okay, come and buy from me, come and buy. There is rushing. Unlike cut and sew, that if that one person don't have it, you have to wait till that person produces it before you get it. But it's not the same with the foreign made, already made own. Already made own, even if that particular supplier don't have that design, go to the next shop, that person too might have it. So that is an advantage for the already made business. Another person can actually get that particular item if your supplier don't have it too. So also the disadvantage for that already made is that it's pricey. Like I said, it's not everybody that have the amount, because these people, I don't blame them. Shipping rates now is expensive, and they will add it. It's not their pocket that the money will come from. It's you that will still pay for it. Exactly, they will add it to the price of their goods. So when you calculate shipping, calculate the one that you use and clear in custom, calculate the one that cargo will carry and come to the exact place that they used to restock, calculate the one that people that will mend, that will now restock for them and pack it. They will now use it and minus, divide, plus, multiply and put it in the price of one item. And that's why you see that it's now looking like it's expensive. So it's one of the disadvantages as well. It is actually expensive. So we are going to move. So that's that for the Nigeria made wares. So I briefly talked on the ready to wear, the made to order, the bespoke, and then we talked about the already made one, the one that is being imported. So are we following? Is this business something that you want to venture into? It's lucrative, or you will see money in it too. So let's quickly move to Waybill. This one, if you are not careful, these drivers, they will make you run mad. I'm telling you, if you're a business owner in the house, say hi. There's nobody doing business that you have to do way bill. Really rude. Hello, are you not doing a business where you have to do way bill?
Yes, now.
And how is your way bill?
Maybe stress is something else.
Thank you.
But the drivers are not encouraging
Oh.
and the struggle and everything.
Can see. It's not like the ones that we see abroad, FedEx ops. They will come and pick for you. It's not like this year. Oh. If you don't position yourself well, you're good. Let me tell you a story. I sent an item, right? So in GO, why did I call the brand name now? But in GO, okay, not GO. In a logistic company, not GO. It's not GO. In a logistic company, I went there. So they do this thing where you enter the logistic company, they will always advise you to register your item. Register your item, but Nigerians, we will not register it. We will go and give driver directly to help us to send the item. Do you know why? Registering it is more expensive. So let's say if I'm sending this water, if I'm to register it in the logistic company, I will pay like 5,000 naira to send it. But if I go to the back and give driver fit charge me 2k to send it. And the thing is that most customers will not want. Another thing that we face in this our business is that they'll say, delivery fee is high, how can I be paying this thing 5,000? So we always want to go to the one that will favor us. That's the driver own. And now once you pay, but you don't know that once you pay for that 5,000 naira own, if it gets missing when you register it, the company will provide that item for you and pay you, give you the worth. When you are filling your logistics form, there is a space where you have to write the exact amount where the item is worth, right? In that place you write the exact amount. Sometimes we try to like not write the exact amount because it makes the delivery fee to be high, but I always advise you write the exact amount though, so that when your goods get missing, you hold the company, whatever you wrote in that form, they will pay you exactly what is there. But you know that when you give driver will not pay you shishi. They must say driver will not pay you anything. In fact, before that driver will pay you, you will earn way. But then, in as much as we always want to go through the easy route to help our customers and also collect that profit from our customers so they will not end up seeing the delivery, let's try to do things the right way, because it's still on your head is going to fall. Imagine wanting to just save 5k gain and then you end up paying like 30 something k amount of goods just because you did not register way bill. It has happened to me. I way bill to Ebonyi State. The goods, thank God the goods was 30,000. Doesn't mean that time this 1,000 naira was not big money. The goods was 30,000 naira, and then I did not go in to register the item. I always give then, before I now learn, I know better now. Then I always give my way bills to drivers. In fact, they know me. If I come there, I already know most of the drivers' name. But this particular one was kind of a state where I don't deliver to frequently, and then I went to a different logistics from the one I frequently use, and then I went there, I did the way bill, and I have a way bill guy, right? The guy used to help me to do this way bill. So this way bill guy is working in a particular logistics company. He's like the person washing the car of that logistic company, so he knows the drivers too. So he used to give them, and once he gives it to them, they charge him less, and the guy is my guy. But that particular item, that company, they don't used to go to that place, so he had to go out to another company to do that item. So he's a popular guy around that area. The area is where they do way bill there very well, so you see different logistics there. So he went out of his own logistics where he do the way bill for me, and then he went to another logistics to do that particular way bill. And then, as normal, he sent me driver's contact. I sent to my customers 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, 5 days, 6 days, 7. My customer never received item. And thank God this girl is a calm girl, because there are some people you will refund. You never need to tell, you will refund. So me, I'm always very calm, talking, okay ma, Nigeria, respect them, respect your customers. if not for them, business no go move. You will not buy hair if they not buy from you. You will not buy hair, you will not look. It's them, it's their money you're using to look good. So those people are your bosses, they are your man. Treat them well. And so I always tell them, okay ma, no problem ma, please just be patient, because then I was acting as the customer service, I was acting at everything, and me be the sole proprietor, I did do everything, I'm doing it literally. So I will always I always told that she should not be annoyed and all of that, she should calm down. And then I talked to the guy that did the wavy for me. He says that it's there now that the driver has already dropped it there. And then I just called the driver, because though I didn't give it to the driver, I gave it to my wavy guy. And then I started speaking to the driver directly. Okay, this is me, I'm the person that you delivered my goods to this particular state. Apparently my customer hasn't gotten it yet. What is the problem? And then the driver told me that he has given it to the storekeeper. There's always a storekeeper who they give it to. And then he told me that he has given it to the storekeeper, and he now sent me the storekeeper's number. I was calling storekeeper is not picking call. Call storekeeper is not keeping call. Time is going, days are passing by. My customer is already getting angry. And she's already like, where's her item now? That she has been patient with me, and where's her item? I'm like, ma, please just be patient. I'm on it. I'm really working on it, and all of that. I'll just tell her she should calm down for me, calm down. I mean, so I'll still be pressuring the person that did that way bill too for me, because I'll tell you, if this item knows, you're going to follow me and try. That time it wasn't easy. Headache, stress. And then I'll call the driver. The driver will tell me I should not call his line again. He has already delivered the item. We'll call in my ear. And then I'll go on back to the person I gave my items to. You better go and follow him and talk, because if there is any missing items, all of us that will share this money. It's not only me that's going to share this money. So apparently what happened? The storekeeper stole the shoe, carried the shoe, run. That's what happened. And if it's a registered way bill, that nonsense cannot happen. It can't happen. You can't tell me that I'll send my item and then it's missing. The storekeeper, the company will provide it. Another thing about this way bill for by giving driver is that storekeeper too, after you have paid driver, storekeeper come and collect his own money again. They'll tell you to pay storekeeping fee. I don't know whether you have ever collected an item and they tell you should bring storekeeping fee. Know that thing is not a registered way bill. That brand used Wuru to send that way bill. Let me be opening your eyes small. Because if it's a registered way bill, a registered logistic company cannot tell you to pay storekeeping fees. A lie. What they will tell you they will just tell you that if it exceeds 2 to 3 days, you will pay demurrage demurrage fee. But they will not tell you that maybe your item got here today, and then they'll tell you when you are coming, bring 1,000 naira for storekeeping fee. It's not done. Right? So after I went through the whole stress, after the shoe got stolen and missing, we now had to start sharing. The girl started calling me and telling me her father is a native doctor, that they'll call my name in native doctor, I will appear. Okay, fear catch me, make I no lie. I was terrified. My dad even got involved to see how serious this case was, because I'm just a young girl doing business. Anyways, we tried to resolve it. The driver brought his own fee. I brought my own fee. The person I did wave you to brought his own fee. I eventually paid the girl. And what happened? I eventually lost that customer that brought me 1,000 customer, because I was looking for way to do wave you. So please, when you want to do your wave bill as an entrepreneur, register it. Even if they tell you that the delivery fee is high, don't agree, register it, whatever the company charge. Because now the company that I used to do my baby, they just increased their delivery fee. They just increase it without notice. But I still try to explain to my client that this is it. We cannot go behind to be doing way bill. If there is anything still on your head, these people will tell you, I paid you, it's none of my business, they'll speak English for you. And they paid you and it's none of their business. So please try to register your way bill if you are sending it, whether you are going to be doing this business or whatever you're going to be sending. Enter inside the logistic company and register. The thing is that when you're even going, you see them calling you, Bia, come and do wave, come and do wave from my side. Don't go. Is it legal wave you want to go and do? Yes. So that's that for the wave bill. That's how to solve the whole wave bill stress. And when you are doing that registration, to package your items very well. If it's something that requires you to like heels, when you are revealing heels, you package it well. There's some logistic companies, if you identify it as fragile, they send that fragile item. So yes, use trusted logistic companies as well. There are some logistic companies too that even if you register it, I don't want to call a brand name here, because there's this brand too that showed me shaggy. Even after I registered the item, so please always use trusted logistic company. Yes, because you can register it and wahala too with it, but always use a trusted logistic company. Now, we're going to move in. So after review, like we said, after review, we'll go into branding. Now you already know about the already made fashion. You already know about the review. Now the branding. Now in the Nigerian clothing business space, when you want to start up this business, right? You first know how you want them to perceive your brand. What do you want your brand to be all about? When you think of Vicky James, what comes to your mind? Perfect fitted gown, maybe wedding dress or party gown, whatever, but it is sculpted to your body, bespoke. That's what happened when you think of Vicky James. Prudential Fashion Academy, you know that they train people to sew perfectly. So that when you want to brand, you think of how you want people to perceive your brand. But my brand now, when you think of Kiara, you know that we are giving you modest basic tops tailored to fit your body perfectly. So when you think of Kiara, you think tops, you think basic tops. So branding in the fashion or clothing industry goes beyond your brand logo, your brand nylon, your brand colors, and all of that. Your brand, it goes beyond that. It is important, so it's necessary, but it goes beyond that. You have to tell your customers, you have to put yourself out there and let them know how you want them to perceive your brand, basically. So yeah, I said here that you don't just wake up one morning and post, we are now selling clothes to come and buy. It doesn't work that way. You don't just wake up and say, I'm now selling clothes, can people should come and buy. You just get contacts from somebody and be like, oh, I'm just selling clothes, and you come and buy. No particular, no strategic positioning. You will not sell. No two ways about it. People that buy from you are your family and friends. Maybe people that just want to patronize you. You understand? So here you choose a brand name, right? Now when you choose a brand name, you will not choose long name Chukwu Abiyama Ventures Limited Capital. Please hold it there. Don't give us that long name. Give us a name that people will remember. A brand name that people will remember. Don't give us long name that before we even search for it online, we're thinking, how do you spell Okike? How do you spell Abiyama? How do you spell this? Choose up, give a brand name that is relatable. Something that people can easily remember. That should go into consideration when you are picking up a brand name for your brand. Right? Now you also choose your brand logo. You meet a graphic designer that will create something unique for your brand. With your brand colors as well. This is where your graphic designer will come in and create something unique, something fine to your brand. And now this is what I always tell people. When you've gotten your brand name, please register it. Register it though. Even if you don't have money for it, see it as that is capital, that you need to register your brand. There's this banter that was happening between Very Dark Man and was it B-Lord or something about brand name or something. Yes, a Bratel, exactly, or this brand name. He could win because he didn't just register, he trademarked it. He trademarked that name. So it's a thing in this industry. It's a thing. I've seen a post because I have a friend that does CAC registration, and then she has given me a post. She has posted something where I saw that there's this brand that entered another brand's DM and said, you are confused, you are making my customers get confused when they search for my brand name. Kindly change your brand name before I take legal action. And the girl was like, she was wondering, apparently she didn't know that she was supposed to register her brand name using CAC and trademark it, and she was using another person's brand name, and she has been posing for as that brand for like 5 years. And then the main owner of that brand came to her DM and told her that you have to change your brand name because you are now, because she has a good following on Instagram, and so when people search for this brand, they will think that okay, this is the brand, when that's actually not the brand. It's another, the main person that registered that brand. And then the person that registered that brand entered her DM and said, you have to change your brand name before we take legal action. And then she went to meet my friend that does CAC. What's happening? What did she do? And then my CAC friend told her, your business is not registered. That name is not your name. If they carry it, because they will sue you, they will enter prison because you are impersonating as another brand that is not your own. So please, when you get a brand name, register it under CAC. Trademark the name as well. CAC registration doesn't cover trademark. Yes, the fact that my brand name is Kiara, it's already registered under you know what CAC is, Corporate Affairs Commission for Nigeria. It's already registered under CAC. Do you know that as that brand is registered under CAC, if somebody else can still use that my brand name Kiara if it's not trademark? So yes, so the fact that you have a registered business and you haven't trademarked it, you are still not safe at all. You are still not safe. So once you register your brand name, you trademark it as well. So you know that if there's anybody coming to come and stand as you, just call your lawyer. Please do the needful. Give this person paper. This person is impersonating me. And it's a good thing knowing that you are standing in the right, like you are doing the right thing. It's a good thing. So please, when you get your brand name, make sure you register it using the right registration, doing the right registration process using CAC, and then trademarking it as well. And yeah, if you know that you don't have money for graphic design, because some people complain about startup funds and all of that, AI is helping us today with brand logo, brand design, brand a lot of things. So you can ask your AI to help you with all these things if you know you don't have money as well for it. In the clothing business, you need to have a brand nylon, maybe paper bag, nylon, courier bag. These things are very important. Your customer cannot order for something and then give it to the person on the hand. You just put aside black nylon, tie it like it's crayfish, you're giving to the person and it's not done, please. You need to have a brand nylon. So it could be paper bag, it could be like this one here, it could be paper bag, it could be courier bag, it could be just a normal random bag, but let your brand name be on it. You know, this branding, there was a time there was this brand bag that I saw in my mom's shop. It was a footwear brand, right? And I've always wanted a Nigerian made footwear brand. You know, I always told you I'm an advocate of made in Nigeria things. I've always wanted a Nigerian made footwear slippers, and then I said, okay, let me quickly just search this person and see the person's rates. And that was how I got to know about that particular brand, through a paper bag that wasn't even with her. Like another brand person just brought it, put clothes to amend, put the clothes, and I saw the brand and I searched for the brand and I saw the brand. I followed the brand and I'll eventually buy from that brand because they're doing amazing work that I love. So yes, your paper bag or your courier bag, whatever, can help you do it. It's also a form of marketing as well. So yes, please do that. It works. It's very nice. So once you do all of that branding, you go into setup. Now you have a brand name. Now you now have all of that. You now want to do your setup. How is it going to be? This is where you position yourself strategically in the social media world. You create social media pages. You create your TikTok page, Instagram, TikTok, Instagram, WhatsApp as well. But if you're just starting, I advise TikTok and WhatsApp, because TikTok helps with virality and the algorithm there is very nice. Then WhatsApp to close the deal. That's if you don't have a website yet. But then if you want to still go into running ads, you can now open Instagram, because Instagram ads is very nice, Meta ads is very nice. But if you know that you are just trying to start to build credibility and to build an online presence, you can leave Instagram and focus on TikTok and WhatsApp, because TikTok will push your videos well. That's how I had my first viral video that got me one international client, through TikTok. So TikTok will help you push your video well if you do your content is nice and all, and then you carry those people from TikTok, because TikTok has some restrictions. You cannot really send pictures to your customers through TikTok DMs. So you just try to advise them that they should send you a message on WhatsApp, or you collect their number and then send them a message on WhatsApp. So WhatsApp is like a place where you lock them, where you lock the deal and all of that, and you can always still keep sending them broadcast messages on WhatsApp that okay, we have new arrival in stock and all of that, but you can't do that on TikTok. You can't do that on TikTok. So yes, that is that for the setup. Also know that once you're doing that setup, you don't just start posting like that though. Like before I started my brand, when I started my own clothing brand, I created anticipation, I created teasers, I created the need for you to buy this thing. You see, I started talking. I did a 5-day teaser content plan, and then I first started talking about the need, how tops in Nigeria are not sewn perfectly, and people were relating to what I was talking. Just like that, my page started growing. There's this my friend now that wants to start a parfait business. I told her, I don't just start posting your business like that. Build a community first, and it's the same thing you should do in your clothing brand. Build a community first. So when you start posting, you already have people that are interested in what you're doing, and patronage is just going to be going smoothly. And that's what happened in my brand. When I started talking about tops that are ill-fitted, tops that show. I was pointing out relatable problems. Tops that as a lady, your bra lines will be showing, your folds will be showing. I was pointing, and people were like, yes, it's true, they're related. No, I'm hitting pain points, so you follow my page. I was doing all of that, and they were relating to it, and they were following me. And that's why when I launched, people were buying, because they were already seeing that I'm solving this problem for them. And this is what you should be focusing on when you are setting up your page. Talk on things that are relating to your brand. Talk on those problems that people are facing and how your brand is solving it. Don't introduce your brand, yes, as the solution to that problem. Just keep talking about it and how you're going to launch something that is going to come solve that problem. And you see, when you launch, things are going to go very smooth. On your 5th day after you've set up your content plan, it's just going very smooth and very nice. Now the next thing that I'm going to talk about is profit calculation in the Nigerian clothing space. So whatever that you are going into, I will be talking more on the ready to wear, because the profit calculation for the bespoke and the profit calculation for bespoke is going to be different. You getting shreds, needles, and all of that. Profit calculation for bespoke is different, but here I'll be talking about profit calculation for ready to wear, right? So for the profit calculation for ready to wear, I have a formula where how I calculate my profit calculation. I have a formula, because the thing is that, see, those tiny details that you are leaving as maybe it's just small, maybe it's just data price, maybe it's just this thing, it's adding up. So once you are calculating your profits, you make sure that you are adding everything. I mean, your selling price is what I mean to say. Once you are fixing a selling price for a particular cloth, you are adding everything from the beginning to the end that makes up that, from the how you got the clothes plus transportation plus data too, you are adding it to your selling price. Transportation data, that nylon that you did, you are adding it to your selling price. You are not the one paying for it. You see this tax thing, let me tip you. You see this tax thing now that is happening, you are adding it to your selling price. You are not the one paying for it. Yes. So these are part of the things. See, so at the end of the day, your business, see, these big brands, that's what they do. That's why when you go to a restaurant to eat, you see that you are paying for VAT. You are paying for some things. Maybe your food is 16k, you end up paying, let me say, 17k, because there are some tax. That's how these big brands does. They are not the one paying for this thing. If they like, then Nigerian government should say you pay 500,000. It's still you, the customers, that will pay for it. And it's the thing that you should know about profit calculation, right? So the formula that I mentioned here is selling price equals to cost price plus miscellaneous plus profits. I need someone to help me with the calculator right now. Please, anybody in the house. Selling price is equals to cost price plus miscellaneous plus profit. For example, let's practicalize it because I'm a practical person. I get a top from my supplier. Please, who has the calculator on his or her phone? Anybody? Okay. So, for example, I bought a top for 5,000 naira. I got it from my supplier for 5,000 naira. Right now, under miscellaneous, this is where you see your transportation fee to go from your house to go and pick up that top. Now, let's say you are not going there. It's your supplier that's going to help you to do that item, but you use data to text him. It's data. It's under this miscellaneous too that you put that your data fee. So let's say for your miscellaneous, it's one item, just one item, and you know that it's very possible that you are getting, like, let me say 5 or 10 items from your supplier. So let's say for miscellaneous we are adding 300 naira for data. Let's say 300 naira for data. Now we have 53. I'm not really a mathematical student, that's why I said you should bring up a calculator. So we now have 53. Then let's say you use data and transportation. Then my transportation fee to go there and pick it up is 1,000 naira. So we had 63, right? Then your nylon, your courier bag, whatever nylon you're doing, I don't know how much you want, the one you're going into, but I know that courier bag is 30,000 naira for 100 pieces. So let's just say that one is 300 naira for one item. Yes, 300 naira. So that's 6966. I said I'm not a mathematical student. So yeah, 66. Yes. Then this one now is the price that made the things that you spent before you got the item. This is now when you can now put your profits. Then you cannot add that bank charge that they used to charge us 50 naira. Add it there. It's not you that is paying for it. Then maybe that annual tax or filing that we used to do, that CAC 100 naira, add it there. It's not you that is paying for it. All these small tax, this is where you add it under your miscellaneous, so that you see that your brand is not selling at loss. Your profits 5k is still your profits 5k. So now help me to add a profit of 5,000 naira. Yes. You have not seen people that are selling top for 20,000 naira on the streets of Instagram. Yes. People that buy from Yaba, I know a friend, I've been in the business, I know a friend that is using 4k, 5k to sell a top. It happens. So there are people that have the money to buy. It happens. So it just depends on the kind of audience you have. There are some people that don't have that kind of audience. Some people use 2k, 3k to sell. So what do we have? Yes, that's the price of that item. That's the price of the top. Not that you're adding 2k and then VAT is collecting his own charge. Have you noticed that if you go to restaurants, you are the one paying for VAT, you are the one paying for all these fees. It's not them that is paying for it. So this is, you add all these things, so your profits 5k is still your profits 5k. That's why when all these big brands sell their item for 50 something k, 60 something k, I don't really blame them, because they've already calculated fuel price, they've calculated the lights, utility bill, some of them are paying some kind of fees, they've calculated all these things before they now put that top. They are paying workers. You now that is just you that is so proprietor, those people too, they are paying salary, they are paying rent. All these things too we enter inside all these things. That's now making the top 60 something k. So you make sure that you use the formula. The formula is selling price equals to cost price plus miscellaneous plus profits. Can we say that together? Selling price equals to cost price plus miscellaneous plus profit. That's going to give you the selling price of that item, and with that you are not going to sell at loss. Now for marketing, This one is a very interesting topic and it is very broad. I can stand here and talk on marketing all day, but I'm not gonna do that. But yeah, marketing is a very broad aspect. And as someone that is just starting and don't really have the funds for ads, I will tell you what I did. Now, if you know that you don't have money to pay influencer or to pay content creator, you cannot be camera shy. I'm sorry. In this digital era and age, you cannot say I'm camera shy. I don't want people to see my face. Oh, sorry, customer will not come. Oh, you don't have money for model as a clothing vendor. You know that you don't have money for model, and you don't want to model your clothes. You are putting it on the floor to snap. How will they see how to style it? How will they see how to style it? How? Make it make sense. So you don't have money for model, you don't have money to pay influencer, maybe big paps or somebody that will wear your clothes and then people will start coming in to buy. You don't have money to pay influencer, you don't have money to pay content creator, you don't have money for all these things, and then you are sitting down and saying you are camera shy. Your business will not have an online presence, you will not get customers from social media, and that is where brands are growing now. You have to come out from your comfort zone. You have to camera that camera shy or whatever that is going on. There are ways now that you can even make videos without even talking. There are ways you can make videos. You just do a video yourself. There's this my friend now that is selling linen pants. She's a very shy person, but she's the one modeling her brand. She's modeling her brand. She's not talking. She's doing aesthetically pleasing videos. She will style it for you. She will model it. Her face is not even showing, no. She will just, there's a way she will video it, and the video comes out all nice and crispy, and she's selling out like crazy. She's selling that linen pants for 27,000 naira, and she's selling well. So customer need to see how they can style this thing that they are wearing. Yes, this top is 100k. How am I going to style this top? If you go to Kiara page, my brand, you will see how you can style each of our top. Yes, it's a basic top, but you can wear this basic top to the gym. You can wear this basic. I will show you how to wear this basic top to the gym. I will show you how to wear it to work. I will show you how to wear it for a casual date. One top. Oh, when you see that you are not just buying one top, you are buying top that you can wear to different areas. You will see the need to buy this thing. You will see to the need to bring out the money. In fact, if you will not be wanting to buy a basic top, you will know that I want to buy it. So I think I need to buy this top. Because with this top, I don't have to be saying, hey, what am I going to wear today? Because I've already marketed this top in an aspect that you are not going to struggle with what to wear. With this top, there are different styling tips, and that's one thing about the clothing business marketing. One of the content that you should be putting on your page is how to style these outfits. Most people don't know how to style outfit of their body shape. There's this girl that came up with my FYP. She has PCOS, yes. So you know how PCOS, I don't mean to body shame anybody, but there's a way she style her outfit that it covers her body. Like there's a way it gives this aura. Even with that PCOS body, it just gives this aura. You don't have a big flat let's leave that, we don't want to body shame anybody, but then give styling tips on your product. Tell them how to dress well to fit their body size and all of that. People love to see these things, and this is how some content creators are growing their page. They'll just say, okay, this is my styling tip, get ready with me. They will give you styling tips, and then you see you're following them. It's a content tool now that is growing, and it's something that you can do to your clothing business as well. So yes, no, you are camera shy when you don't have money. Come out from your comfort zone. Talk about your product. Market it well, because if there is no customer, no business. It is customers that keep the business. If there is no customer, no business. I think I should sound it more. If there is nobody buying your product, there is no business. There's no buying and selling. There's no buying and selling in this clothing brand. There's no buying and selling. So you need to portray yourself, put yourself in a position where customers are actively seeing you. They are seeing you, they are patronizing you. And now this is why I will always tell people to not always post good morning no, patronize me make I see food chop. You never sister. Are you, if please hope there's nobody doing that here, or I don't want to believe there's anybody doing patronize me make I see food chop. It will not make them feel like they are helping you. No, you are helping them. You are selling confidence to them. You are giving them value. You are telling them that when you buy this product, you are standing out. When you enter here, people will look at you and be like, who is this lady? When you spray this perfume, people will be like, this scent. You are selling value to them. You are not telling them patronize me make I see food. No. That's why you see customers, they are just talking to you anyhow because they feel like they are helping you. I mean, you need their 2K. They are helping you. Because it's the way you are positioning your business, the way you are positioning your brand. That's why when I see people posting that thing, I always get the need to always tell them, please don't do this. Don't do this. Position yourself strategically. Position yourself strategically. So yes, it's something that you should also look into as well. I don't want to see patronize me make I see food chop in anybody's status. So thank you. So yes, lastly I'm going to talk about customer service. Is that my lastly? I was going to talk about customer service. Yes, I had already briefly talked on it as well. Your customers are your man. Let me put it that way. I'll tell my sister, your customer is your man. Treat them well. If they don't buy, you will not see money for that hair. Only if you have another clothing, another brand as well. But if they don't buy, your business will not scale, your business will not grow. They are the one that is keeping your business intact. So treat them well. Don't talk to them anyhow. Don't talk to them anyhow. Don't talk to your customers anyhow. They are paying you for something. Yes, you're giving them value. Doesn't mean that you need to be rude to them or saying, I've already sent it out. Stop disturbing me. Don't call my line again. But you were all good and calm when they were asking in the whole process of purchasing. They don't pay money now. They've paid money now. All of a sudden, you have turned viper. All of a sudden, you are telling them, don't call me again. I sent it out. Please. No, please. No. Don't forget, one customer can bring you 1,000 customers. Always have that at the back of your mind. So when one customer is very much well with your service, your business is going to go well. More people will come to buy from you. So no customer, no business. Know this. Reply politely. Reply politely when they message you, when they ask question, answer the question. See, you post something, price 18K. The price of that is boldly written on your WhatsApp status, 18K. Somebody will still come to your DM and say how much. Is someone comes to you and say how much? That price, you don't say, are you blind? Don't say it. Reply again. It will not take you anything. Reply again. Is 18K, ma. Or you can just say, it's there, ma. It's 18K. Reply again. Don't be rude. There's no point being rude to your customers when you know that these people are potent. Even if they are not buying now, they will potent. They might still buy or still refer you to people. You don't know that this person you are posting every day, that person that is not buying, can still refer you to another person. In as much as they've not bought from you. I've had people that are in my contact that they have never bought from me before, but the amount of referrals that I've gotten from them, just because of how I positioned my brand, they haven't bought from me. They haven't gotten to experience my clothing brand, but with the way I'm positioning my brand, they get people buying. I want tops. See this brand like Kiara on Instagram. Search them up. They sell nice tops, and just like that, I'm having customers, even from a person that have not bought from me before. So customer service is one thing that you should look out for. Reply politely, communicate well. When they are confused, I don't know the one to buy, can you refer to? Don't say, I don't know. Well, pick anyone. Refer your best seller to them. Oh man, this is the one that is always selling more. Would you like to go for this one? This one, our customer is buying it more. Refer your best seller to them when they are confused on the one to pick. Don't tell them, I don't know. If you don't know the one to buy, bye. Reply well. Even if they don't buy now, they will buy later. Use greeting messages on WhatsApp when you are not around. Use these greeting messages. It works as well. Don't keep them hanging. The thing about running ads is that when they click on your ads and they want to purchase something, let's say the level of purchasing that thing is 100% when they click on your add to order, and then maybe you are replying an hour later just because you are being busy and all of that. You're replying an hour later, that level of purchasing will reduce to maybe 40 or 50. If you are not somebody that know how to lock in clients, you might lose that client or customer. If you are not somebody that know how to lock in customer, you might eventually lose that customer. Like, for example, let me share what I do. If I have a customer coming into my DM through ads and I wasn't fast enough to respond to that customer, when I'm replying, and I'll not reply it, hello ma, you clicked on an ad video, I don't reply with that. I send that ad video that they saw to the person to remind the person why you messaged me. I send it to them back, and I'm training my workers to do the same. I send to them back and tell them, ma, you wanted to purchase something from this, is there anything then they are clicking on the video, and they are now aware. If that purchase intention was like 40, it has already increased again because I've reminded them of the video that saw that made them click on that ad. And it's something that you can do too as well. So yes, you can use greeting messages, set up your catalog on WhatsApp. It's also stress-free. WhatsApp has actually made things very easy for us business owners. That's if you're using WhatsApp business. So it has made things for us very swiftly. You don't have to always, okay, I need a shoe, and then you start scrolling. Just share your WhatsApp catalog for them. They'll go through it, and then it's stress-free. Then you have to start looking for the perfect this thing. When they go through the catalog, they get to pick the one that they want, and it's smoother and faster. Always thank them for patronizing. There's something that was trending on X, and then I think somebody purchased something, and then the vendor now replied with payment received with thanks, or payment received or something, and then she screenshotted me and be like, oh, so I bought from your brand and they are telling me payments received with thanks. Like thanks, not thank you. When we receive it, thanks. And then it started trending, and people were like, I don't even know what to say. And then people were like, oh, because business owners were like, oh, because you purchased from her, she should bring cow now, come to your house and tell you thank you, or she should lie down and tell you thank you. And then another person was saying that thanks is not really looking that respectful. At least she should have said thank you. And the debate was on and on. See, my own is that whatever that will make your customer happy, do it, so long as it's not removing blood or money from your account. If you want to say, tell me to put the thank you times 5, I'll put that you times 5. So long as you are happy leaving my store and you are coming back happy, I will do it for you. Don't worry. Me, I will even put payment received with big thanks. I'll send down. I'll now say thank you for patronizing, ma. I go as far as sending those two. That's what I use. Payment received with big thanks, and then I come back and tell you, thank you so much for patronizing. And you see, this small gesture that you're thinking is something, is actually registering in the customer's mind, and they're seeing how appreciative you are for just a patronage. So please do that as well. It works. Like I said, treat them as your man. They are people that are supporting your brand too. Treat them like that. So, I think I have been able to convince you that the Nigerian-made clothing business is something that you should look out for. It's something you should look out for. So even if you are a 9-to-5, right, looking for a side hustle to venture into, you can go into this clothing business. There is a gap in the clothing business. There is a gap that we need some brands to fill up. Like yesterday, I talked about how there are no skirts brands in the Nigerian-made clothing business. There is no brand now that is known for creating skirts, like different skirts, maybe silk skirts, or like this one that I'm putting on, like just skirts. Like when they think of your brand, they're thinking of, hey, this brand is creating skirts. There is a gap. We need a brand to fill it. And that's why I'm beckoning on you as well. We need someone that will stand up and say, okay, I want to fill up this gap. I want to do this. I want to be producing these skirts. That's what created my own brand. I saw the gap of basic jobs that are not made, that are not neatly made, and they are not tailored well. And that's what birthed my brand. And I decided to fill that gap. So if you look into the clothing business, you see these gaps. that are there, and we need brands to fill it. So instead of always importing from these brands that have filled up almost all the gaps in their own country, why not fill up the gap in our own clothing business? So yeah, I leave you with that. Think or make your research. Look for the gaps that are in the clothing business and try to fill it up, so that we as Nigeria, we will boldly stand that we are wearing a Nigerian-made piece. Thank you. I will now hand over to the next speaker.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Mata Imefina, and I am going to be speaking on role models, social media feminists, and the intercession of our Mother Mary. And when you speak on role models, yes, like our lady that just spoke here, she's a role model for the Nigerian brand fashion space. She has spoken so much about her loving the Nigerian brand, her loving the Nigerian space, and how she bridged the gap of people that do not have brands in Nigeria and that do tops only. So, but what's a social media? What is a role model, or who is a role model? First of all, a role model is one who, in fact, have a lifestyle or lived a lifestyle that will allow other people to emulate. A social media, a role model is someone that said, okay, I'm looking at this person. I'm someone that people should look up to because I have a standard of my life in which I have lived or I'm living that is beneficial to others. Now, when we say social media feminist, we are all aware of who a social media feminist is. Is one who, in fact, has done, I won't say more good, but they have a space where they neither share good or bad information to women. When we say feminists, we are talking about women in quotes. So, but they are masculine feminists, men who feel that they have advocacy for women. They speak out for women very loudly. But here we are talking about women strictly. Now, the social media feminists are women who come up to the social media space, Instagram, YouTube, TikTok, X, and come out and say certain things about their life and they feel that other women should emulate. Now, who is our blessed Mother Mary? We all know who she is. She's the mother of Jesus. And I won't say she's a social media feminist, but she's one who you should emulate greatly. Now, I'm going to speak about these two parties in 3 points. Point 1, obedience to God. We all know our Mother Mary was very obedient, especially in the Annunciation. That is when she was conceived immaculately of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. She said to the angel Gabriel, I am your handmaid, be it done to me according to thy word. So she had complete obedience for God's commandment in her life. She wasn't saying to herself, just maybe, after this immaculate conception like this, my prestige is here. She didn't say that. She humbled herself. Remember that she was a handmaiden to God. But when it comes to obedience of God to the social media feminist, there's always, when you always see a lot of them going, I want to deconstruct Christianity. I want to tell you that Jesus Christ, being a man, was not the right person for us to emulate. They always have something to say about the Christendom. Now, the reason why they do have something to say about the Christendom is because they do not have obedience to God. The fact that you as a human being or a woman who has a social media space, social media following, do not obey God, that simply means that the platform that was given to you, you disregard it. Because you do not have any right to be in a space where you cannot push an agenda to benefit another woman. You hear things like, because Christ has told us that marriage is for a man and a woman, yeah, and for the only reason that you have to divorce your husband is based on the fact that, okay, there is domestic violence at home. But if it's an issue that you can reconcile it, But few weeks ago, I saw a woman telling her friend, she has a social media space, a feminist, she's telling her friend, I wish divorce for you. And the friend was like, why? What's the reason? She said, in her words, it will open up your mind and take away the burden of social construct, or rather social responsibility on you. Who does that? Someone who disobeys God, disobeys the commandment that God has given you. But look at our mother Mary. She obeyed God to the extent that when the angel Gabriel said to her, you will conceive a child of the Holy Spirit, she didn't go to say, sorry, this Holy Spirit, is it tall? Is it fair? Does he have money? She didn't look at things in that perspective. Her own sole purpose was to obey. And that is what all of us have to do, is obey. Now, before the end of these 3 points I'm going to leave out for you, you will tell me by yourself if you are to emulate a social media feminist or our mother Mary. Now, second point I'm going to put here is love, and I'm going to base it on the aspect of family. It is the, how will I put it now, is in the social media space that they, for a very large point, is that they like where there is dysfunction. You will never see a social media woman or feminist talk so much about her marriage and how it works. But guess what? If peradventure her and her husband have a disfalling, or they have a small argument, you will see her come into the social media space and say, men are not trustworthy, men are this, men are that, forgetting that family is the bedrock of any society, be it here, home, or abroad. If you do not hold family to a great extent, then you have a problem. Remember our mother Mary, after she had Jesus, during the Jesus time and life and everything, there was a time where he was preaching to people around, and she said rather to one of them, I want to speak to my son. And he went forward to say, okay. The person said, your mother and your brothers and sisters are here to see you. We all remember that part. It's very important to know that being in a family space of love, because the only place that you can feel and know genuine love is in a family. And if you constantly go into your social media space, social media family, there's a particular social media feminist, I know for a fact that she's currently pregnant, because her facial figures have changed, okay? And she always tell you that men are not to be trusted. Now, what makes up a family? A man and a woman. So if men are not to be trusted, how can you build love, and how can you build a family? So these women constantly, if you check out their ages, they are like age of their late 30s, early 30s, and women who feel that I like the way she posts on her Instagram, I like her pictures, I like her filters that she uses, anything that this woman comes up to say becomes valid. Why? Because she has already she's already holding a space of, oh, this woman is classy, and she says she's a feminist, she's fighting for us women. Yes, there are points where why I put it as a social media feminist, because feminism on its own is not bad, because there are things that feminists in the olden days have fought about and are still holding water still now. But our social media feminist men are bad. I will not. There's a lady that she's 25. She's a social media feminist. She says, I will never get married. What do I need a man for? Then I went under her comment section and I asked the question to her. I said, if you don't need a man, please can you meet your mother and ask your mother why she needed a man? Because if your mother didn't need a man, yeah, you will never have existed. Yeah, no. You will never have existed. Now that is a conversation that they shy about. They run away from, because they know that if their father didn't meet their mother there is no way they will have the family. And you see a lot of social media feminists say things like, if I get married now, I'm not going to have a child. Even if I do want to, maybe one, and it has to be a girl. What is so yes, girl child is beautiful. I'm a girl child, and I know the things and the power that I hold as a woman. But do you know there's something that makes you perfect? Yes, is when you are here to that thing called love. Because Christ said, love your neighbor as yourself. Most times your neighbor as a feminist is a man. So if your neighbor is a man and Christ said, love your neighbor as yourself, are you going to disobey? Well, they're already doing that. So what's the point? They'll continue. But our mother Mary, after her annexation, the angel Gabriel said to her, your cousin Elizabeth, who was proclaimed barren, is 6 months gone pregnant. And what did Mary do? Immediately after she had the encounter, they said she rushed to meet her cousin. That is why when you read, if you're someone that prays the rosary, you will see where they will say visitation. She went and visited her cousin Elizabeth. That's way she showed about love in the family, and she embraced the union family, because God has created the union family for his own purpose. Now we have next true feminism. Now a lot of people feel that true feminism is being able to speak against the other gender. I have to say something that makes the other gender look bad. I have to say something that will make the other gender look as if he is of no importance, no value to me. And rather than say something that will make me feel empowered, I have to say something that will make the other person, which is the other gender, male, look bad. But then again, they go a step further to sexuality. Now, you would tell me that a true feminist or a social media feminist will tell you that if you want to be addressed, you have to dress a certain way. That's the saying. If you want to be addressed a certain way, you have to dress a certain way. But our social media feminists feel that if you are not scantily dressed, if you are not scantily dressed, that simply means that you are not falling into a perspective of women who feel that they have arrived. Because social media feminists are women that, in quotes, have arrived. Because I see during the last or 2 years Big Brother show that happened, there was a particular female housemate that she said to herself that she was a feminist. And kid you not, that 2 of my handkerchiefs at home was what she was wearing throughout her stay in the Big Brother house. But she was so much in the front line when it came to someone that will say, oh, I am fighting for a woman, I'm fighting for a woman's right. And that's not how it's supposed to be. True feminism is not about showcasing your body. It's not showcasing, no. I will call it selling your body features. You are beautiful the way you are, but do what? Darling, cover it. That is what the social media feminists will tell you. Tell you that, you know what, if they are not seeing your legs, they are not seeing the way your ass is made, if you are not in a blinged way, then you are not having your power as a woman. Because your power as a woman is to showcase that they can see you when you are here. They should be able to see you in Yaba. Your light will shine so bright. But guess what? That is not who or what true feminism is. True feminism is able to carry yourself with grace. And that is what we have seen from our mother Mary. She carried herself with so much grace that when the angel Gabriel visited her, this is what he said: Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. She was true feminism in its peak, because she carried herself in so much grace that even the angels acknowledged that grace about her. So tell me, if after these points I have listed, who do you want to be a role model to yourself as a woman, to your daughters, or to anyone or your nieces? It's our Mother Mary. Take it or leave it. I'm not saying it because I'm Catholic and I have a strong devotion to our Mother Mary. I'm saying it because our Mother Mary has given us ways in which we can express ourselves as women. When there's a woman I saw on a podcast rather. Eric Gugwa posted it. A woman, she said that she has been married 3 times. Okay? Her first marriage ended because she didn't know her husband sexually. Her second marriage ended. This is a social media feminist. Her second marriage ended because her husband wasn't always available, but he had money. Then her third marriage ended because she felt that she wasn't ready for marriage. Now, these 3 marriages was within the space of 2 years. Now, this woman went up to say that she would tell her daughter that 2 things you have to do before you get married: sleep with your spouse, and 2, cohabit with your spouse, so that you can know if you are compatible to marry this man. But on the space of our Mother Mary, she was 1, a virgin. She has not been with a man. When she was betrothed to Saint Joseph, she was a virgin. So that idea of cohabiting is defeated when it comes to her. Now, it's not just because of the times in which she grew up. No. Because we know in the Bible, if you have read your Bible from cover to cover, there's a part in the Bible, there's a prophet rather in the Bible that Christ told him to go and marry a prostitute. So we know that women of that days, they sell their body for money. So Mary could have done that just for the fact that, oh, I want to be in this space, I want to be a get-goer. But no. So the reason why Mary, our Mother Mary, should be the best example for a woman to grow is because she has everything that you need to see to be the best version of yourself. Now, I will give you 2 reasons why you have to have a devotion to our Mother Mary, and you should always at every time seek her intercession. And the reason why you seek, when you say, and there's one thing too about us women, like the speaker before the last speaker, I've forgotten what she spoke about. She said women are intercessors. Women are the ones that pray in the family. So as a woman, you are pinned. As long as you came out with a uterus, you are an intercessor. And what better way to look at an intercessor is to look at our Mother Mary. Now, there are 2 reasons why you should always seek the intercession of our Mother Mary. Now, I will tell you confidently that I have been a Catholic all my life. Yes, my parents are divorced, but their own wahala for another day. But I have been a Catholic almost all my life. And I'll tell you that I've gone to a Catholic church for 10, 15 years, and I did not know what was happening in the Catholic church. Because my mother is going, I'm following my mother now, I'm going. And there's one thing that happens to women when we leave home, especially when you're not married, when you leave home and say you want to live by yourself, there's this level of influence that come upon you, that if you stir the waters wrongly, it's not, when we talk about sin, a woman sinning, we always peg it as sexual sin. It's not just that. Self-centeredness, envy, wickedness, it is a sin. So when I was experiencing that level of sin in my I was selfish. And to tell me that sometimes the things that I'm selfish about are things that you not even think that I'm supposed to be selfish about. But I was. Then it hits me one day that I needed a change. But how am I going to go about that change? I can remember that very fateful day. I was looking for a document. So I went into my file and I picked up my file. I was bringing out like the papers, and a rosary fell. I'm like, I have this thing here. I did not know. It was like there was a switch that went up in my brain. I picked up my rosary and like, why don't I just say it? This should take me 20 minutes to say my rosary. To say my rosary. If you say 20 minutes, you add all those plenty extra prayers and all of that to say my rosary. And I picked up my rosary and I said my rosary. Kid you not, that was the day I got complete conviction about who Christ is. Now, if you're non-Catholic, you hear things like, why should you go to our Mother Mary when you can just go straight to Jesus, to God? Because Christ said he is the way, the truth, and the life. And anyone that comes through me will go to the Father. But when you are in a situation where you feel ashamed, where you feel that, I am not good enough to be in the presence of one who is holy. Because he said that for you to be in my presence, you too have to be holy. But how better way to be to come into the presence of Christ than through his mother? We all remember the wedding in Canaan, right? Jesus Christ was invited to that wedding, of course. The people that their wine finished, they could have gone to Jesus and say, Bros J, look, this our wine has finished. Help us. But no, they went to his mother. And when they went to his mother went to him and said to them, do whatever he tells you to do. Now, first point, rosary, when you pray the rosary draws you to Christ. We have 4 mysteries in the rosary. We have joyful mystery, glorious mystery, mystery of life, luminous mystery, or sorrowful mystery. If you pray the rosary, it will take you to a point where you have Christ. So therefore, you are having a role model that draws you into someone of a greater height, or rather, someone that will bring about a greater power for you. So what I'm trying to say in essence is that when you have a role model that takes your life from point A, that's a point A where you have nothing good about yourself, point A when you have nothing amazing about yourself, and takes you to a point B where you are the best version of yourself. You are striving academically, financially you are striving, physically you are striving, your relationship with your brothers and your sisters is striving, then that is the role model to choose. Because you will not have a role model that will take you from point A to minus point A. You look up to people for one purpose only, to be a better version of yourself. You go to a business space, you tell yourself that, okay, I want the CEO of so and so business company to mentor me. Now, why is he mentoring you? Is it just to mentor you for the sake of mentoring? No, he's mentoring you for the sake of, if I'm done being under his mentorship, I can go further with the knowledge that he has given me and have my own company and mentor others. So role models are not just people that you look up to and get the worst part of yourself. Role models are people in which you look up to bring about the best version of yourself. So I will say to everyone before I conclude that if you want to have a role model, make sure that your role model is taking you to a height that when you get to that height, you will not say, I wished I did not have this person come into my space. Instead, you are going to say to yourself that I am happy that my path crossed with this person. I am happy that my path crossed with this person and my path became a better version of myself. So I'm advising everyone, when you are choosing role models, especially women, that you should choose role models that will bring you to the better version of yourself, so that because out of you you nurture, and out of you are the best version of yourself for your. A woman is someone that brings about growth in a community. So if you stick to a woman that will not bring about growth to you, you spoil that community. Okay, so I will be passing the mic to the next speaker.
Wow, that was a very nice section. I'm also a Catholic too, and I really, really relate to what she's saying. Having a role model, having somebody that you can actually look up to. She made mention of Mother Mary, and this is somebody we the Catholics actually look up to because she's our mediator. Because I usually call her the mother of all motherless. So, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Weze Chisom Mary Miracle. So today I won't be talking about theory. I'm here to talk about one of the biggest challenges we actually face in Nigeria. So I don't know, can anybody list for us one or two challenges we actually face in Nigeria? Because I want it to be an interactive section. So one of the biggest challenges we face in Nigeria. Nobody. No food, no money. Okay, what else? Eh? Electricity. Thank you. And that is what I'll be talking to us about today. Power. Right? So in Nigeria these days, I don't know, in my side we don't used to have lights. We don't get lights at all. There's no lights. We can actually go a day without having lights. Then they will now bring it around 11 p.m. when everybody is asleep. So now, and this is not even only happening in our space. It happens everywhere. There are some places that they don't have light. Students actually use candles these days to read because they don't have electricity. There is no light. There's no way they can be able to read their books whatsoever. And also hospitals too. They tend to use generators fully in their hospitals because how would you feel when you are operating on a patient and NEPA takes lights? Then they start going helter-skelter to look for a way for them to switch on generators, and maybe they will lose the life of that particular patient, right? So today I will be speaking to us about powering Nigeria, the future of solar energy. So I am an ex-copper, but during my service here I served in a solar firm, right? So having served in the solar firm, there were a lot of things I got to learn because solar is a very broad and it's something we should really have in our homes, right? So I came across a post on X the other day. I think they said Nigeria wants to move from electricity to like solar system, and when I saw that tweet, I was like, well, because make person they get light. So now Nigeria is actually blessed with sunlight, especially in the east and northern area. There's some places you will go to. Even if you are putting leather shoes, the kind sun will go hammer you for leg, you know that the sun is really, really hot. So Nigeria is actually blessed with sunset. It's blessed with sunlight. On an average of 5 to 7 a day, we receive sunlight 5 to 7 times a day because from morning to night, from morning to around that kind of 4, 5, there's still like a lot of sun. So if you come across all these things, then you notice that the sunlight, your roof is a major power station that you actually take for granted. So today I'll be explaining to us about a lot of components that runs a solar system. There are actually 3 in number. We have the solar panels, we have the solar inverters, and we have the solar batteries. Right? So, who can actually tell us what a panel is? Does anybody know? Or let me start with asking, who has a solar system in their homes? Okay, you do? Okay, yes. So, I'll be speaking to us about these 3 basic components: the panel, the inverters, and the batteries. So now, let's start with the panels. The panels are basically that it actually lasts very, very well. Even if they are not, like if you use it in a non-sunny area, it can actually last for you for a long period of time. So I can actually call myself a consultant because in my PPA where I was working or where I was serving, I usually like give people recommendations. I advise them on the products to get on a particular solar system to go and venture into. So now, if I'm to advise anybody to go for any panel, I always tell them to go for monocrystalline half-cut type of panel, because this particular panel will help you reserve the sunlight, it will help you reserve electricity, and it actually lasts longer than 12 to 5 years, because our own product is Fairman. So I always tell my customers that, okay, or my clients, that this particular panel you want to buy now will give you about 24 years guarantee, and you know that it is not going to spoil. Why the other one, polycrystalline type of panels? Well, you just need that type of panels in areas where there's sun 247. If there's no sun 247, you know go work. So that's why I would really advise people to go for the monocrystalline type of panels. Then we also have another one like thin film panels. Those ones are just used for special purposes, for big installations and the rest of them. Then I would also head to battery. So the battery are the ones that actually reserves or conserves those energy that the panel, the sunlight has gotten to you, because there would not always be sunset, there will not always be sunlight that helps you in powering your system. So the battery actually stores those solar energy, it holds them together. And we also have basic types of battery. We have the gel battery, we have the lead acid battery, and we have the what do you call it, lithium batteries. I will not really speak about the gel battery and the lead acid batteries, because basically these are common types of panels we have around us. But I always advise people to go for the ones that are very okay to use. So I'll be explaining to you as lithium batteries. So lithium batteries, one of the major advantage of lithium battery that it has against every other type of battery is the fact that lithium batteries are faster. They are it reserves energy very well, and also it does not really have to for you to start maintaining anything, unlike gel battery and lead acid battery. Like the lead acid battery, you always add acid water to preserve it, you have to maintain it 247, and it doesn't last long. The tendency for it to spoil is actually usually high. So if I'm to like advise my clients or advise somebody that wants to go for a solar system, I always tell them, if you are going for a monocrystalline type of panel, you should also go for lithium type of battery. Yes, they're expensive, but this is something that is going to reserve and is going to be able to like last long term for you. Then we also have the inverters, right? The inverters are the brain of the system. This is what converts the solar energy into electricity that you can use in your homes, in your businesses, at your workplace, and thereabouts. We also have three major types of inverters. We have the pure wave syn inverters, we have the modified wave syn inverters, and we have the hybrid inverters. So the pure wave inverters are just basic inverters, right? They don't really have charge controllers inside, because there's something we call charge controllers that every inverter is supposed to have, right? They don't have charge controllers inside, and they are just used for basic home appliances, both pure wave syn inverters and that of modified syn inverters. But the hybrid type of inverters, this is also the type of inverters I will advise anybody that wants to put solar system into their homes, be it in your workplace, be it in your house. Even as a student, I will advise you to go for hybrid inverters. Why? This is because hybrid inverters are inverters that actually come with a lot of things for you. They have charge controllers. We have two types of charge controllers. We have the MPPT charge controllers and we have the MPW type of charge controllers. And all hybrid inverters have these charge controllers inside, because it helps them to regulate voltage, and it also helps them to assimilate electricity very well. Right now, we also classify inverters based on design. We classify it based on types and based on design. So this one I classified is based on types. Let me classify based on design. So based on design, we have the transformer based inverters and we have the transformerless based inverters. The lady that said she has a solar system in her house, what type of inverter do you use in your house? Ask your brother. Okay, like I was saying, we have the transformer based inverters, we have the transformerless type of inverters too. So the only difference between a transformer based inverter and a transformerless based inverters is A transformer based inverter has what we call thunder arrestor, right? It has the tendency for it to like maybe when it is raining heavily, if all those lightning are coming, the name is transformer, so it has the tendency, it has those traits, those things that can be able to arrest that thing from avoiding your inverter to getting born and the rest of them. But the thing is, transformer base is actually very very heavy, and it's basically used for all these big firms, right? But transformer base is actually very light. It is more effective. It is commonly used in businesses or in our homes if you want to get and maybe cheap something, because transformerless is actually cheap. In my own company, we sell transformerless based inverters because we have different categories. We have the 1 kilowatt, we have the 3 kilowatts, we have the 5 kilowatts, we have 11, we have 7.5. There are a lot of varies of them. And the thing is, the transformerless based ones are usually very very cheap and very very affordable. A transformer based inverter can be 560, but sorry, a transformer based inverter can be 560,000, but the transformerless can actually be 440. The difference is actually very high, right? So now solar is not just about having the system in your homes, right? It's about having these comforts that you know that there will be lights in your house 247, because a lot of persons use light to do a lot of things. Some persons are remote workers, they work midnight, so if they don't have these lights to like preserve or conserve them in what they'll do, some of them can actually lose their jobs because fuel is expensive. Fuel, like to run generators 247, is very very expensive. A liter of fuel now I think is going to 1.3, if I don't know if I'm not mistaken. 1.7. I seriously 1.7. Are you serious? I was thinking it's 1,300. I didn't even know it has skyrocketed to 1.7. Okay, it's not Lagos. Wow, 1.7. Okay, so why don't we combine solar panels, inverters, and lithium batteries? Because we create something powerful when we use this particular thing. It might be expensive, oh yes, but then you have to use something that is going to last for you very very long. You have to use something that you know that if you are using, you have this confidence that okay, I'll be having lights 247. There will not be power dispute or anything in your house. So instead of waiting for electricity, since we already have sunlight, why don't we venture into making this particular initiative of getting solar system ready in our homes? Because it's actually going to cost us a lot. Imagine getting fuel every day. 1 liter will not be enough. Let's say you're buying 5 liters, 1,300 times 5 times a week times a month. That is half your salary. Some persons actually earn 100k. So if you are now, let's say the fuel you're going to buy for the whole month is 70k, won't you also eat? Because the 30k will not even be enough for you. So it's better for us to venture into the solar system instead of waiting and relying on electricity that would not even come, or even if it comes, it varies, right? So what is changing in Nigeria? The thing is, Nigeria is already shifting. We are seeing solar powered homes, because if I should enter my estate like this, personally we don't have solar system in our house, but we have solar generators, right? So if I'm coming into like my estate like this, I'm always seeing, if I'm looking at the roof, the setup alone itself is actually very very sweet, because it makes, I don't know, personally to me it's beautiful. It's not marketing, it's beautiful. The whole setup is very fine, because if you see panels where they are arranging panels side by side, you'll be like, this is a nice one, you get. So in reality, people no longer like want to use basic fuel because it's expensive, right? They want to see us creating something that will be able to last for us. I came across a post on LinkedIn where secondary school students used I think they created a generator that uses human urine. Yes, that is the level of use of technology we've actually advanced. So instead of us waiting for NEPA to be doing on and off, 1 week off grid, 2 weeks no lights, why don't we go into solar energy? Because this is something they've given to us freely. Sun is hitting us, so why don't we go into those avenues so that those sun that is wasting is going to be converted into electricity that you are going to use for your home and your basic things you need at your hand, right? So like I said, the only challenge that we might actually face in this whole thing is the fact that getting a solar system in your house is expensive. Yes, it is expensive. But then, if I am to, okay, like people would always come to me and tell me, okay, Chisomo, I have a 1 room apartment and I have let's say I have 1.1 horsepower inverter, sorry, AC. I have, let's say, just normal standing fans and just bulbs. What type of recommendations do you give me to install? Then I'll be like, what is your budget? Right? I would always ask you what is your budget. Let me know what I'm recommending for you. Because some persons would want to tell you, okay, let's work with 250. But they will not come and tell you they plan on adding another appliances into the ones they already have. So if you tell me, okay, let's say you have 1 million to set up a solar system in your house, then I will not ask you again, do you have plans of getting a pumping machine? Do you have plans on getting a grinding machine? Do you have plans of maybe getting irons? And all these things actually have power. They drag electricity a lot. And if you tell me, okay, yes, then instead of me to tell you to go for a 1 kilowatt transformer based inverter, a lithium battery of 5 kilowatts, and a solar panel of maybe 550 watts or 600 watts, I'll just tell you, since you have the intention of adding appliances that actually drags power in your house, I can tell you, okay, instead of you to go for 1, why don't you go for 3? Because if you are adding more appliances, you need to have something that this is how they calculate this thing, power and voltage. The panels are usually in wattage, the batteries are usually in voltage and amps, then the inverters too, they actually come in voltage and wattage. So when you are converting it, you have to convert it that in a process that, in a way that there will be space remaining in case you're adding any appliances into your home. So instead of you getting 1, I'll tell you to get 3. And instead of you getting maybe a gel battery, I'll tell you, why don't you look into getting a lithium battery of 5 kilowatts that is 950,000 or thereabouts. Then I'll not tell you, okay, I will not ask you, do you usually have lights in your house? Because, sorry, there are some in fact all inverters, there is a way an installer is going to install it for you. Electricity can be charging it, and the sun too can be charging it. So I will ask you, how consistent do you usually have lights in your homes? If you tell me in a scale of 1 to 10, you guys usually have lights 9/10, I will tell you, okay, just go for 2 panels. Maybe panels of 410 watts 2, or go for 551, because you guys already usually have light, just for you to minimize and economize cost. So like I said, it's better for you to go for something of high cost than for you not to go for anyone and you end up losing a lot of things. I've actually seen somebody that lost a job because of NEPA. She was supposed to work, her system was low, and she's a person that works remotely, right? So she had hopes that they were going to bring light 11 o'clock, because we Nigerians are fond of doing this thing. We tend to check when NEPA usually brings light. Everybody's guilty of that. Even in my own house, once it's 11 o'clock in the night, and then the NEPA will bring light. So that was the calculation she actually made to herself. Once it's 12 a.m. now, they will bring light and everywhere is good. But that day, NEPA decided to show themselves, to show their real color, and they didn't bring light. And it was already late. She could not go and get fuel. And her phone was, let's say, 5%, her laptop was already off. They kept on calling her. In the next month, they already sent her email, we are sorry, we can no longer work with you. So instead of you taking those risks, why don't you close your eyes like this and bring out that money? Yes, so it's expensive, but it's something that is going to last for you a very long time, right? So the future of Nigeria is not just solar, it is hybrid. Hybrid in sense that it combines 3 basic things just to provide for you electricity. And the funny thing is, once you buy it, you are not paying for anything again. Unlike NEPA, even if it's prepaid, you recharge prepaid now. Even if it's NEPA pay, every month they will ask you a C bill, or you always pay. But solar is something that once you've paid it for a lifetime. It will not have any issue, nothing at all. So this is something that it is not even competing, it is complementing how everything is going to be very, very easy for us. So in conclusion, right, Nigeria does not lack energy resources. We actually lack the system to harness them effectively. Then the sun, like I've been saying, is something that is actually very free. It is something that shines daily on us. It is something that is very, like, it is in abundance. So why don't we use this particular thing to come up with something that is going to help us for a very long time? So the question is no longer can solar power Nigeria. The real question is how fast can we embrace this particular thing? How fast can we make this thing in urban areas, in rural areas? How fast can this thing come to light? So as someone who has actually worked in this field for a year plus, and I've seen the impact that having a solar system in the homes can actually bring, because like I said, I have solar generator in my house and we also use solar panels, right? So, and I strongly believe with the right awareness, investment and action, Nigeria can finally move from darkness to light. I would always tell us it's better for you to spend that money once and for all, because it will cost you a lot of things. Because like I said, nobody wouldn't, like, I was making a reference the other time when I was speaking earlier about hospitals, right? You don't expect me to be a doctor and I'm going into surgery. I'm going into I want to perform a surgery on a patient or a client's body, and then you expect me to rely on NEPA. It's not possible. Because what if I've already cut the belly of the patient open and NEPA takes light? What would you do? And then you start looking for a way to unfuel, and that is when devil will not punish you, because it's not God that will punish you. The jail will not start having issues. Somebody's stomach is open, you know, like the person's stomach is already open. How will you operate? Like, what will not, okay, let's say peradventure the person gets into coma, would you explain to the guardian of that particular patient that NEPA not take light, jail not spoil? They will not, they will sue your hospital. So like I said, use and spend that money once and for all. Use and spend that money once and for all, for you to get something that is going to last long for you, for a very lifetime. So I would always advise people to go for basic brands that are well known. We have brands like Fairman, we have Dede products, we have Sako products, we have Daystar. There are lots of inverter solar systems that are actually very, very cheap and affordable for you to go into. If you don't want to go for a full solar system, you can actually settle for solar generators. Those ones too are very, very affordable. You can see the one of 345,000, you can see the one of 280,000. So with that, I think I've been able to educate us on the type of thing we are going to use for a very long time, and I know that you people would try and get and install a solar package in your homes, because it's going to go a long way to you. And I say thank you to that. And on this note, I will be passing the mic to the next speaker. Thank you.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, that was a wonderful one from encouraging us and enlightening us on how to make the proper decision when it comes to choosing a solar panel. That's a good one. All right. So I'd like to start with this story as usual, right? Before now, there's been a belief, right? That human is not capable of running a mile in 4 minutes. And when I mean a mile simply means 270, right? Okay, 528 feet. Or you think of it as 1.067 kilometer. That's human cannot actually run that, do that under 4 minutes. And even doctors, they came up and they were like, if anyone really try it, their heart could actually collapse while running the race. And over time, different athletes, they actually tried it, but as much as they did, they still failed. As much as they tried, they still fail. As much as they tried, they failed. So they're just trapped in that trap that man cannot run a mile in 4 minutes. And there came this, let's say strange man, let me just say, another man just rise. His name is Ruga 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 Benista. When Ruga Benista heard that, at first he didn't believe that. That's just it. He didn't believe. And what did he do? Instead of going with them, accepting that belief, he decided to not believe it. And since he didn't believe it, he started making intentional effort, doing what he's supposed to do. Now working with that consciousness, like training himself with that consciousness of not believing the existing belief that human cannot run 4 miles. And he did that consistently. And as God will have it, by 1954, he actually broke the limits by running the same 1 mile that has even been medically, proven that human cannot actually attain that mile, by running it in 3 minutes 59 seconds. And what the most even challenge, or the most even surprising part of it is, after a year, not even up to a year, under a year, many other athletes actually break that record again. Why? Because someone has first of all break that barrier in the mind. He has first of all break that barrier, and now every other people, beyond the fact that they are now thinking that, oh, I can do this, they've not even see that they can actually achieve that. And that's why today I'll be talking about the invisible force that shapes your reality. The invisible force that shape your reality. And I believe even from my story, you should know the answer. The invisible force that shape our reality as human. And that invisible force, even from the story I just said, is the mind. It's the mind. Just think of the mind as that operating system that is behind this thing, defining what is possible, setting rules and regulations for what is obtainable, and even explaining your experience, explaining what you are currently passing through. That's how the mind really functions, just like an operating system. It has rules and regulations that will tell you, okay, this is what is past, this is what is failed, this is what you can achieve, this is what you can achieve. That is the mind. And why is it even called mindset now? There is issue, because what really caused the barrier over here was not because human was not capable. Because looking at Roger now, Roger did not actually have a different body from every other athlete. No, he didn't have a special potential from every other athlete. No, what he did was first of all to change his mind, re-engineer his mind, and through that mind he was able to obtain what looks like unobtainable, or what cannot be obtained. So the first point of contact was what he was addressing his mind. He actually addressed the mind first. So when you think of mindset, then what comes to mind? In the layman's, we can see mindset as series of belief, information that has over time, that's been engineered over time. It has been engineered over time. Just mind that has been set. In another word, mind that has been set. And when you think of mindset, it's not actually what you're thinking, but it's why or how you're thinking about what you are thinking. I'll say that again. When you think of mindset, it's not what you're thinking, it's how you're thinking about what you're thinking. So it's not really the words, it's really the operating system behind the scene, defining your belief, defining your perception about that thing you are going through currently. That's the mindset. And if you don't really understand this, you're going to you just be running a rat race, trying to achieve some things while you're there working against yourself. The mindset, that invisible force that shapes what our reality as human. So before there can be any success visibly, or before you can actually attain any height, before there can actually be any transformation, there must first be a change in your mind. There must first be a change in your mindset. There must first be a change in your mind. And until you actually understand this, you won't know what to actually deal with first. You won't know what to actually tackle first. So before you can actually expand to some certain extent, before you can actually achieve some certain result, you must first change your mindset. And looking back at psychology now, what are the types of mindset we have? I know some of us we must have heard of this one way or the other. We have the fixed mindset and the growth mindset. When we talk about the fixed mindset, these are individuals that they believe they cannot actually develop their current intelligence, develop their current skill, or develop their current potential. They just believe the way they are is the way they can actually be, is the way they are meant to be. So even when you move to them and you tell them, oh, come on, do this, do that, they'll say no. They just want to be where they are. That's a fixed mindset. And the most I start breaking now, the most painful part of this is it even now affects their action. So because of that, they will not even bother about assessing some certain opportunity, because they already have a defined definition that, oh, I can't do this thing. So they won't even bother accessing some opportunity. They will avoid going through challenges. When they actually tell them, even when they come across failure, sometimes probably they even try doing some certain things and they actually fail, they just define themselves with that failure, that it means I can't really do it. It means I don't know enough. It means I'm not cut out for it. And even sometimes when they see people successful around them, they feel intimidated. Why? Because they have a fixed mindset. They have the wrong mindset. So over time they take pride in their image rather than building their capacity to grow. You just take pride where they are, that, oh, I'm just okay where I am. I'm just good where I am. And because of that, they fail to see a better way of becoming better about themselves. But the second individual is what I call, the growth mindset. This individual, they actually believe, they can improve themselves, they can become better, they can develop themselves through their efforts, through learning, through consistency. They believe they can become better. And as a result of that, whenever they see challenges, they approach it or assess it with a different mentality, understanding that every challenge is an opportunity to become better, understanding that every challenge is an opportunity to grow their capacity, to become a better version of themselves. So when this individual fail, they don't just fail they don't just fall apart, rather they fall forward. They pick the lesson, they drop the pain. Because in life you must understand that yes, your pattern don't define you, right? But it's old pattern. And when I mean it's old pattern, it means you have to really understand the pattern in your past, so that you can avoid it later and even teach others coming behind you that, oh, this also actually make the mistake, don't do that again. So in every of your past, don't just say, oh, I just want to forget. It's good to forget about it, but pick the patterns there. Because if you don't pick the pattern, you keep repeating the same thing, expecting different results. And one thing you have to understand about life is always whatever you plant is what you reap. You can't be planting corn and expecting to reap banana or something else. It's not possible. So even as you consistently evolve, as you consistently grow, always look at the patterns. Because with that pattern, you know what you can repeat, you know what you shouldn't repeat, you know what you can also advise others to say, oh, this thing you can actually repeat it. This thing, when you see something like this, run away from it. It's red flag. So these are our this is what will I be now? The mindsets both individual have, that, oh, when I actually face any form of failure, or when I actually face any form of challenge, it's not there to just pull me out, it's not there to tear me down, but it's actually there to make me become better. And you look at it, then why is mindset really important? Why is mindset really important? One of the key reasons why mindset is important is because you don't get in life what you want. That's just the bare truth. You don't get in life what you want. So for you to actually assess some certain things, your heart must really allow it. And this is where I'm coming from. I think there was actually a link I saw, was it late last year? I saw the link. I didn't really know much about it. I opened it. I just saw it's a lot of things. I have to feel a lot of things, write a lot of essay. So I decided to just zoom out. And that's how I just forget. I think I saw it 2 days to the close of the link. So it was later, a friend of me now posted a picture, because he actually went for the leadership conference and some other thing. So when he posted it, I was now congratulating. I was now asking him, later when I saw him in the CDS, I was now trying to interrogate him how we actually got the link and everything. So when he told me, I remembered the night I was about feeling something and I saw a lot of things to feel, and the way I just scrolled out and said, no, I can't really do this thing. So initially, which means at that point, what actually made him stay through was because he knows the juicy part of it. I don't know if you're getting it. So he actually knows a lot of things and knows people that has applied for those things and the way that what it has really turned out to be. So but me, I don't really know. I just stumbled on it somewhere. I just stumbled on it on WhatsApp, and I was like, what is this thing for? I just decided to just zoom out. So I say that to say that sometimes The reason why you are going, how long you are going to stay true on a certain matter, on a certain issue, this time is dependent on the kind of mindset you have towards it. And your mindset is being built by what? By information. The little thing, either pages you scroll through, content you actually watch, the things you listen to. All of these things might look small, might look minute, but over time they are forming something. That's why it's called mindset. So over time, as you keep hearing it, keep listening to it, keep watching that video, it's forming something in you. It's doing something. And that's one of the key reasons why it's very important to be cautious of the information, the things you allow into either into your ears, or the things you allow into your mind. So what are really the determinants of our mindset, or what did our mindset really reflect? One of the things it reflects is it actually reflects your response to situation. So sometimes the way you respond to situation is actually a reflection of your mind. The way you answer, the decision you make after every situation is a reflection of your mind. Imagine two individuals now, you actually train them, they are trained by the same person, they receive the same information, they were taught by the same lecturer, but the two individuals will be given the exam and they will answer differently. One of them might even disagree with what was being taught and be like, no, that was not the way I was going to wasting our time. So somehow your mindset is what is vital, and it really defines, your decision, and even what you actually believe is possible for someone like you. Because over time there is a certain way your cultural perspective has shaped what you believe, that you might think, okay, success means this, or being wealthy means this, and really being wealthy does not really even mean that. Because some of us in this room might think that, being wealthy means the person that actually dressing flashy, the person has a car outside, the person is using iPhone. But real wealth is not really what you've spent, but it's what you have. Because you might have 10 million. Imagine you went to buy a car with the 10 million and there's someone sitting, he has even more than 10 million, but he's using a car of 2 million. So sometimes it's not really the physical thing. Now, what's the importance of having the right mindset? What's the importance of having the right mindset? One of the importance of having the right mindset is, even whenever if you're passing through a challenge, or whenever you are experiencing a level of failure or what, you would define it from the right perspective. While other people are seeing casting that, you're going to be seeing lifting up there. You define it with a positive perspective. You define it understanding that, although yes, I'm actually going through this now, but I do believe that there is a better thing for me. I do believe this is not the end of the end of everything for me. And that way you are going to move forward, as I said earlier. That way you are going to see better opportunities. That way you see a better way of doing what you're doing currently. But when you are timid, when you have the wrong mindset, you will not even see solution in the problem. All you just see is chaos. Or someone else will just come in and say, yes, so no, we know there's problem coming in, but there's also a way out of this problem. Why? Because the person has a better perspective. So another thing I want to talk about is that how can I as a person have the right mindset? How can I have the right mindset? Because you can have strong mindset in doing negative things. Yes, you can have strong mindset in doing positive things. So the best thing I do believe is important for everyone is how to have the right mindset for the kind of life you want, for the kind of future you have. So how can I really have the right mindset? And the first thing you have to do is control your input, like control what gets to your eye gate, your ear gate, your heart gate. Really control it, and this is important. Don't just decide. Don't just scroll through media space and just say, "Oh, I just want to enjoy myself." Yes, it's okay, but sometimes you really have to be intentional, because over time you just hear it, but subconsciously something is happening to you. You don't know. As your screen time actually script your subconscious. Your screen time script your subconscious, and you have to really be intentional about that. Because if you're not intentional, over time, what you think is not really if it's not really holding water, is when situation and circumstances actually arise. That's when you know that this thing has really changed my perspective. And let me give an example. I will still remember. There is this boy I was teaching some time ago. And over time, when I visit the boy, when I speak to the boy, he will just be like he does not like his parents, but they are taking care of you. Then why don't you like them? He said, my mom is always telling me I'm stupid, I'm stupid, I'm stupid. So now I explained to him that okay, she's just abusing you, but then she loves you, right? But you know, there's this. Will I say Nigeria? Don't let me say Nigerian parent, because I believe it's not every parent that is like that. But there's this tendency of someone getting angry and abusing someone. And sometimes when you abuse little children like that, you may think you're not doing anything. That it's out of anger. But consistently, you're actually wiring something in them. Consistently, you're doing something to the mind of that child. Like even as time goes on, if the child is not even performing badly, that performance alone will not even make the child always think that am I really stupid, just as this person has been calling me. So all of these little things is actually making is actually making gradual change in the heart of everyone. So you have to really be careful with the way you use your words. Another thing is reframing failure. Yes. So if you really want to be the right mindset, you have to reframe failure. Can think of it as database, like helping you make a better decision. Oh yes, I did that and it didn't work. Then what is this one actually? Then what is this thing really teaching me? And I think I shared this in one of my speech too, where I talk about how that every fraud, the first and the second complaint he had initially, he failed. And while studying the failure, you actually realize it was not that people don't need my solution, but my solution was not accessible. So it was not that the solution was not needed, it was not accessible. Which means some of us, whenever we just forget, it means I can't do this, it means these people cannot afford this thing. Study, really check it, what really caused the failure. So after that, you now realize that if you now introduce assembly line, you'll be able to produce car that is cheaper, that is of better quality, and that is affordable for everyone. And look at it now, everybody is having car. There are even some people, they don't have house, but they have car. Yes, there are people like that, probably that's their source of income, they have car. So imagine it's not really affordable. It will be losing at his own end, and even the user will also be losing at their own end. So whatever it was, that thing you think you failed over the years, go back and study it. Go back and study it. Your goal is to pick the lesson while dropping the pain, because over time we end up picking pain, we drop the lesson. We pick the pain, we drop the lesson. When you see someone, sometimes you're even angry about the people you actually did that thing to. With not forgetting that it's the situation, not the person, right? It's the situation. So over time, don't just pick the pain, pick the lesson, drop the pain, because it's even the pain and the lesson that will actually that will help you work more circumspectly, more wisely, even in other area. And there's also this very common one. What's the name of the man? Okay, Jan Cool. What really happened to him initially when he came to United States? Now, initially he was quite poor. No job and nothing, and later he actually got job with Yahoo. Now he got job with Yahoo, and close to a decade something happened. He lost the job, right? Something happened, and after that he decided to then go to Facebook to get job from Facebook. Submitted the CV, put his potential, sell himself through the CV, and by the time he will get the response from Facebook they rejected him. So now look, if he's actually a fixed growth-minded person, he will actually look at that. Does it mean I can't really function again in this tech space? Does it mean that's the end for me? But instead of this Jan Cool to actually look back and say it means I can't really do anything, he linked up with his friend and told him his idea of having a messaging platform, which we all know as WhatsApp currently. So he spoke with his friend and shared the idea with him, and he and his friend, he just partnered with his friend and they built what we now know as WhatsApp. And few years later, Facebook came back to him and bought the same WhatsApp for $19 billion. So imagine the man has looked at his failure and look at it that since I didn't get a job from Facebook, then that's the end of everything. Then it means I can't really achieve much. Then it means at that point he will have just fall flat. It means at that point you wouldn't have seen that what possibility even in that current state is. So I really want you to understand, what is that last thing you think you actually feel that? Go back there and pick the lesson and drop the pain. Make it a database. Really study it and know what's really causing this problem. And at the long run, you see, you're not just helping yourself, but you also help others that will actually come after you. So, and the third step I have here is watch your inner voice. Like, listen to your inner voice about yourself. What are those things you really believe about yourself? Some people, they believe they cannot actually attain some certain level of, height. They can't attain some certain thing, or they believe something is not just possible for them. You have to really listen. And when I talk about your inner voice, sometimes it's not even how will I put it now? When I mean your inner voice, it's actually the voice in your head, not in your heart now. And sometimes it's not even from you. Probably it's your parents, it's your your guardian. Over time, some people have said something to you, and over time, it's just stuck there in your head. Just go back and retreat again. Why am I not really? I'm making progress in this part. Why am I not really making progress in this aspect of my life? You have to just go back and check what is really what causing that. Then the third one is take consistent action. Yes, the truth that you actually believe, or you actually know that, oh, this thing I'm not actually learning, or this mindset can I have. The fact you can really know that, oh, you can really bank on the fact that yes, this thing I've actually believed this thing. I'm actually confident about this. Is at the place of what action. Because sometimes when you want to take action, that even you now realize that, oh, I thought I actually believe I can do this. You now realize you didn't even believe you can actually do it. At the point of what taking action. So even after taking the first action, still take the second action, the third action, and do it consistently. And over time, your mind that has been wired wrongly will be rewired what rightly. And at the long run, you now realize that your action, your decision is aligning with the kind of life you really want. Is aligning with the kind of you you've always expected. Is aligning with the kind of you always want to be. So that's my key concept on what the hidden force that shapes your reality. So I don't know what's that hidden force, or what's that thing you've been thinking, though I've been struggling with this, I've been struggling with that. So I want you to understand. Don't just fight the symptoms. Don't just fight the signs. Fight the real cause. And when you really identify the real cause, you know how to hit the nail on the head instead of running a rat race. You know what you really have to you really have to tackle. So as I even conclude with this word, at every point you are, in every state you are, in every form of limitation or failure you think you actually have currently, the first thing you have to do, study it. Check. What am I really fighting against myself? What really enhance me? And make adequate decision. I remain Kaida MD Damilari. So right about now, I'd like to pass on the mic to the next speaker.
That was a very wonderful session. Your mindset forms who you are, shapes who you are, decides your outcome and productivity in life. Your mindset is everything. You cannot produce beyond your mindset. You cannot actually find expression, the real essence of you. You cannot do that beyond your mindset. So good morning, good afternoon, this afternoon to Nigeria, Africa, and the global community. I am Felicia Adegokiolo Atoya, and I'm going to be talking about the intentional meal. The intentional meal. Over time, many of us have been talking about the women, supporting women, and the girls, it's feminism and all these things. And we're not even addressing this issue from the root. Why do we have to even propose feminism in the first place? What is the atmosphere, the culture that actually make women to begin to advocate to be seen, advocate for them to have equal chances of life, advocate for being treated as humans? Because I'm not going to tell feminism from a part of men are bad, men are scum. No. What gave birth to that atmosphere of women needing to be protected, women wanting to at least I'm here over time, always trampled on women. You have to go extra mile before you can be seen as excellent. You have to be extraordinary before they begin to see you. You have to actually go beyond the bar before they give you opportunities they will give to a man. Why do we have that atmosphere? So I'm going to be talking about the intentional male, which actually cuts across from the boy child to the boyfriends, the fiancés, the husbands, the daddies, the pastors, leaders in all capacities that are actually male. The intentional male. It is easy to throw stones. to say, oh, men are like this, men are like that, men are like this, men are like that. But over time, if you run a survey or an interview on the average male child, you would notice that somebody has represented maleness to them the wrong way. Somebody has taught them brutality. Like, before you can be regarded as a man, if you enter your house, let everywhere be shaking, let thunder be striking. So they actually presented brutality to them as maleness. They presented harshness. They presented hardness. They presented being difficult, being emotionless to them as being okay. They know that, so that they know that you are a man. There are even some cultures that they be like, the day you married your wife, you beat her to pulp so that she knows that you are the man here, you are the male here. Don't ever do that again, but do it as an introductory, that so that she will know that you are not a sissy, you are not to be tampered with. Okay, I think I got that. Is someone who is actually actively direct, is direct and specific, is in how he takes life decisions, in how he relates to people in his relationship, in his business life, the intentional male. So in contrary to what the society have told you that what a man should be, so over time they always tell men, you take the blame, you don't show emotions, you always have to get the bag, make sure you just provide for your family. So over the years, they are always strategic. Okay, I want to provide, I want to meet this particular standard. Who wrote the standard? Like, some people will always tell women, okay, by the time the woman is 30, 35, the biological clock is now ticking. Who designed the clock? The same way they will pressure men to begin to, at this age, you don't have a car. If you are 40, no woman is with you. Who designed that pressure? So over time, a man that has worked his spine out to get 300,000 naira, before he can decide to take care of a woman, you will expect the woman to wash his clothes, to mop his floor, to cook his food, before he can decide to, okay, let me just pity you. Because the system has designed to actually make a beast out of men. I'm really trying to tread softly. So over time, it is the society of what they think a man should be, or what they think, okay, this is how a man should be. So over time, I can put it to you, all men, that in one point or the other, somebody has actually presented maleness, fatherhood, leadership to you in the wrong way, which is very normal in the African setting. So as a man, who exactly are you? What exactly should you represent? Most men do not know. That's why if you really know who you are, you will not impregnate the lady and bolt off. You will not impregnate the lady and bolt off. You will not just have a fling sexually on the street with somebody you don't know, because you don't really know who you really are. You don't know your essence. You don't know how important you are. So number one, men, the reason why we have moral decadence all over the earth, because men are the value and moral custodian, and they are busy in the offices. They will not have time for the house. And yes, our mothers are strict, but once they punish you to a while, they want to cuddle you back. But the person who sees to it that the value is secured is actually the men. If you see a lady dressing freaky, it's because the men are actually approving of such dressing. So they are the value custodian. They are the source and sustainer of that value. So over time, if you see moral decadence, it is not even about that lady on the street wearing skimpy. It is not even about that person wearing handkerchief, like the previous speaker has said. It is not about the handkerchief dressing. It is about the value custodian and preservers that allowed it. So who are you? Who are you really? If you know how important a man is, you will not just dump your seed in a woman and bolt off. Men are source, sustainer, groomer, and builder. So, but over time, the people we learned fatherhood from, the people we learned leadership from, they tend to teach us that all these women, if you are too soft, she will make, you don't know, she will disrespect you. Oh. So when you are talking like this, let fire be coming out of your eyes. So I'm going to tell the story of this man. It's somebody that I will actually, for some record purpose, I might want to change his name, or I might not even mention his name. He actually grew up as his father's favorite. As his father's favorite of favorites. So this is a setting where if a woman has not given birth to a male child, they believe that he has several wives and none of them gave him male children. So until this other woman he married actually gave him a male child. So the child was the jewel of that house. Everybody treasured him, everybody loved him. Even he was the only one he sent to school. He was the only one he sent to school. He actually disregarded every other children he has. He disregarded every other children he has. Every other children. So unfortunately, this man died. When he died, all the children are scattered. He being the youngest child and the youngest son, he was made to go and live with somebody in another state, and that was when the real suffering began. Now, to tell you how fatherhood has been presented in a bad way, this man he was living with will actually overwork him. He will resume into the man's company. Okay, I think it's a bakery. He will wake as early as 4 a.m. to prepare the dough, to wash, to clean the tin and every other thing. He will work for like over 12 to 14 hours of work every day, every blessed day. Now, do not forget that this same man that he has known to be a savior and a father has 2 wives, and on the 2 wives he even has side pieces on other ground. The person is looking at, okay, this is my father, this is the kind of life that he is living. The way he even treats the staff. So over time, somebody that has grown into seeing men that are brutal. So all of a sudden, you just want that kind of person to be nice. I don't know where is the niceness coming from. Somebody that has grown up, he has 4 wives, and he used all his 4 wives to play politics. He will use this one to fight this one. He will use that one to fight that one. So in the next 10 years, when he's old enough to have a relationship, he will have 16 girlfriends and will use them to eat themselves. Because somebody has presented fatherhood in the wrong way. Because somebody has presented maleness in the wrong way. So if your thinking is wrong, no matter the aspect of the economy you are finding yourself, maybe leadership in church, maybe leadership in politics, leadership in family life, no matter where you find yourself, if fatherhood has been presented to you in a wrong way, you will actually malfunction. You will always malfunction. Who are you really? Beyond the fatherhood that has been taught, have you discovered a fatherhood that is actually the ideal fatherhood? If we are scared of the morality we are building up, what will happen in the next 20 years? That technology would have increased, and as technology increases, immorality will even increase. And the only reason why posterity can be preserved is if there are fathers that are not just in the office spaces, fathers who are fathers enough to train to train their child. Not that the child will be living like a tenant in your house. You are paying school fees, and it's Egbon Adugbo that is training that child. For our international audience, you should have known what Egbon Adugbo is by now. The random adult man in the streets. So you go to work in the morning. Society has told you a man is provider, is the one providing for the family. So as early as 5 a.m, you are inside Lagos traffic. Because you are looking for supportive woman. Your wife by 7 a.m, she's inside Lagos traffic. By 7 a.m, the school bus has came to pick the children. So for like some 12 to 10 hours, the children are at school. You are only living like tenants. There is no value that you are actually imparting to those children. The intentional male. So over time, you begin to see characters in your son that you didn't teach them. You see characters in your daughters that you didn't teach them. Value creation. So if there is a moral, if there is a way you see women behaving, if there's a way you see men behaving, it is actually to an extent to which fatherhood has been misinterpreted. My aunt is really indicting a good report. Over time, a man cannot outgrow what has already been created inside him. Now, this is a man. I'm going back to the history of this man, that his father died and he has to live with an uncle. This man, since he got to that man's house, this man never bought him anything. I'm talking about how this thing can affect your mindset. If he needs a shoe, the man will give him an hand me down, maybe from one of his children. He has never removed money from his pocket to say, okay, I want to buy this thing for you. It is always somebody giving him a leftover, a fairly used, a leftover, a fairly used, a leftover, a fairly used. Somebody that you cannot pour from an empty cup. The reason why you are compassionate today, the reason why you are loving, is because somebody actually loved you. The reason why you can actually freely say, oh, I want to give you this particular thing, is because somebody has actually given you, somebody has actually invested compassion and love inside of you. So you cannot pour from an empty cup. So that kind of person will grow up tomorrow, and when the children are demanding, I need to buy this, he will start seeing this, I never got this kind of thing, so I don't think you deserve it. Go and hustle for yourself, because I hustled for myself before I got the things I had too. When fatherhood, when maleness and leadership is misinterpreted, for men that suffered, they broke their bones, they destroyed their skin before they became who they were. So over time, suffering will become a standard that they will lay for their children. Suffering will become a standard that they will lay for their wives. I think we really need to be intentional about the male child. We really need to be intentional about the boys. We really need to be intentional, because when the home front is already messed up, you have a lot of children, teenagers, those in their early 20s, their mindset is already messed up. And you now begin to think, why is divorce rate increasing? Because over time, nobody has taught them commitment. Because over time, nobody has taught them, oh, you have to stay by your decision. Over time, nobody has taught them consequences, that if for each choice you are making, or for each choice that you are taking, there is always a consequence. There is always a comeback. There is always a re-echo. There is always a reaction. So they just want to take a decision today and decide not to be responsible to that decision that they are taking. The intentional male child. The intentional male child. We have many people today. Males. Don't forget, that kind of man can even impregnate a lady and bolt off. Walking across the street of Lagos, no purpose, no job, no nothing. By default, that seed you put in a woman will have your configuration. Either you like it or not. So you have to see to it that your seed is preserved. You have to see to it that your seed is sustained. So some parents are actually, a lot of parents are even doing homeschooling now, because they believe that I'm the only one who knows what my child needs per time. Do fathers even decide what they want to teach their child per time? Or all of our daddies are already, they are in the mainland traffic? Which is very, very important, and is already a glitch in the system, as to the system that has designed to drive men away from the home front, to drive men away from value creation. They will make you focus on money, and the person teaching your child value is somebody that you will not even endorse. It's somebody that you will not even endorse. To see that your seed is preserved and sustained. The intentional male. So you just see many people, you tell this person, oh, this person broke my heart, that person broke my heart, and over time, when you look at this person, he does not even love himself. When you look at this person, he doesn't even know what love is. He doesn't even know why he's even alive. He's just existing. My heart is really inditing a good report, because it is easy to want to advocate for the female child. It is easy to want to advocate for women, for this. Why do we even need to be doing that if the headship is already correct? Why do we need to be protecting women? Who exactly are we protecting them? We will not need to protect women if the headship is already correct. If the headship is already correct. So people will believe that, oh, you are not a man until you have hurt a girl in this certain way. Some people take pride in the number of hearts that they've broken. Is that you? Did I just talk about someone? Okay. They take pride in the number of people that they have hurt. We will not need women's protection. We will not need to say, oh, advocate for the girl child, be in your princess era. You are always a princess if the setting is already good. So in some part of the world, their women are always covered, which I really appreciate. Their women are always covered because that is what the men in that region saw as value. And they saw to it that that value was preserved. If they see anybody trying to infiltrate into that value, they come after you. And in some part of the world too, they have other values and they see to it that it is preserved. So we will keep having moral decadence. Our mothers have their parts to play. But just like he said, everything, every setting that God has created, every system has a purpose to which it should fulfill. To which it should fulfill. To which it should fulfill. So you now see the average woman, the average African woman or American woman, she's doing the job of a father, she's doing the job of a mother. You might say, oh, my mother single-handedly raised us as a single parent, and we all ended up well. What is the percentage? What is the percentage of the ones that ended up well without having fatherhood well represented? What is the percentage? Because over time, you will always take reflection from who you see. Like the Yoruba will always say that the mother is the gold and the father is the mirror. Hey, the one that shows you your reflection. So when you look at your father, you are seeing your reflection. So most times you look at your father, you are seeing a reflection. You're seeing a drunkard, a womanizer, and whatnot. Is a reflection. Like we all know that the father is the mirror. So what reflection will you give? What light would you give to the generation coming? We can tell, it's easy to tell the female children, you know, you have to dress decently, you have to be okay, you have to be soft spoken, you have to be respectful, you have to do this. Yes, a system has been created for that. But now, nobody is telling people on this other side what to do. So yesterday, someone was saying they used to ensure that the woman is actually a virgin. They pass the white clothes out of the window, you know. So someone asked, okay, what about the man? Is the man not required to be a virgin too? An answer was given that, oh, you can't necessarily tell how, you can't actually tell or decide, or you can't actually tell if a man is a virgin or not. Someone also answered that, oh, a man at any point does not need to be a virgin. I just paused. Now you are enforcing virginity on the female gender, and you are telling the male gender that, you know, you can fire on. Is that not imbalance and hypocrisy? Because they will actually need someone from the female gender to express that lust with. You train your children, okay, your sons and your daughters. You tell your daughters, You have to keep yourself, you have to do this. If you have to give your body as a living sacrifice. Now you are telling the male children to explore. Make sure, and they'll go and explore someone else's daughter, the same way someone is teaching his or her son to come and explore your own daughters too. We all need to be intentional about the male child. Over time, you see a young boy, he's trying to just be a child. And all of a sudden, they'll start telling him, you have to be a man. From where to where? From where to where? We can be intentional. You can be intentional that the mistakes that you have made in secondary school, or the mistakes that you have seen men or father figures make, you are not going to repeat that pattern on your own sons. You are not going to repeat that same pattern on your own sons. If we really need to have a sane society, if we are going to have a sane country, a sane world, a sane continent, we really need to be intentional about the male children. So over time, it is easy to throw stones. Oh, look at what this person did to me. Look at what that person did to me. Over time, it is what fatherhood has passed down. And it is respected because it is coming from the fathers, whereas it is very wrong. It is very wrong. If a situation where they create that, oh, if the man commits adultery, anyways, I'm very, very unapologetic. It is very, very inappropriate and wrong to cheat and dishonor the vows of marriage. If a man actually commits adultery, you see religious leaders come together to beg the woman to forgive the husband. If a woman falls into a seemingly compromising situation, everybody, including women like her, will tell the husband to chase that woman out of the house. The online women supporting women, it is just an audio. If you see a woman in trouble, it is a woman somewhere that caused it, because the system is already in a glitch. So one of our lecturers, we were actually conducting an election for who should be the HOC. So everybody was pointing to a particular girl, and people were like, oh, let this other man do it. The lecturer now said, the reason why a woman has never been an HOC is because women like her will never vote for her. It is you people shouting women supporting women. When it comes to supporting your own, I've never seen women supporting a women like themselves when it comes to trusting that person for a political position. For a particular position, they would rather choose the men, which is very, very okay. You can actually vote and support someone based on the intellectual capacity and what you know that this person is able to offer when it comes to leadership and making us having each free class for the year. Being an intentional male, because if fatherhood is correct, women will never have to need protection. So I'm going to bring this to a stop as I talk about this woman. Two parents in the Holy Book. There was one that had lots of male children, and this other person has female children. The one that has female children, the 12 sons and one daughter, he could not even raise a daughter because his fatherhood actually failed when it comes to raising a daughter. And in the book of Acts talked about Philip, who had 4 virgin daughters that prophesied. Someone was actually successfully raised female children, while someone could not even handle one female child. We need to be intentional male. We need to correct the mistake of the father. Yes, we will not remove their landmark, but we would surely together correct amend. We appreciate how far that they have actually groomed and brought us up. But we will actually correct. We will actually correct and build intentional meal. At this point, Nigeria, Day Africa, and our international audience, I would like, with a clapping ovation, I would like to pass the microphone to the next speaker.
Oh, that was awesome. That was really, really great. And I really learned a lot from you, actually. I thought I'm seeing things from a different perspective that I hadn't looked at before. Hello, everyone. My name is Habiba Balogun. I'm an organization effectiveness consultant. I'm also an executive coach. And today I'm going to talk to you about something I train people and I coach them on a lot. And it's very important to all of us. It's called what? Work-life balance. And it's a topic, it's a very important topic, it's a very popular topic. But I actually think the topic itself is wrong. Because if you think about it, it's saying work and life and balance, as if there's a difference between your work and your life, right? So if you think about your life, your work tends to be the biggest part of your life. If you've got 24 hours in a day, and we spend 6 to 8 hours sleeping, out of the remaining time we have, how much time do we spend at work? The bulk of it. Some people do 16-hour work days, 18-hour work days. So what do they mean by work-life balance? As if our work is separate from our life. It isn't. Our work is part of our life. I think when we say work-life balance, what we're really talking about is the pursuit of happiness, or the pursuit of fulfillment, or living a purpose-driven life, or living a full life, right? Because even though work is the most important part of our lives for many people and takes up the most time in our lives, is that really what, when we're dying, you know, if there's an encyclopedia of famous last words, and one of the they said one entry that has never made it into that encyclopedia is, I wish I had spent more time at work. You will never hear anyone on their deathbed saying, I wish I had spent more time at work. So what are we talking about when we talk about work-life balance? I think what we're talking about is, what is important to me in my life? And I ask a lot of people, what's important to you in your life? And in our context, we're so busy, it's a stressful environment, so many moving parts, you don't know what you're going to meet every day when you wake up, you make your plan, and then life happens, right? Life happens all over the world, but it tends to happen at a faster pace and a more stressful pace where we are. And many people haven't really thought about, what do I want in my life? Let me start with young people. I meet them at work and I ask them, so what did you want to study? I don't ask them, what did you study? I ask them, what did you want to study? And most of the time they will say, oh, I wanted to study medicine, I wanted to study accounting, I wanted to study, and I'll say, what did you end up studying? And they'll say, they gave me they gave me agriculture. I couldn't get into medicine or accounting or whatever it is. They gave me agriculture. So life happens to a lot of people, and you end up perhaps not doing what is really important to you, not doing what you enjoy, not doing what you prioritize in your life. You're passionate about medicine and you're doing agriculture. So they don't even bother to think about what's important to me in my life. You just know that I have to make money. Why do I have to make money? Why do I have to earn money? I have to earn money because I have to pay certain bills. For some people, the bills are grocery bills. I need to have enough money to buy food to eat. For some people, it's I need to earn enough money to have a roof over my head, to pay rent, okay? Or if you're lucky, to build a house, to buy land, to build a house. For some people, it's I need to earn money because I have responsibilities, I have dependents. Even though I'm young, I'm only 22, I am responsible for the school fees of my juniors. Okay? I'm responsible for sending money. If I don't send money home every week, my parents are not going to eat anything. So that is their priority, to earn money some way, somehow. They haven't thought beyond that. So you get up, I have to work, I have bills to pay, and you work. Whatever work you can lay your hands on. Something else I meet young people as well. They tell me, oh, I'm looking for a job. I say, a job doing what? They say, anything. I say, a job doing anything? How can somebody, is there a job called anything? There's no job called anything. How can somebody help you find a job called anything? There's nothing like that. You have to know what kind of job you want. They haven't thought about it. Maybe they haven't had time to think about it. They haven't had the leisure. You know, it's a luxury. Thinking time is a luxury. They haven't had the luxury of time to think about, what can I do? What am I good at? What do I really want to do? What can I do that I'm good at that I can make money from? What can I do that I'm good at that I can make money from that people are ready to pay for? They really haven't had the luxury of time for that. And then I also coach very, very successful people. Chief executives, board members, and so on. And they too, male and female, and I ask them, what's important to you? And very often they're talking about finances. Okay, they talk about finances. Why? Because if you're a big man or a big woman, you have big costs. Where you live, even if you own it, the running cost, it costs a lot of money. Where your children, if you have children and they're going to school, the school fees, and everything around, school fees is just one of the costs of educating your children. There are so many other costs around that. And then you're a big man, you're a big woman. You have to look the part, right? So is it the clothing? Is it the jewelry? Is it the watch? Is it the belt? Is it the car that you are driving, right? And you are busy working, so you can't do some things. You can't look after yourself. You don't have the time to look after yourself. So you need to hire domestic staff. You need somebody to help you clean. Otherwise, I'm working so hard. How can I be living in a dirty environment, right? I need somebody to drive me. How can I be? I'm going for important meetings. How can I be driving around looking for parking when I'll miss the time of my meeting? So big men, big women, they have big costs as well. So when you ask them what's important to you, very often they talk about finances. The other thing that unfailingly people talk about is family. They say family is very important to them. What do you mean by family? Oh, my parents, my siblings. If you are married, my spouse. If you have children, my children. Very, very important to them. I also talk to the third one they always say, so money, family. Can you guess what the third one is that they say is very, very important to them? Can you guess? Their relationship with God. Their spirituality. Faith. They say it's very, very important to them. Oh, it's very important to you. Okay. So how do you demonstrate the importance of your relationship with God in your life? If you're a Christian, oh, I go to church. If you're a Muslim, oh, I go to the mosque. I say my prayers 5 times a day. I read my Bible every morning. We do, things like that, right? I say, okay, and how much time do you spend with that? Because when you're talking about work-life balance, we're really talking about living a full life, right? How is your life measured? Your life is measured in time. Your life is measured in time. How many hours are there in a day? 24 hours, right? The amount of time that you spend alive on this earth is your lifetime. So really, when you're managing time, you're actually managing your life. So when you're saying work-life balance, or talking about managing your life, we really mean managing your time. So if finances from work is the most important thing to you, how much of your lifetime, how much of your 24 hours do you spend on income generating activities? Think about it. From when you wake up to when you sleep, how much of your time is spent on things that are going to help you earn an income? If you're in a job, going to work is helping you earn an income. Okay? If you are self-employed, engaging in your business or your whatever it is that you offer is helping you earn an income. It could be many other things. How much time in your day are you spending on that? Okay, that's one. 2, if your family is important to you, how much of your lifetime, how much of your 24 hours are you spending with this family that is so important to you? This family that when you retire and work has forgotten that you ever worked there, right? You hope that your family will still be there for you. How much time in 24 hours do do you spend? I know some people who struggle to spend even 5 minutes with a phone call to call a family member. Doing that every day is very, very hard for them. And then you say, oh, my family is very, very important to me. So what is important to you is measured in how much time of your 24 hours in a week, of your 7 days in a week, of your 365 days in a year, in the years that you are alive, and we don't know how many years we're going to be alive, right? You know, God can take us at any time. That defines how you are managing your life, your work-life balance. It's actually how you are managing your time, how you are allocating your time between all these things that are important to you. And that's why sometimes you carry out an exercise called the Wheel of Life. And in the Wheel of Life, you divide a wheel into 8 sections, okay? And they're supposed to be, and we ask you to identify the 8 most important areas of life for you. I've mentioned 3 already, right? I've mentioned finances. Work is separate from finances. Hopefully all of us will get there. We'll get to a point where we have enough passive income that our money is working for us. We don't have to work for money. Okay? But for many people, work and finances are the same. But let's say finances is one. Money. How much money do I have? How much money do I earn regularly? How much money do I have in savings or investments? That's one thing. Well, how much financial security do I have? Second one, work. Whether you're working for somebody else, whether you're working for yourself. Your career. Okay? And for young people, it might be more than one thing, because you have one work you're doing, you have maybe one side hustle. I know some people who have 3 side hustles. And recently, I even heard that with remote work, some people are working 2-3 jobs, full-time jobs at the same time. Unbelievable. I don't know how they're doing it, right? With technology, no doubt. Okay, so finances or financial security, your work. You mentioned the third one, right? Relationship with God, spirituality, faith, however you want to call it. That's only 3 out of the 8. Normally, people mention family. They can divide family too. It can be nuclear family. It can be birth family, right? It can be extended family. Whatever family means to you. And then they choose friends. Some people say friends. Some people say leisure, relaxation, because they do leisure and relaxation with their friends. But some other people choose friends because they talk about the quality of their friendships, how much time they can spend with their friends. What types of friends do they have? Do they have really good friends that uplift them and energize them and support them? Or do they have friends who, honestly, they're just a drain on me, right? So we talked about finance, we talked about work, we talked about spirituality, we talked about family, we've talked about friends. What's next? Some people talk about romance, love. Romance, love. Yeah, sometimes that is different from family. Okay? Yeah, having romance, having love, loving relationship with somebody, a companion, a partner, a spouse is very, very, very important to me. So they mentioned that. Then some people talk about personal development, other aspects of life. So many people, until we ask them these questions in the coaching session, they've never really thought about what are the 8 areas of life that are most important to me. And some people say it's their environment. They say their home environment or their work environment is very important to me. If their home environment isn't the way they like it, they can never be happy. And what we're talking about here is feeling happy and fulfilled with the state of your life. Feeling happy and fulfilled with your pursuit of happiness. And it takes many aspects. So, and I asked them, okay, what are your top 3 priorities? And the top 3 priorities tend to be aligned with their values. Okay? So many people's values and priorities are the same. They say, my number 1 priority is my health. I have to be healthy. If I'm healthy, health is wealth. If I'm healthy, I can work. If I can healthy, I can feed my family. If I'm healthy, I can enjoy my life. Health is wealth. Then say number 2, God, right? Different people have different priorities. God, right? My relationship with the Almighty, my Creator, is the most important thing to me. And then number 3, they've talked about health. They talk about God. So number 3, they have a choice. Because I only told them your top 3. What are they going to choose? Are they going to choose work or family? Are they going to choose work or family? Let me make it easy for you. A lot of people say family first, work third, God. Then they don't mention health. I say, okay. So let me give you an example of work-life balance in practice. You are a parent. You are married. You are a parent. You have a child in school. And you have promised the child they have a school play at 6 p.m. that you are going to be there at 6 p.m. for their school play. It is 5 p.m. now. And just as you are getting ready to leave the office, your boss comes to you and says, oh, something urgent has come up. We have this proposal, we have this report that must go out right now. It has to go out tonight. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? You say your family is number 1 priority. But your work, which is linked to your money, which is another of your priorities, is telling you to do something. So there's a conflict. And that's where you really know what your priorities are. When 2 things are in conflict, the one you choose will tell you the one that is really your priority. And I can tell you most of the time, the people choose work. So you say your family is number 1, but you really choose work. There's a story that went around, I'm sure some of you have heard it, about a young child who asked their driver, so they come from a middle class family, they're well to do. The child asked the driver that, does daddy really live here, or is he visiting? Or is he a visitor? Does daddy really live here, or is he a visitor? A child asked the driver that question. Why? Because daddy works in a bank. Daddy has to be at the office by 7:30 a.m. And daddy, the home is 1.5 hours away from the office location. So daddy leaves home at what time? 5:30, 5 a.m., right? Before the children have even woken up, all right? Working in a bank, let's say a new generation bank, okay? New generation banks, you're supposed to work from, let's say 8 a.m., official working hours, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. / 5 p.m. In reality, what time do they really close on average? Somebody said nobody knows. Well, at the earliest, 6 p.m. But many people, 9 p.m., 10 p.m. routinely. The more senior you get, the worse it becomes. So by 10 p.m., the child is already what? Asleep. Okay? Weekends. If it, we have male bankers. In fact, we have almost as many male bankers as female bankers. I think it's about 50-50. So whether it's your dad or it's your mom, they've been working from morning till night, 5 days a week. By that Saturday, they're tired, right? So when you come to jump on mommy or daddy's bed, mommy, daddy, what are they doing? What are they doing? They are sleeping. They are resting. Even if they're not sleeping, they're not resting. They want peace. They need to recharge their energy. I'm coming. Go and do A, B, C, D. And if you're a lady, corporate lady, Saturdays, you have to, appearance is everything. There are some things you have to face on Saturdays, like ladies, you know what I'm talking about. You have to get our hair done. For many women, they have to get their nails done. If they have to go and see a tailor, if they have some, that's the only time you have to spend time with your friends, right? Your friend is having a wedding, there's this gathering, there's a old girls association meeting, there's what? Girls hangouts, okay? Saturday might also be the day for going to the supermarket or the market to do your shopping. Saturday may also be the day for so many things. It's certainly not the day to spend with your children at home. And then Sunday, finally, I've set aside one day you can spend with your children at home. But what do? You wake them up when they want to sleep early. They are sleeping. You wake them up, right, and say, we are going to where? When you get there, do you stay together as a family? What happens? Children's section, whatever. And then after church, there might be some other fellowships and some other things. Church might not be a 1 hour, 2 hour event. And even if it is, after that, you get in the car, time to visit grandma, time to visit auntie, time to visit uncle, and so on. Come back, time to get ready for the next day. Think about it in a week. How much time does that mommy or daddy spend with their child? How much time? So when we talk about work-life balance, these are many of the issues. And you know what? Your priorities change according to your stage in life. When you are young, that's the time to experiment. You have energy. It's time to work hard. It's time you can even pull all-nighters to prove that I'm so good and all the rest. If you have kids, they are very young. They might not miss you so much and all the rest of it. But as you get older, your physiology changes. Your chemistry changes. That energy you had before, you don't have it anymore. And yet the demands and the stress and the stakes of what is expected of you get higher and higher and higher. And so what happens with work-life balance, the more senior you get, is it becomes a health issue, right? Your work allocation imbalance becomes a health issue. You find that you always have a running cold. You always have malaria. Every now and then, every 3 or 4 months, you break down. You can't get out of bed. You're in bed on sick leave for 2 or 3 days. Sometimes you end up in hospital. You slump, you're in hospital and they check everything. They run all the tests and they cannot find anything. It's just stress, right? And that's again when they decide, I need to see a coach. And then the coach will now say, okay, what's really important to you in your life? Let's assess your life. And they assess their lives. And then we ask them, what are your priorities? And they tell me their priorities. Then I ask them, and what are your values? And they tell me their values. Then I ask them, give me your average day. Run me through your average day from when you wake up to when you go to sleep. And then I ask them, out of all these things you're doing from daybreak to sunset, how many of them are aligned with your values? How many of them are aligned with your priorities? And most importantly, and this is more for people of, let's say, from age 30 to 50, how many of them are income generating? How many of the things you're spending your time on are income generating? And you will be shocked when they do their time audit. I think we've established that your time is your life, right? So when you say do a time audit, we're saying doing a life audit. You'll be shocked to discover you actually spent your life on TikTok. You spent your life on WhatsApp. You are spending your life on TikTok. You are spending your life on WhatsApp. You are spending your life watching series. You're spending your life watching Hollywood. And I'm not saying any of these things are bad. YouTube, a lot of young kids tell me, oh, mommy is always on YouTube. She never has time for me. She's always watching YouTube, movies on YouTube on her phone. They say, no, I'm busy right now, right? That's what you're spending your life on. Your productive time that you could be spending on your priorities. And then when you're not spending that time on that stuff, the rest of the time you're spending it on work. And then you say your life is important, your family is important to you. Important to you with mouth, not in action. So when we talk about work-life balance, remember I said there's nothing like that because work is part of your life. What we're talking about is living a fulfilled life, living a purpose-driven life, and work is part of that. Okay, living a balanced life, a life where you are spending enough time resting, you're spending enough time working, you're spending enough time with family, you're spending enough time with friends, you have room for romance and love in your life, right? You have leisure, things that you do that bring you joy and make you laugh, right? And you have spending time in your relationship with God that gives you the resilience to cope with whatever life has thrown at you. So that's what we mean when we talk about work-life balance. And some people say, okay, everything you said is wonderful, it's very easy to say all these things. But I don't have a choice, okay? If I don't spend all these times working, I will not eat. And I say, okay. There's a very famous hadith about, do the birds work? The birds eat now. God provides for them. Okay. Don't you know some people who don't work and they are eating? You do now, right? You might not want to be like them. right? You might not be ready to do what they do. But there's some people who don't work and they are eating. I'm not saying don't work. I'm telling you that it's not a question of I don't have a choice. You have a choice because there are some people who have chosen not to work and they are eating. Some people say, I don't have a choice. I have to look after my children. I said, don't you know some people who have children and they don't look after them? Aha! So, yes, some people have children and they don't look after them. So the fact that you are looking after your children is also a choice that you are making. Every choice has a cost. Every choice has consequences. But everything you do has a choice. And people say, okay. I don't have a choice. I have to breathe. I have to breathe. Excuse me. Don't you know some people who commit suicide? Yes, they choose to stop breathing. Even deciding that I'm going to stay alive is a choice. Okay? Some people say, okay, but I must eat. Okay, I must go to the toilet. Right? Those are biological things. But you know people who go on hunger strike now? You know people who just had stomach issues, refusing to go to the toilet for one reason or other, they end up poisoning themselves. And what happens? They fall sick and they die. So you can still choose even to go against your biological imperatives. What is the consequence? It's nothing we would like to have happen to ourselves. But basically, what am I saying to all of you? I'm saying that everything in life is everything in life is a choice. Everything in life is a choice. Some other people will say, okay, you say I want to be fulfilled. I want to spend time with my friends. I want to spend time with God. I want to, but my husband is just dominating me. Anytime I want to do any of my things, he beats me. Oh, you're a battered wife. You're a battered wife. I say, okay. So what are your options in this situation? I don't have any option. You don't have any option. Why not? If I leave, what will happen to my children? Okay, then I ask, don't you know some women who have left their, what do you call those kinds of marriages? Abusive marriages. And what has happened to their children? You know some women, right, who have left. What happened to their children? They became strangers in their father's home. They became second-class citizens in their father's home. I was able to maintain them. They were able to maintain their children. Their life became better. The children even became happier. Yeah. So sometimes the children were thrown into poverty. Sometimes the children were happy. But still, the woman made the choice. So if you are a battered woman and you choose to stay in the relationship, it's because of the consequences of the choices. But it's still your choice. Now, knowing that I'm the one who has chosen to stay in this relationship, doesn't that give you a sense of agency? A sense of control? A sense of power? Yes, I can choose to leave. What can happen? He can come and kill me. Okay, but I can still leave. I can choose to leave. What can happen? I can choose to stay and report him to the police. I can choose to stay and report him to somebody he respects. I can choose to fight against him physically, learn taekwondo or judo, and face him in the marriage and say, I'm not going anywhere and you're going to stop this behavior. I have options. I can choose to threaten him that his life will disgrace him at the office. Many women have done those things. They've gone to report to their husband's employers that, do you know this, what this guy is doing, right? So everything in life is a choice. And if it's a choice, I want you to think about your life right now. What in your life are you on? Presently, even if you're not unhappy with it, I would like it to be different. What in your life are you tolerating right now? Tolerating means something you're not happy with, but you have resigned yourself to it. I just have to live with it. I don't have a choice. See, we established that what? Everything in life is a choice. So you do have a choice. So that thing you're not happy about, if you have chosen to tolerate it, be happy with your choice. Right? So, I'm working somewhere, I'm not really happy in that place, but nowhere else will pay me as much as this place. The benefits are better, are good. I'm not sure I can get another job. For many reasons, I choose to do what? Stay. Okay, since I've chosen to stay, let me be happy here. Okay, what can I do to be happier here? What can I do? Do you understand? What can I do to improve my situation here? since I've decided to stay here? And if I choose to leave, okay, but I need to make sure I have money, what am I doing to make sure that when I leave, my situation is better than one that I'm leaving? So everything in life is a choice. So when we talk about work-life balance, we're talking about the choices you are making between all your priorities. And the choices you are making, the decisions you are making about every situation you are confronted with in life right now. Remember, your lifetime, your time, that your 24 hours, for how many ever years we're living on this earth, is your lifetime. How you are spending your time is how you are spending your life. I'm going to end right now by asking you, are you happy with the way you are spending your life? If not, it's time to make sure you attain a good, well-balanced life. Thank you very much to everyone. And we can, while we're waiting for next speaker to come up, I can say a couple more things. So one of the things you can do is think about, because of the challenge I've given you, what is something I'm going to start doing right away? Okay? What is something I'm going to stop doing right away? Ask yourself, what is something before now I felt helpless about? What is something before now I felt helpless about, but now I realize I actually have a choice about what happens that, right? And what is something small that I can do to change the situation in my life? And I'll end with this. One of the exercises I end up doing with a lot of people, irrespective of their age or their wealth or their seniority, is helping them learn to say no. Because one of the reasons people have work-life imbalance is because they end up spending their time firefighting for somebody else's emergency. Somebody hasn't prepared well for their life, and they come to you, it's an emergency, right? And you end up leaving your own life to help them solve their own problem. And I asked them, why? Why did you do that? They said, well, because I don't know how to say no. So I'll end by telling you how to say no. And there's a really good model for how to say no respectfully, right? It's called the yes, yes, no, yes model. Yes, yes, no, yes model. All right. So the first yes means if somebody asks you to do something that you don't want to do, you want to say no to. In Nigeria, we don't say no. Especially if you're a young person, you're not allowed to say no. Okay? You're not allowed to say no in Nigeria if you're a young person. And in fact, if a boss asks you to do something, no. We're not allowed to say no in Nigeria, but we find ways of saying no. So in Nigeria, if somebody asks you to do something and you don't want to do it, and we don't say no, right? What do you see people doing? Do you see them scratching their head? When they see somebody ask somebody to do something and they start scratching their head, what do they mean? It means no, it's not going to happen. Or if you ask them to do it and they start telling you a story, oh yeah, it's true, the other day, once they start telling you a story, it means no. If you say, can you do this thing, and they say by God's grace, what does it mean that by God's grace? What does it mean? It means no. And the reason we do this is that growing up, we respect elders so much, we respect authorities so much that if they ask you a question and you answered no, whether you have a good reason or not, the first thing you will get is a physical response. So we've learned that at home, we've learned that at school, we've learned that in church, we've learned that in the mosque, we've learned that everywhere, that when you say no, the result is negative. But once you get into the workplace, do you know it's people who know how to say no who are rewarded? Because businesses and organizations are set up to solve problems. And they've hired you to help them solve those problems. And they need to know very quickly if something cannot work. They need to know very quickly if something cannot be done. So if you say, can this chair be assembled and ready by 3 o'clock? And you say, and they go away thinking it's ready by 3 o'clock and come back and it's not ready. It is a problem at work. Whereas if they had asked you, will it be ready by 3 o'clock? And you say, no, it's not possible. They say, what do you mean it's not possible? And you can say, look, if you want me to say yes, I can say yes. But when you come at 3 o'clock, the chair it's not physically possible. They'll grumble. okay, what time can it be ready? Right? And then you now say 5 o'clock. They come back at 5 o'clock. Do you know at the end of the year, you are the person who gets the bonus? Even though they were not happy with you for saying no, you are the person who gets the bonus. When it's time to recommend somebody for a higher responsibility, you are the person they will recommend, because that person will help you, give you information that you can use to stay out of trouble and perform really, really well. So knowing how to say no is very important, even though we've been trained as children and young adults not to say no. So remember, yes, yes, no, yes. Please, can you drive me, my favorite auntie, who always frees me with money whenever she visits, ask me, oh Habiba, please can you drive me to my dentist appointment tomorrow? Either I cannot do it, I have another appointment, or I don't want to do it, I want to sleep tomorrow, okay? But I don't want to. But she's my favorite auntie. She has been very good to me over the years. How can I say no to her that she will accept? So you start with yes, yes, no, yes. The first yes is, my auntie. Yes. Oh, you have a dentist appointment. Fantastic. This is your teeth. You know, as you get older, you have to make sure you look after your teeth. And so they remain very, very healthy. Okay? Then the second yes. And yes, you must definitely get there. In fact, your appointment, what time is your appointment? 9 o'clock. You must be there by 8:30. So that they do all the prep and everything. They don't waste your time. But I won't be able to take you. You throw your no inside. But I won't be able to take you. And you quickly add the final yes. Remember I said yes, yes, no, yes. My auntie, your teeth are important. What time's your appointment? 9. You need to get there for 8:30. But I won't be able to take you. But you now throw the final yes. My junior brother is around. Let me ask him if he can bring a car and take you. Or maybe I'll order the Uber for you, and so on and so forth. Okay? So you've told your auntie or the person how they can get what they wanted from you in another way, another alternative. Sometimes they will not agree. No, you're the one. You're the one I want to take me. You and everything say, my auntie, you're starting again. Yes, yes, no, no. Okay? My auntie, you know I'm your favorite, and I know you are, and you know that you are my favorite too. If I could take you, how would I take you? Of course I will take you. But there's no way. You know how Lagos is now. There's just too much going on right now. But it's important to me that you get to your appointment on time and that you get back. And then maybe we can have lunch together afterwards. But I won't be able to do it today, you know. So if you don't want my junior brother to call you, what do you want to do? Do you want me to call your own brother? Or should I book the taxi? What can I do to make sure you get there on time? Right? And if they don't accept that, what do you continue? You continue with your yes, yes, no, no, until they see that, this person knows what I want is important. This person agrees that it should be done, but they simply cannot do it. And they've given me several options to get done. Not once, not twice, all in a friendly way, in a loving way, right? Without being defensive. So remember, yes, yes, no, yes. And that's one of the reasons why people have work-life imbalance, because they don't know how to say no to anybody. They're already overwhelmed. Then somebody else come and ask them to do something. Then because they don't know how to say no, they will now say yes. Leave their own priorities and be facing somebody else's life. Don't be one of those people who has helped so many people. And helping people is really good. You get blessings. But not to your own detriment. As you're helping other people, what should you do? Help yourself. And you know we're very religious in Nigeria, so I'm going to end with this. You know they say God helps those who help themselves. So as you're helping others, please help yourself. And on that note, I'm going to hand over the mic to the next speaker.
Thank you so much. Please give her a round of applause right there. That's my darling sister. That really is my darling sister. Not blood sister, but professional sister and a very good friend of mine, someone I respect so much, mentor to so many of us. I'm really excited to be here again. My name is Victor Diali. Please call me Victorious Victor, and I'll be happy when you do that. Now, one of the things I got from that session, she was talking about work-life balance, correct? I want to ask you a simple question. How many of you have ever agreed to a request someone asks you to do something, or someone asks you to give them something, you agreed to the request, and in fact, immediately after agreeing, you started feeling bad with yourself. You started feeling bad. You started saying to yourself, hey, why did I say yes? Why did I agree? Oh my goodness, how am I going to fulfill this? And then in trying to please the person, you know, like she said, in Nigeria we don't like to say no. It's cultural. It's the way we were brought up. It's not your fault. Stop beating yourself. We met it like that. Now follow come. You get my point? We like to say yes. That's why, like she said, you find someone in an abusive marriage. You know you should leave. The person is beating you up. Sometimes na man they beat woman. Many times na woman they beat. Is it not possible? Yes, I lived in one compound like that many years ago while I was growing up. We used to have a neighbor. In fact, she was the daughter of she was the daughter of one of the tenants, I think. Yes. Guess what? One day we had fight. We were rushing there to separate the fight, only to discover it was the man's wife beating the man. The woman beat this man mercilessly. She gave him a body slam. That was the first time I saw body slam in real life. She picked him up like this and gave him a body slam. Then she sat on him and said, get up and do your worst. Hey, the man could not do anything. Couldn't lift a hand. Sometimes it is women abusing men. Most times it is men abusing women. But guess what? Many people have married the wrong person. True or false? True. A lot of people, they marry the wrong person. And then while they are in the marriage, they are regretting why they said yes. But the interesting thing is that at the time they were saying yes, they were feeling good about the person. Right? Isn't that what we say? I'm in love. Right? Why do you want to marry this person? Oh, I love him. But guess what? A lot of us have fallen in love with the devil himself. Or the devil herself. Right? Some people get married. After a few years, they discover, yeah, Mogbe, I entered one chance. Is that not how we say it in Nigeria? Uh-huh. Some of you who are working, how many of you are working right here? You're unemployed. Uh-huh. Guess what? Some of you have started working for the wrong company. For many people, that is where their career will end. That is where their destiny will finish. They are working for the wrong company. Somebody say, God forbid. That is how people have entered the wrong company. Let me shock you. Many people are in the wrong career. Do not be deceived. In Nigeria, many of us, we value certificate, right? We value certificate. So the most important thing we want to do is to go to school, get good grades, get a certificate, come out and look for a job with our certificate. That's how some people derail their destiny, because you thought that what you read in school is what is going to carry you through life. Mistake. I have a friend who went to school, went to medical school. You know, when we were going to school, medicine was one of the most difficult departments to enter. You have to be really smart. You have to be intelligent. You have to be really intelligent to get into a medical program in Nigeria and anywhere in the world. This man went through school, studied medicine. The people who entered to do art course, right? They finished in 4 years and graduated, Abi. As you are graduating, you leave medical students behind. I hope you know that. The average medical student will spend how many years in school? 7 years in school. 7 years of hard labor. No going to parties. They will read and read and read and read. I have this good friend. He went to medical school. Finished everything. Came out of school. And guess what? Since the day he left school, he has not practiced medicine. He has not treated anybody. he started working for a bank. Medical doctor turned. There are medical doctors who turn to lawyer, right? Yes. There are lawyers who turn to mechanic. So let me share one thing with you. It is not the fault of the person you married. It's not the fault of the company you work for. It is not the fault of the career you chose. Guys, in life, you don't get what you deserve. You get what you negotiate for. Let me say that once again. In life, you don't get what you deserve. You get what you negotiate for. The life you are living today, you negotiated it. You said yes to things you should have said no to. You married the wrong person, not because the person is bad, but because you fell in love with the wrong person and you decided to marry based on love. Can I shock you, Nigerians and people all over the world? I believe, it's my personal opinion, feel free not to buy it. I believe that love, falling in love with someone is not the reason why you marry the person. Because it's easy to fall in love with the wrong person. People need to start getting married out of sense, not love. Negotiation. For example, like I said the last time I was here, you discover your purpose first before you find a partner. You don't find a partner, then you start discovering your purpose. Why? You may have married someone who is going in opposite directions that cannot help you fulfill your destiny. So that's why many people have gotten married to destiny killers. Because you fell in love with a destiny killer. And now you've gone 10 years, you saw that you are on the wrong road. And then you have to do what? Endure till the end, right? Because we said, till death do us part. One chance. Many of you are earning. So, for example, you get into a company, like it happened to me. I joined one company, and when they ask me, you know, when you join a company, they ask you if they want to take you. They might ask you, what's your expectation, right? In other words, what salary do you want to earn? They ask you. And then, that time, I was very greedy. I asked myself in my mind, how much do I want them to pay me? I just said to myself, my salary where I was coming from, I said, I'll deal with these people today. Maybe they asked me, ask and you shall receive. I said, okay, pay me, I gave them a figure that was exactly 100% of my previous salary. Somebody said greed. I was greedy, right? I said 100% of my previous salary. How many companies will give you that? In my mind, they kept quiet. In my mind, I was saying, Chai, if they give me this salary, I'm made. I don't arrive. You know, everybody wants to arrive. I said, I don't arrive. If they give me this salary, I kept quiet. In my heart, I was praying. Let them not say no. Let them not say no. They just said, okay, thank you very much. We'll get back to you. And you know when they say we'll get back to you, they usually never get back. Right? You go wait tired. So I sat down. I waited the first day. Nothing. Second day, nothing. 1 week passed. Then one day, they called me. Thank you for the interview you attended. We have decided to make you an offer, and you will receive in the next 24 hours an offer letter from us. Guess what? 24 hours the offer letter came. Guess how much they put there? Exactly what I asked for. 100% of my previous salary. Was I happy or not? If now you no go happy. I started dancing. I danced and danced and danced. I was like, ha, finally, in this Lagos, they not burn them. I was so happy. Then at the time I was to resume, I resumed. I started work. And as I started work, guess what? After a few months, when I joined, I was the happiest man on earth. I was working very hard with all my heart. Then after 6 months, I noticed something very interesting. I noticed there was a young man who did not have half of my experience. I found out, don't ask me how I found out. Sometimes information has a way of seeping through the cracks. I found out that this young man was earning twice my salary. He was far my junior. He was earning twice my salary. Ha! I said, yee. These people cheated me. Oh. They cheated me. I felt so bad. From that day, I went from the happiest person in the company to the most disgruntled, the most frustrated. I was coming to work with my face frowning. I became very unhappy. How did I move from the happiest person to the most frustrated person? You know, there was a time Nigeria was voted the happiest country in the world, right? What was it like now? It looks like we're the most frustrated now, right? I don't know how many of you, a lot of Nigerians feel frustrated about what's going on right now. So you can move along that spectrum. Why was I unhappy? Why did I become frustrated? I started asking myself questions. Is it that I don't have the value? Is it that I don't have but they agreed that I have everything they want. So why did they pay me this amount and pay my junior? Somebody far my junior paid that person twice my salary. I kept thinking about this thing, meditating on it. You know what I discovered? Huh? They simply gave me what I negotiated for. I want to talk to you this afternoon about fundamentals of negotiation. Fundamentals of negotiation. Listen, in life, you will negotiate for whatever you want. If you are not ready to negotiate, most of the time, you will get the shorter end of the stick. Negotiation is a life skill, just like communication. And that's what eloquence is all about, right? Soft skill. But I believe that the soft skills are the harder skills. You can teach anyone a routine job. You can teach anyone a mechanical thing. But guess what? Things like attitude, communication, negotiation, sales, all those things, soft skills, emotional intelligence, the softer skills, the soft skills are the harder skills. That's what I've come to realize. It's very difficult to teach somebody attitude, can you? Why? It's follow come. It takes many years to develop your attitude. It has its root in how you were raised, the country you grow up in, right? Your environment. So many factors influencing your soft skills. These are life skills. You can get a job with your CV, but to keep the job, to thrive on the job, to succeed on the job, you will require soft skills. To survive in life, you will require soft skills. And one of those softer skills I want to talk about today is negotiation. You see, wherever you go, whatever you do, you are negotiating. For some of you who are here today, you had to negotiate to be here today. There are many other things you could have been doing. You took a decision to be here, right? I took a decision to be here today. There are several other things I could be doing. We negotiate. You want to go out, the rain starts falling. At that point, you have to negotiate with yourself. Should I go? Should I not go? What will I gain if I go? What will I lose if I don't go? You negotiate. We negotiate with life. Some of us even negotiate with God. Almighty God, right? Abi? For many of us who are Christians, you know, God himself said what? Come, let us reason. It's negotiation. There are some people who were supposed to die, right? They called on their God and they got some years added onto their lives. Correct? There was one who was condemned to death by hanging on the cross. On the cross. Abi? At the last minute, the guy understood the power of negotiation, right? He negotiated his way into heaven. Remember me, yeah? He negotiated his way into heaven. So, negotiation is key in life. Let me share with you some fundamentals of negotiation. First of all, what is negotiation? What is negotiation? Let me give you a simple definition. If you're writing down, right. Negotiation is a process. A process that is employed when conflict exists between two or more individuals and they are ready or willing to resolve the conflict through a process called bargaining. Should I repeat? Should I repeat? Yes. I said negotiation is a process employed when conflict exists between two or more individuals and the parties are willing to resolve the conflict through a process called bargaining. What does that tell you? That negotiation is used to resolve conflicts. Therefore, if there is no conflict, there is no negotiation. Right? If there is no conflict, there is no need for a negotiation. Do you agree with that? Right? You agree with that? Is it possible to negotiate without conflict? No. Some people think that conflict is a bad thing. So let me disabuse your mind. Conflict is not a bad thing. Sometimes conflict is good. Right? Have you not noticed, for those of us who like relationship, have you not noticed that sometimes when you have a conflict with your partner, for maybe 1 or 2 days, sometimes 1 week, they bring food, you must say, I'm not eating. Right? But they will sneak outside, go to one restaurant, and fill his tummy very well with what we call Santana. You know what it's called, Santana? AKA packet shirt. That white one inside nylon. You know it's 6 to 6. When you eat that one, drink water, you are free for 24 hours. You don't need to eat. So when they bring food, you say, I'm not eating. The wife will think he's on hunger strike. I lie. But after some time, right? If they're able to now come back, maybe somebody now realizes, oh, I did the wrong thing. And then goes to the other partner and apologizes. Or somehow they come together, maybe through somebody else coming in, and then they resolve the conflict. Please, if you have ever experienced this before, usually, how is the subsequent 1 hour after that conflict has been resolved? How is the next day after the conflict has been resolved? Sometimes it will be as if it's magnet. The magnet got stronger. The attraction gets stronger. It's almost as if the conflict brought you closer together, right? So sometimes conflict is good. Conflict can be used to settle differences. And in fact, that's basically what conflict means. Difference. Difference in what? Difference in opinion, difference in ideas, difference in desires, difference in what you want versus what I want. Conflict just means difference. And in life, differences are normal. We cannot both want the same thing. Are you getting what I'm saying? The differences don't have to be bad. Somebody wants to sit on this chair, another person wants to sit on the same chair. That's already a conflict, right? Not necessarily bad. Sometimes we even have conflict inside ourselves. How many of you have had a conflict with yourself before? Everybody. If you don't put up your hand, you dey lie. Everybody has had a conflict with themselves at one point or the other. Should I go or should I not go? Something as simple as entering a restaurant. Madam, what will you eat? Do you have rice? No. What of beans? Garide? What of pounded yam? You're not sure of what you want to eat, right? There's a conflict. You feel like eating X, but your body is telling you eat Y. You feel like eating B, but you now remember that the last time I ate B, I had running stomach. No, let me not go that way. You negotiate with yourself. So conflict is normal. Understand that. It is not the conflict that is bad. It is how the conflict is handled or managed. That's what makes it bad. Are you with me? Therefore, negotiation is a conflict resolution mechanism. It's a conflict resolution mechanism. Just like those in law will tell you, there are what we call alternative dispute resolution mechanisms, right? ADR. And that's why former Vice President, Professor Yemi Osinbajo, that's why he is loved by most Lagosians, and that's why he's celebrated in Lagos State today, because while in the Lagos State government at his time, he started what is called the multi-door courthouse, where you can go and settle disputes without having to enter the court and do litigation. So it's a conflict resolution mechanism, an alternative conflict resolution mechanism. All right? That definition also tells you that conflict is a process. Are you with me? That conflict is a process. There are stages and steps to negotiation. Negotiation is a process. There are stages to resolving a conflict. Negotiation is a process. And I'm going to share with you 4 stages in the negotiation process. Are you ready? If you're ready, say yes.
Yes.
No, it's not loud enough. If you're ready, say yes.
Yes.
From the bottom of your tongue. If you're ready, say yes.
Yes.
Exactly. Negotiation process. Number 1. Preparation. The first stage in negotiation is to prepare for the negotiation. How are you going to negotiate? What are you negotiating about? Who is going to be there? Where will the negotiation take place? The second is exploration. This is where you look at your limits. You explore. What am I going to offer? What are they likely to offer? Stage 3, bargaining. This is the stage that most people call negotiation. Bargaining. What is bargaining? Bargaining is like playing tennis, right? How many of you love tennis? Who's your favorite player? Who's your favorite player? Shout the name. Shout the name. Shout the name. Somebody say Yekini. Who is your favorite tennis player in the world? Eh? Okay. Now, negotiation is like playing tennis. Bargaining, sorry, is like playing tennis, right? You play to the other side, they play back to you. You play back to them, they play back to you. You play back. Have you seen some of those long rallies, right? During tennis. If you watch the audience, if the camera focuses on the audience, you see the audience going like this. Like robots, right? They're following the ball. That's what bargaining is like. I make an offer, you make a counter offer. And then we keep dancing there. It's what I call the negotiation dance. We are dancing, like you're dancing salsa. I move forward, you move backward, like that. Until we create a rhythm that we're going to be able to find a solution. And then we come to an agreement, right? Which is stage 4. Stage 4 is settling. The stage where you come to an agreement. And at that stage, you agree on who will do what. And then you make commitments. Those are the 4 stages of negotiation. Now, let me share with you principles of negotiation. Principles of negotiation. I just finished the stages of negotiation, right? I want to talk about the principles of negotiation. And we will start this way. Can I tell you a story? Can I tell you a story? Story. Once upon a time, there were 2 girls. Let's call them Jane and Judith. What are their names? Jane and Judith. Listen. Jane and Judith go to the same school. They came back from school one day. It was in the evening. They walked into the house. And as they walked into the house, listen to this story very well. I'm going to ask some questions after it. If you can't answer me, you give me 10 push-ups. Jane and Judith came back from school one day. As they entered into the house, they saw a bright orange on top of the kitchen table. Jane looked at the orange. Judith looked at the orange. Jane looked at Judith. Judith looked at Jane. As if someone blew a whistle. What do you think happened? They rushed towards that orange. They both got to the orange at exactly the same time. Jane grabbed the orange from one side. Judith grabbed the orange from the other side. Jane pulled to her side. Judith pulled this way. Jane pulled like this. Judith pulled like that. And they kept pulling at the orange. Jane said, I got there first. Judith said, no, I got there first. Jane said, I got there first. Judith said, I got there first. No, it's mine. Judith said, it's mine, it's mine, it's mine, it's mine. As they were shouting, their mother, who had been sleeping, heard the noise. She wondered what was happening. She rushed down. And as soon as she got to me, she said, Jane, Judith, what's the problem? Jane said, Mommy, I got to the orange first. It's mine. Judith said, no, Mommy, I got to the orange first. It's mine. Judith said, it's mine. Jane said, it's mine. It's mine. It's mine. Shut up, their mother said. And she said, Jane, why don't you give the orange to your sister? You know, Judith is older than you. In Africa, we respect our elders. You know, in Yoruba land, if somebody is older than you by one day, that person becomes auntie or uncle. Brother. Auntie BC. Brother Kunle. Brother. Yes. One day is not a yoke. Give the orange to Judith. Judith is your older sister. As a Nigerian, you've got to show respect. Judith said, Jane said, no, Mommy. Every time I get something, you always give it to Judith. Must you always be cheating me in this house because I'm the young guest? Mother said, it's true. Judith, you know, Jane is your younger sister. Why don't you let her have the orange? You know, as an older sister, according to our Nigerian tradition, you know, the older ones take care of the junior ones. Please, why don't you let her have the orange? Judy said, no, mom, I'm not going to give it to her. Every time I get something, you take it from me and you give it to her because she's the younger one. Every time, because I'm older, you people are cheating me in this house. The mother was confused. And she said, hey, she looked down. What do I do now? Then she got an idea. She said, Judith, go to the kitchen and please bring me the sharpest knife in the kitchen. Judith brought the knife to her mom. The mom said, give me the orange. She took the orange, raised the knife, and gave that orange the Solomonic intervention. Somebody say Solomonic intervention.
Solomonic intervention.
What is Solomonic intervention? What do you think she did? Anybody tell me? She divided the orange into 2 equal halves, as if she measured the orange with a ruler. 2 equal halves. The last samurai. Then she gave 1 half to Jane, gave the other half to Judith. And she said, go to your rooms. Go to your rooms. And she went back to her room. Jane went to her room. Judith went to her room. Later in the evening, their father comes back from work. Story. The father comes back from work, has his bath. It's time to have dinner with his family. He goes to the dining table. As is customary in Nigeria, as a father, he sits at the head of the table, right? The mother sits on the other side. Normally, Jane and Judith will sit on the same side. This time around, Jane came out from her room, Judith came out from her room. Jane went to one side, Judith went to the other side, their heads bowed. Prayer has not started, they have bowed down their heads. The father noticed there's something wrong somewhere. He said, Jane, Judith, what's the problem? Why are you wearing long faces? Did somebody die? The mother intervened. She said, no, don't mind them. Don't mind them. They were fighting over an orange. And I solved the problem. The man said, what did you do? She said, I divided the orange into 2. She said, yeah. So each of them got 1 half each. That's okay, that's okay. I said, but it's obvious that they are not happy with that your Solomonic intervention. And then he asked Jane, why are you not happy? Your mother gave you exactly the same thing she gave your sister. You got exactly the same thing. Why are you not happy? You know what Jane said? Jane said, no, Daddy, I'm not happy with what she gave me because I need a whole orange. But it's only 1 orange we have. She said, I needed a whole orange. She said, because I wanted a full glass of orange juice. And this half orange now, when I squeeze it out, cannot even give me 1/4 of a cup. It's okay. I understand that. Then he turned to Judith and asked Judith, so Judith, why did you want the orange? Judith said, Dad, I wanted the full orange. Why? There was only 1 orange. And Judith said, Dad, our teacher gave us homework. And he said we should use the peel of a full orange to do an art piece. And with this half orange that mommy gave us, or gave me, I will not even be able to complete my artwork. So it's not going to help me. So the father had noticed something. He said, wait. So, Jane, you were not interested in any other thing but the juice. Jane said, yes, Dad. Then he turned to Judith and asked Judith. He said, Judith, So you were not interested in actually eating the orange. Judy said, no, I don't even like orange juice. Yeah? You don't like orange juice. So all you wanted was the back of the orange, the peel. Wisdom came and said, wow. So what your mother could have done was to take the orange, peel the back, right? Give it to who? Judith. Judith she will be happy and she will sing and go and start her artwork, right? Then she will cut the orange, squeeze out the juice, right? And give the juice to who? Jane. And Jane will be what? Happy and satisfied. She'll go to her room singing. And at this point, have we solved the problem? Yes. Judith got exactly what she wanted. Jane got exactly what she wanted. And guess what? There's still something left. What is left? What is left? We've taken out the peel. We've taken out the juice. Think about an orange. What is left? Huh? The seeds. Thank you. The seeds. Which you can now plant. And when you plant the seeds, what will happen? The seeds will germinate, will grow into a tree, right? And the tree will produce what? More oranges that will feed only 5 people. That will be enough for only 5 people, correct? No. Can you count the number of people that tree will be able to satisfy? No, you can't count. Because every year, that orange tree will produce numerous oranges, and you will continue to get oranges from that tree until it dies. Right? What else is remaining? What we call the pulp, the inside of the orange, right? How many of you, when you take oranges, you eat the inside? How many of you? Some of you, they skin them with your teeth, right? You skin the orange, right? You like that, yeah? You skin it. By the time you finish, the orange will be like a cup. You can use it to drink water. Next time when you are passing and somebody is selling oranges, when the oranges see you, you say, no allow that man buy, no allow that man buy, no allow that man buy, we will finish us. You turn it upside down and finish that orange. Yeah. Even after you skin the orange, guess what is left? There's still that fleshy part of the orange, the outer, Abi. Yeah. How many of you bake oranges here? You bake cakes here. You know you can bake orange cake, right? You know you can blend that thing. Add a few other fruits and you have what? You have a smoothie, correct? What am I trying to say? In solving that problem, every party was satisfied. They got everything they wanted, right? And there was still extra value left on the table. So many people, when they negotiate in such a way that they want to get the upper hand over the other person. You don't need to. It's not necessary. That's old school negotiation. That's uneducated negotiation. Olden days negotiation. Where, for me to win, the other person has to lose. Right? That's what is called positional bargaining. You bargain in such a way that you take a position and you say this is no-go area. Have you heard people say that in a negotiation? They say this is no-go area. Now there's a current one happening now. You have been watching the news, international news. I'm not going to mention names, but you know there are some people who said they were going for a negotiation, and as they were going for the negotiation, they already said this one, you must give up this, you must give up this, you must give up this. Outside this one, no negotiation. Then you are not ready for a negotiation. You were not ready for a negotiation. When you go into a negotiation, you must be ready to shift grounds. What the real way of negotiating now is what we call joint problem solving. You go into a negotiation telling yourself, I will get what I want, but I will also make sure that the other party gets what they want. You know why? If you get the upper hand and the other party is not happy, you get the upper hand, you walk out, they go, right? Guess what? Another day is coming. Ego fights and runs away. Thank you. They are coming back again. One day the tables will turn, correct? That's how life is. The world goes round. Tables will turn. One day you will be at the other end and they will remember what you did to them. And that's why in a negotiation, you must ensure that the other party gets what they want. Okay? Therefore, out of that simple story, let me now give you the principles of negotiation. Number one. Principles of negotiation. Number one. Focus on interest, not position. Don't focus on what somebody said they want. Focus on why they want it. I can tell you, I want eba. I can tell you I want rice. But guess what? What's the reason I want it? I'm just hungry. That's the why behind that request. Correct? And guess what? It will interest you that if you didn't have rice, and you didn't have eba, and maybe you had, what's your favorite food? Beans or pounded yam. You didn't have the rice I requested, but you gave me something else. You offered me something else. Will I accept or won't I accept? The reason I requested that thing, I was hungry. That's all. I wasn't particular about it. It could be anything. Sometimes when you ask for a soft drink, you're not asking for a specific brand or you're just thirsty, right? You just want a cold drink, something to cool your throat in this our hot weather. So, it's very, very important to notice that some people ask for certain things. They're not saying it is a must. They just ask for it because that's the easiest thing that comes to their mind. Therefore, don't just focus on what they have asked for. Interrogate it. Why do you want this? Is there something else I can give you if I don't have this? Are you getting my point? Number two, second principle. Second principle. Invent options for mutual gain. Invent options for mutual gain. What does that mean? We need, sometimes the solution we are looking for does not yet exist. It doesn't yet exist. Are you getting my point? We both have to go to the drawing board. We both have to knock heads together, not in a fight. We both have to come together and say, how can we solve this problem? And then we begin to come up with different ideas, and guess what? We come up with a solution. A solution that benefits both of us or all of us. So sometimes the solution has to be invented. It doesn't yet exist. Sometimes it's a combination of different things that we already have. If we put them together, then it might solve the problem. Somebody is shouting, give me electricity, give me electricity. You say, our rivers are low, the dam is not working, you're complaining about all of those things, but guess what? The sun is shining. Sun is shining throughout the day, almost throughout the year. The sun is shining, and you say, well, I cannot give you electricity because River Niger is drying up. Okay, if River Niger is drying up, all I want is what? Electricity. There are many other ways to get electricity. Many other ways. People are even harvesting dew. You know dew? People are getting electricity from dew. People are getting electricity from waste. So, create something. And for you to be able to do that creation, there has to be what? Discussion. how can we make this thing work? Number 3, support your claims to show fairness. How many of you have ever been treated unfairly? Somebody did something that you felt was not fair. They charged you a price that you didn't think was fair. Eh? It happened to me one day, I almost cried. Ride hailing service. Coming back from a training program, I'd gone to facilitate. Came back very tired, landed at the airport, and I took this cab. He charged me a certain price that I thought was unbelievably expensive, exorbitant. I tried and tried and tried, virtually begged him. He said no. He said, Oga, that your place is very, very far. Very far. And look at the time. It's rush hour. There will be a lot of traffic. And by the time I go there, coming back also will be very, very far. A lot of traffic. Ha! I also thought about it. Yeah, it was rush hour. Right? It was right. It was rush hour. And yes, my place is quite far from the airport. I had no choice. I said, okay, let's go. I wasn't happy. As I was entering the car, I wasn't happy. And we kept going. Then, I noticed the driver navigated himself to Victoria Island, entered into Amadu Bello Way, went across Eco Atlantic, and I saw him entering the brand new Lagos Calabar Coastal Road. At that time, it was not yet officially open to the public. I was like, how is this guy going to pass this road? For goodness sakes, how? He got to the gate. He stopped him. The next thing, he opened a bag and brought out an ID card. I don't know what was on that ID card. He showed them the ID card. And then they opened the gate. And this guy entered Lagos Calabar Coastal Road, Expressway. In 15 minutes, a journey that would have taken me probably 3 hours. In 15 minutes, we had arrived my home. I put my hand on my head like, yeah, where they banisha. So he knew he was going to go through a traffic-free, straight, faster expressway. He knew. But he charged me the price of taking the old route. I felt so bad. But guess what? We had struck a deal. Right? I couldn't go back on my words. I paid him. But as I was coming down from that car, if not that I'm a good person, I would have cursed that man and his generation. Right? Because I felt cheated. Sometimes people are unfair to you and you hate them for it. You feel like taking revenge. And guess what? Even you that I'm looking at, you. Yes, don't look back. It's you I'm talking about. You have been unfair to people in your life. Think back. You will remember. All the breakfast you serve. Hot breakfast that you serve. Hot. You served it. Unfair. You know the people you have cheated in your life. You remember them. Even your company, you have cheated your company many times. You steal time that you'll be paid for. You go and do other things. You falsify records sometimes, receipts and all kinds of things. You've been unfair in many areas of your life. And so, if you want to negotiate effectively, you need to show fairness. Nobody likes to be cheated. When people get cheated, they come back for you with 7 demons. And they're not going to have mercy. They won't have mercy. It's good to finish a negotiation and parties can shake hands with a good smile on their faces and hug each other and say this was good. And don't think it's impossible. I facilitated a program for an organization. It was a serious issue. After the program, they learned these things I'm telling you now. And after the training, the next thing I heard, the feedback I got from them was, this was the best negotiation we've ever had. Everybody was happy. And I said, really? True? Yes. And I said, so it works. You can have everything you want. The other party can have everything they want. And you will still have a lot of value left. And that is what I call the 3-dimensional negotiation. Guys, negotiation is in 3 dimensions. People used to say, lose-lose, win-win, lose-win, win-lose, right? Sorry. Obsolete. I came up with a model that defines negotiation in 3 dimensions. You have to start negotiating in 3 dimensions. Guess what? The parties involved in the negotiation are not the only ones involved in the negotiation. There are other parties. Therefore, 3-dimensional negotiation says, I win, you win. Who else wins? Who else should win? Who else should win? The environment should win. Let me tell you something. What is the point that we negotiate over something, right? I get everything I want, you get everything you want, then we destroy the earth. We destroy the environment. We go into a negotiation, we do a project, and as we're doing that project, we're polluting the rivers. And as the rivers are getting polluted, guess what happens? The fish in the rivers die. The fishermen in that village can no longer fish. Their land is polluted. I win, you win, and we destroy the atmosphere. We release dangerous gases, deplete the ozone layer. What's the point? That I win, you win, and your country suffers for it. You take what you want, I take what I want, and we destroy the youth. You know there are many things people sell. You sell, somebody buys, and what we are selling is destroying our youth. We're getting high, right? Uncontrollably. And we're destroying our youth. What is the point, really, of a 2-dimensional negotiation? Always remember, there's a 3rd dimension. Let us not win, both win. And then the 3rd dimension is left behind. Last, and I close with this. The 4th principle of negotiation: prepare alternatives. Everybody say prepare alternatives. Prepare alternatives. What do I mean? It's important that you have alternatives. Don't negotiate in a way that you believe that my life depends on this thing. If I don't get this thing, I will die. No. Always have an alternative. In fact, not just an alternative, you should have multiple alternatives. Multiple alternatives. And then you rank your alternatives. When you rank your alternatives, you're going to have one on top. The top priority alternative. In negotiation language, that is called a partner. What is a partner? Partner means best alternative to a negotiated agreement. That partner is what we call in Nigeria vex money. You know what is vex money? Local parlance. You know what is vex? You understand the language? Vex money. Eh? For those who don't understand. someone takes you out on a date, right? Maybe blind date. You get there, and the person misbehaves, right? You are angry. You want to leave immediately and go back home. But guess what? You didn't come with any money. So you can't leave. You can't even order a ride, right? So that's why people who are smart, when they're going out on a date, they hold enough money. There's somebody who took someone on a date and they ordered a sumptuous meal, wine, everything they could order as they were eating. You know, the other party, who happened to be a lady, was ordering. They said, will you eat chicken? Yes. Instead of ordering one piece of chicken, she ordered a whole roasted chicken. So as these things were coming, at a point, you can imagine, at a point, the guy said, give me 1 minute. I just need to visit the restroom. The guy got to the restroom, changed direction, went out through the back door, left the lady there and went home. And then they brought the bill. Right? Prepare your alternatives. Plan. Have a plan A, plan B, plan C, plan D. 4 principles of negotiation. Focus on interest, not position. Invent options for mutual gain. Support claims to show fairness. And prepare alternatives. When you prepare alternatives, you will not be desperate. I hope this has been good for you and you have learned 1 or 2 things. As I hand over to the next speaker, I believe you're going to learn a lot more from the next speaker. Thank you very much. It's been an honor being here. And I hand over to you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, sir, for that wonderful speech. I really learned a lot. I hope everybody learned too. And I like the fact that Sister Elizabeth was jotting out some points. I love it. So, we are going to be my name remains is to our roots, and we'll be talking about after university, what's next? After university, what's next? Although after graduating from the university, what comes next? And there are several solid parts depending on your own goals actually. So everybody has their own plans. Everybody have what they want to do after they are finished graduating. So it depends on the one you want to choose. And I'm also saying this speech on behalf of those that are still in school too, that are currently in university, or probably you are not yet in university yet, but aspiring to be a uni student. And for those that graduated too, they are still roaming around the premises or probably around their home looking for what to do next. So this is for you, and probably you can grab the knowledge and tell one of your relatives or your junior ones that are out there, so you can tell them what to do after university. So I have many points here. Then when you were in school, or probably when you were in school, you're like you want to graduate, you want to finish, you want to leave this school. The school stress is too much, the lectures and everything. Like you can't wait to graduate, you can't wait to wear the whites for people to sign on your clothes. You're like, thank God that I cannot even wait, let me even go save. This lecturer every time, let me know lecturer come and be telling me to come and write quiz. Let me know the lecturer that come and telling me to come into lectures or other things. Let me see that course that was telling me to come and pay class dues again. You get, so you were like desperate to leave the school premises. Then you feel that there will not be no longer debit alerts, and you will not be going through the stress that you are going through, and you are desperate to be graduating. And you think graduating is really your problem. But when you graduate and you go out the labor market, you know that you feel like going back to school. At least most of what we based in monthly allowance and other stuff. And you feel that after you finish university, you feel that monthly allowance that your parents are giving you, you no longer receive it. Or is it that urgent 5k, 2k that your cousins or your relatives money sent for you, you will no longer receive it. So are you ready to face the labor market? Are you ready to stand on your own and start providing for yourselves? Are you ready to do all this? Take responsibility of yourself. This is what you'll be taking, not even graduating, because you will definitely face what other people have faced. So even when we're in school, we're like, God, I can't wait to even wait. If you even admire people that are graduating, so I wish I'm like, we not see like. So I remember when I was in my law, there's one girl like that. When I entered 100 level newly, then she was in 300 level. So I was asking her that, what level are you? She said she's in 300 level. I said, God, I wish I can be like you. I wish I can be like you. Even when people graduated, I would like tell most of them, our seniors, like, God, I wish I can be like, cannot wait to let to our own turn. This school is stressful, this school is this school is that. You don't know what these people are going there to go and face. And you that are saying you want to graduate, you don't know what you're going to face. It's a nice thing. Graduating is a good thing. Everybody wants to graduate, everybody wants to upgrade, everyone wants to improve. But are you really ready to face those challenges that are going to meet outside there? So this, most people nowadays don't really know what they are going to do after university. They feel university is just after school you go back to your parents and start eating your parents' food, or probably saying thank you mommy, thank you daddy, without thinking about the next step. You feel you are still the little child, or probably you are still the girl they took from home to school during your year one period. You think you are still the baby in the house or other stuff. You never thought of you that as I graduated from the university, I am now have to take my responsibility. In fact, I'm now an adult on my own. I have to take responsibility of myself. I have to know my left and my right. I don't even need to wait for my parents to send me money. I don't need my parents to send me allowance and other things. I feel that I can make decisions on my own at this age because I'm a graduate. Even when I was in school, when my brothers used to send me money, my parents sent me money. Immediately that I graduated from the school, like a lot or anything, I don't used to see it again like before. Everything reduced. Except you want to borrow money and they'll tell you, you give it back to me. And if it's that one, probably they just want to give you by themselves. Okay, I'll take this money. So that is just the situation at hand. So what are we going to do after school? What are the steps they are going to take after university? And my number one step is going for NYSC, National Youth Service Corps. NYSC in Nigeria, this is usually the first step you are meant to take. Most people they feel like this university, this NYSC that people are going to, I don't even want to go it, it's stressful. I can never go it. I can never attend this NYSC stuff. As you guys, you not be wearing khaki, you won't be wearing all this uniform up and down. If you look at the material, say it's not even giving sense, it's not even giving quality. Like you be saying things about you are bigger than this. You get that kind of stuff. That even when I was registering for NYSC, there is a guy that came to the cyber cafe. I think he was trying to process his passport and all that stuff too. Wanted to travel out. So like he was not seeing it was for us and the way everything was okay. Like registration is always an headache. Like to register, you can't sweat. Even when they will send you emails and all that things, how the processing, the size, the glitch and everything that is taking place during registration, how the sites will be hanging, like frustration is going to be very much. So the guy noticed that everybody was not looking unhappy. So he said that this thing that you are even stressing yourself, like can never do it. The guy was like, there is nothing that will make me to go for NYSC. I said, okay, no problem. Everybody on their own decision. Like I said before, that there are many decisions people make on themselves. So it depends. So I'm just telling those that don't really know what they are going to do, those that are still in school. Okay, this is the step you are going to make. Go for national youth service. As far as I remember, as far as a citizen of Nigeria, is expected for you to obey the carrion call by serving your father's land. Even people that are out there they are looking for this opportunity, that they really love this copper something. But I noticed that Ghana also do this service with us. Their uniform is different and everything. So other people were like having these opportunities like other states that the privilege you have to do this kind of thing, that is an experience. So why can't you do such things? Just like it's preparing you. Though most people that went to school, they don't really have experience on so many things. They have never worked for someone. They don't know how to face employers and how to face people outside there. They don't even know how to stand in front of someone or probably teach or any other things. So this NYS is going to help you to build you. It will build your grading and other stuff. Just like now, people that don't really know how to teach, before now they posted them to schools that secondary schools or primary school for them to do their service, and from there they will start building themselves. Even there are some certain things that you want to teach your student, you said you don't know it and you're a graduate, you're supposed to know this thing. You find that learning it before teaching your students, because I believe everybody learn and nobody is perfect. So these things, this experience we have in our final year is going to help us. Just like now I'm currently serving in school, and I'm really building myself in this school aspect I'm serving. Thank God for NYS that's giving us this opportunity to experience so many things. There are things that I've not experienced that I experienced in my PP. There are things I don't know that I've learned now. How to work with your employers, how to work with your colleagues. What you did not know, how to start learning it now. There are things in English, I study English, so there are things, some topics I don't really know in English. But when I started teaching my students, I was able to learn this thing and give that knowledge that I learned to my students. So it will help us. And most people are not only in school serving, most people are currently in different places doing their PPA. And at the idea, you want to tell me that you are not learning one or two things. You are learning one or two things. The experience is there. And we also make you to know a lot of people. Make you to exchange contact with people, get along with people, socialize and other stuff. NYC helped us on so many aspects. And many people were able to was able to have a job because of NYSC. Many people were able to have an opportunity because of NYSC. Most of all core members that are doing this school of engaging in this relay attempts of Guinness World Record is because of NYSC that we are here. Me speaking right here is because of NYSC. Even when the AGI posted it on the platform, although I'm an air school, so he posted it on the platform, or I don't even know if she posted it on the platform. She posted it, but I think people don't really show up. They don't know any couple. They don't want to be engaged in such activities and others. They don't even like stress, because their PPA alone is already giving them stress. They don't want to really engage themselves in activities outside their PPA or probably CDS stuff. So she was able to talk to the ESCOs and told us about the stuff, and they were like pointing. So we were able to know the amount of people that were. I think we were like 3 that came, but it's 2 people now that is currently, the other person dropped. Then I think we saw another person again, the doctor in our midst too. He's not here. He's also from our local government. So this thing that we are doing now, we create this experience or information through NYSC. Because if we're not serving our country, we're not able to have this opportunity that was given to you. Just like our brother Kayode was able to get this thing through the help of NYSC too. So these are the basic benefits we are going to get through this NYSC experience. How to relate with your employers, how to interact. Most of you don't even know how to interact with people. Most of you don't even know how to socialize with your peers. So NYSC is going to help us to do this thing. Even to learn some skills that you never learned when you were in school, or probably before you enter school. NYSC will give us this experience. We expose us to things that we are not aware of, because I really learned a lot. NYSC, me serving currently, I was exposed to many things that I never knew, and I'm grateful for it. Because if I was not serving my father's land, I would never know this thing. I would have been where I am today. So to show that the first step you are meant to do after graduating from university is to obey the Carleon cause by serving your country. because as a proud citizen you are supposed to serve your country. Just for that 1 year, despite the fact that we are even giving allowance 77k, it's just like a free money even if we are working for it. Because for me, I feel that it's a free money. Yes, it's a free money because our PPA is paying us too. Our PPA is paying us. So even if the PPA that is paying us, the amount is not really encouraging, but they feel that they are not paying us, they are just giving us money for our transport fare. So that's why it's good. If you are doing anything, try to do it. That is work it close to your place of residence. Is very very important. So, and when we are receiving this money, you feel that most of us have this money don't even reach us. Even that day that the thing enter our account, the money is like you will not even see 5 naira in the accounts. So to show that these things are really helping us. In most of us, we are depending on that 77k to do a lot of things. We want to get things for ourselves, want to buy this, want to buy that, want to sub our phones and other things. Without you serving your country, will you be having that 77k? No. To show that that money is very very important, and it helps, and it's helping a lot of couples. I have seen most couples that they actually save their NYSC money. The business they are into now is through that money. That's why they used to tell you before you enter camp, your admins or NYSC platform that you're tell you that spend your money wisely. Spend your money wisely. You are seeing this money is awoof, but if you are spending it like that money is going to go. Before you know, and funny enough, I was thinking when you don't enter NYSC by June I'll be done. You look as if it's flash, very very fast. When did I enter? I'm very soon I'm going to be done with NYSC. The money, as you are going, money is going. Days are passing by. So you have to just save the money wisely. And most of all, for us to have our business, for us to gain something or to achieve something now that most people that have finished their NYSC because of the alawi that's being paid to come members. So to show that the first step you are going to take is to go to NYSC. I know most of us did not go for NYSC after the graduating. So you guys actually, I want to tell you guys that you guys actually miss a lot. To be sincere, you miss a lot. If you are the person that you graduated from school and you not serve, you miss a lot. So please, you miss, seriously, to be sincere, you miss a lot. So even though they are saying that stressful, say you guys are enjoying it. Let's just be sincere to ourselves. Let us be sincere. You are enjoying it. The 77k they are earning, will you see free 77k every month? No, now you will not see it. Even as they are receiving from your district. And everybody on their own, I'm just telling you that you guys should miss. So after that first step, then many enroll National Youth Service Corps members and other stuff. Even people were like telling that the registration process is very very tough. Everything, the stress is too much in the 3 weeks camp. It's no matter of the stress. Forget about the stress. You are going to learn a lot. And let me not tell you that camp is very very fun and it's very very lively. If you are the type of person that you adapt to things a lot, if you stay in camp, you really enjoy yourself. Because me, I was an LBS member, a presenter. I enjoyed myself. If you are the type of person that are feeling bored too much, join any club in the camp. You really enjoy yourself. That even when we were leaving, I don't feel like we should not just go because I really miss my OBS team and other people. So thank God for it, but the experience was nice. Backward never. Then for people, NYC is meant for everybody. But if you start from, I think from age 30, stop at age 30 and you are expected to go, but if you pass that age you cannot serve it. That is good. The earlier the better. That is good. For the first step you are going to take is to go for service, so that you not be when you now reach for something you not be saying you want to go and serve. No, it's no work. And that is good to do it immediately as your business. It's not a must. I'm telling you guys, I'm motivating people that it's good to take the step because it's actually interesting and it's not only 77k. The opportunities are there. Like I said, I will not be here if not for NYSC. You get, there are many opportunities. You meet people out there that will help you. That is just it. And your experience that you are going to find out soon. Then many people get job offers. Like I said before, you are going to you are going to retain in wherever you did your PPA. If your employer sees that the potential in you, or probably see the zeal of working in you, is that you are very passionate of your work and all that, is going to retain you. But if you're the type of person that probably the PPA you are staying, you are not expected to retain, and you are not even thinking for them to retain, you can also jejely go after your serve your 1 year, and the experience you had through that your 1 year, you can also use it wherever you are going to, or probably another organization they want to work in. So to show that it's very very important, that 1 year will help a lot. So and most of us there, if you are giving this PPA, they will want to retain you, they will give you job immediately, and you start being their full-time staff. Then number 2 step is get a job, start your career. Get a job and start your career. Apply for entry level roles, work experiences, then popular industries, breaking, tech, oil and gas, and consulting. You should try to get a job. Very very important. Even most people, let me tell you guys something, that even as you have not graduated, most people have started applying for jobs. To show that the process is not even something that you just apply for job and you expecting to receive a reply tomorrow, or probably all the company want to employ you. No, that is just the fact. They start from now. Even now, I'm currently serving on my PPA. I've started applying for jobs. I started sending emails to people. That is just the sincere fact. That is just the truth. If you are the person that you know that you are not going to stay in your PPA after your 1 year, please start applying for jobs. The earlier the better. 2 months to where you are going to pass out. 1 month you are going to, in fact 2 months is okay before you are going to pass out. 3 months, start applying, because you don't know when these people are going to get back to you. You can submit a CV and you see people getting back to you after 3 months, even a year. You be like, are you guys for real? Isn't that I'm submitting my CV to you? To show that all these things, that we are in Nigeria, we are not in other countries. So you have to know Nigeria setting and how the way everything is. Everybody is looking for a job. You are not the only graduates. You see a com members. Even when I went to camp, see 5,000, 1,000 com members. These people are actually going to look for jobs. Everywhere is occupied, no space. Because all these people too want to have a job for themselves. So the earlier the better to do your own facts. That people don't be faster than your shadow, fine and good. But by this situation, you have to be faster than your shadow. Because if you are not faster than your shadow, you will not get what you want. So that is just it. So you feel that these people are also a graduate like you. Them too want to work in a better place. Them too want to work in a company and earn good salary, right? Everybody like good thing. Everybody like better stuff. So if you are the type of person that you also like this good thing, fast as possible and start making your efforts right now. Stop wasting your time. Stop playing, stop delaying, because there's no time for it. There's no time to waste. No time to waste. If you don't want to finish your service and start staying at home, and you start people be talking, you have finished service, you have graduated, you have finished service, so why are you not staying at home? Like all these talks and unnecessary talk that don't really matter, other people and those that don't really mind their business. If you don't want such talks, start applying for that. Immediately you are passing out, you are going back to you are going to your new office or your new job. So that should be our goal. That is good to apply for jobs. Immediately apply for jobs. After you have finished your service, try to send CVs to companies. Especially when it depends on your area of discipline. If you know you're the type of person that study mass communication, try to apply service for post companies, presenters companies and all that thing. Or probably if you know that it's related to your course, you can also do. Just like me now, I study English education. I feel that I'm already a teacher, so I need to apply for schools, university, college, and online remote teaching and other stuff. So these are the things you are meant to do now. Especially those that are currently serving and those that are still in school. this is the second step you are going to take so that it will not be too late. You can use platform like LinkedIn to find jobs. You see, LinkedIn is very, very important and it has been useful to most of our youths now. The job that we have is through LinkedIn. You can look for job there, and probably people are looking for workers. You're able to get them. So even when I created my LinkedIn account, I was like, cause I was not consistent. I've not even created my profile or anything. So it was even when I was creating my profile, I have to be asking Elizabeth about how we do it. So I got to be serious with my life, and I know that I don't only by sending CV to other people that I got information from, because I'm getting information from my sis, from my brothers, and my relatives too. So I don't want to really depend on all those people. I also want to move effort by also aspiring sending my CVs to also to leave all these apps too. I was able to create my profile very well, and I was asking her question because she was already in the setting already to create my profile. So anybody that wants for or probably have seen your profile and everything, your experience, be able to consult you if he or she wants workers. You get, so it's good. If you don't have a LinkedIn account, please create one today. It will help you. Then the third point we are going to use is postgraduate studies. Postgraduate studies is very, very also important. If you want to specialize, master's degree, you go for your master's degree, MSc, MBA, etc. or PhD for research at schools like University of Lagos and other university or University of Anambra. You get, so it depends on the one you want to go. So it's good to do your master's. Even when my dad was alive, he told me that he wants me to further my education by going for masters. Further my education by going for masters. He really like it. So he even told my senior sister, my sister actually did PhD too. So he told me that he wants me to do it. Immediately my service, I should make sure I do my master. So I was even thinking doing master in this my school. I just want to change setting and all that, so I don't want to stay in the same environment. So I thought of studying outside, because even my friends were like they want to do their masters outside, and that is a nice thing. So they're actually processing it and it's going well for them. So I feel that okay, if I should do this thing now, it's actually cost a lot of money and all that stuff. So let me just try doing it within this Lagos. But I've not started aspiring for Asia. I'm still looking up forward to study it outside, no matter anyhow. But I'll try my best. Even if I get married, or I will still do it. That's just my short thing. I'm going to still do it. So it's very, very important. So I see, even when I was in school then, I see most married people that are doing their masters. There is not really much that you are single, you start doing your master. You can get married. They even used to bring their child. Even pregnant women do come for lectures again. So it don't really matter. Since you really know what you want, we definitely get it, no matter the kind of situation you have. And don't allow your husband to stop you for anything, because you feel that you still have dream ahead and you are going to fulfill that dream no matter what. Even there are some people that will like the man is going to promise you heaven and earth. I'll send it to school, I'll do it this, I'll do it that. But you end up entering the marriage, you start giving birth before you know your dream has come down. Don't be that kind of person. For that, I've seen many cases like that. This person have done matriculation and she got married. That matriculation picture, that is what she framed and put in her house. That is the only picture she has. She not even further her education. Immediately that matriculation, she didn't even do 100 level or anything. She got married and she gave birth, and she didn't even start with them. She did matriculation with them. She got admission. She married them. She didn't even finish nothing. And the man promised her heaven ahead that she will still continue her studies and other stuff. So she was not like she don't really have any graduating pictures. Thank God for the matriculation she did. She was able to frame it and put it in her house. She was even having those that actually have their opportunities, and our husband actually did promise and fear that aspect, because you have money. It don't really matter about the money. You actually chartered this person's dream, and it's very, very bad. So she has given birth like up to like 5 kids now. 5 kids now. Normal education, boy, she will not. I feel that she has passed. She'll feel that she has passed it. That she has passed that level. There's nothing that will enter her head at this age. So she has actually gone far in that aspect. I don't think anybody can even motivate such person. So that's why if you want to marry an educated person. Because if you marry an uneducated man, it's going to polish your brain not to go to school. You will not even have that aspiration of you going to school. Either I like my father, even if he did not even go to school, my dad did not even finish school, but he makes sure all his children went to school. It was like told you that even if I did not do it, I want my children to do it. That's why it's good to have relationship with such person that have positive mindset. Not person that is always saying that school is not really what you think, school is not that, school is calm, school is this, school is this. So it's very, very good to always work with educated person that is going to impact you, person that will even encourage you to do more, not to bring you down. So it's very, very important. So then please, if you are the person that just finished school or you have done your NYC, please try your possible best to do your master's or probably do your PhD. It's good. And you can still be working and be doing your PhD. Yes, why are part-time students in schools? They are working and they are schooling too. So there are many means you can do it. It's very, very important. So it depends on the step you want to take actually. It's not a must that you must do everything together. If you want to do it, you do it. If you don't want to do it, don't do it. But I'm encouraging you to try your possible best to look for time to do it. That is just it. It's just a 6 months. Is it 6 months or 1 year? And this thing you are done with it. Then the fourth step that you are going to take is start a business. I'm bringing out steps. It depends on the one you will choose. Yes, I mean, it's not that you will do everything together. Or don't get me wrong. So you start a business. Starting a business is very, very good. It's very, very good and interesting. Just like Kiara said about her business brand and other stuff, she actually owns that business. And there's nothing like you having a business than you being on that person. Self-employed is the best. If you know that you are getting money, you know your gain, you know what you are profiting, you know everything, you can get access to your money. You get. So it's good to be self-employed. You are not need to be waiting for a salary after many months. First week, second week, you have not get salary, or the pressure of your employers. Do this, do that. Running skater, trying to get your works done and all that things. You are not going to be stable. In fact, you will be eating, you will not be seeing the food in your body because you are being drained by all this type of set of people that don't really they don't even want to know about your well-being. They just want you to work for them. They just want to see their work moving forward, not even their employers. To see how people are very desperate, most workers or employers. That's why it's good to be very, very smart. The type of person that if you know you cannot work on that person, try to establish yourself through the salary that you have earned and start your business immediately, no matter how little it is. Do you know you can use 100K and start a business? Before how many months or a year, I saw you be earning like how many, your business will expand if you actually have faith in yourself. But the type of person that are already living all this expensive lifestyle. If you are living expensive lifestyle, I'm sorry, your business might crash. So, but you have to minimize what you are using. If your parents or your siblings they want to get something, make sure they pay for that thing. Jot it down. Even you said, if you want to get something, make sure what you are getting, it should not pass, it should not exceed any probably what you are gaining. So you have to know. Even your husband said he wants to get something for you, let your husband pay for it. So if my cousin owns a supermarket actually, if her husband wants to get something, her husband used to pay everything, even the one that she's eating, she almost pay for it. Because if they are collecting things from the house and be taking home, what is remaining? This supermarket is going to crash. For the market to stand in now, it's because that she used to keep every document on what is going on, the money that is coming in, the money that is going out, the expenses and the rest. So if you want to know that if you are not a disciplined person, don't even open a business. So you have to have your self-discipline before starting a business, because you're able to adapt to so many things. How to owe your money tight, save money, and make sure that you expand your business, not spending money. Okay, because it's in my business, I want to buy this bag, I want to buy this clothes, I want to buy this shoe. You will not move forward. That's just it. And people will be laughing at you. This one I just want to start business. Think it's easy. So it's easy if you are very disciplined, self-disciplined. So try to start a small business, probably small startup online business, or free learning, free launching or other things. So like me now, I'm currently doing online business. I sell home items, I sell kitchen accessories, I sell gadgets, I sell packages, female packages, perfumes and other things. Like someone even have to ask me, where is your office? I want to come to your office and get. I said I don't have office, so online is my office. If you want schools, I'll send you live video of what you want. If you like it, you order for it, then you get your goods. This is what, like, my online is my shop, online is where I do my business. So you can start from doing online businesses before you start expanding yourself. Before you know that you own a shop, before you know you now give your shop a brand name, before you have gone to a big company, you get. Just like Akiara shares her story, she said that she started from small, she actually gave up and everything through the process, and everything she was able to establish her business, and now her business is going global. People are buying things for her hands global, like some countries are getting clothes from her hand. So that should be your aim. Start up a business. It's very, very important. No matter how little it is, start it. Before you know, you start expanding. Before you know, you turn global. And before you know, they won't be calling you madam, oga. Everybody need that kind of. I love that kind of name. Oga, madam. I love it very much. Madam said this, madam said that. Madam is called. All those things are very, very good. If you want to bear such name, oga, boss, you have to starting your business yourself and be doing it. Like I said, online business also, use your knowledge or skills to build something. Use your knowledge and skills to build something. I believe everybody was given knowledge. Everybody has brain. Everybody has faculty. So you are meant to use your brain. The way people are using their brain outside to establish themselves, you also have the same brain. So use your own too and start establishing yourself in different aspects. Build yourselves in anything that you know that can fetch you money. Do it. As far as not negative, do it. Get your money, and you start living your life. So that is it. Then another fourth idea that I have after university is to learn high income skills. Even with a degree skills, masters and a lot, teach software development, data analysis, digital marketing too. This US design, many graduates also teach all these things too, like all these tech and other stuff, all this coding and stuff. You can also teach people out there and be getting your money. This is also good. Just like I said, I'm learning online courses, and my lecturer is on his house teaching us tech and other stuff, human resources stuff, and he's on his house making his money. So these are ideas that you can do to make money too, not only by owning a shop or want to show yourself physical to your customer. It does not really matter. You can also do your business by imparting the knowledge you have to your clients or probably to your students, then you gain money. Just imagine you're in comfort of your home, teaching students, core members, trying to impart them or impart the so course, how to use their essay and other stuff. Then you are imparting knowledge and you are gaining money, because they are going to get money to get the certificate. They are getting money for them to learn this knowledge that you have imparted on them. So it's very, very important. Engage yourself in marketing skills too. If you are the type that you are good in vlogs, or probably you are good in arts, or trying to market people's brand or their businesses. You can do it and make money. You can fish out money too for all those things too. Probably if you have your business on own, you can also market your business online too for people to patronize you. So once you display or you exhibit this product online to people out there, they will want to patronize you. They want to get 1 or 2 things for you because of you market your goods out there. And you can also teach them skills or people that want to learn. Just like there's one content creator currently now, she knows how to edit, she can do everything. So what did she think about? She was able to thought about this idea. Okay, most people want to be a content creator, but they don't know how to edit videos, they don't know how to do this one, they don't know how to do that. So she was able to create a group, and she told to her followers that she's teaching people how to edit. Those that want to be a content creator, she will teach them how to edit. She will be able to pay 30K for you to join that group for her to teach you. Because of that knowledge she has about editing and all that stuff, she was able to pay her followers. Her followers, people paid 30K. Imagine 200 people paid 30. Calculate 30K. Do you know how much? So these are the ideas you are supposed to have to make your money. Once you have these skills, you know that this thing, don't allow it to waste. You can even be doing 2 masters at the same time. Do your business, do this one. That will fit chat money for you. You start doing this. Do you want to tell me that these people that are teaching these people content and be collecting 30K from them, you want to tell me that they are not also doing other businesses? They are doing other businesses. Even that content they are posting in their platform, they are getting money for it. To show that this there are many business strategies or probably business ideas. Is what I don't want to just move, take a step, upgrade, just want to stay one place or waiting for someone that will come and give us work in our seats, which is not supposed to be so. You have to work and hustle for yourself to get what you want. That is supposed to be your goal as a graduate, because we don't expect this life to be bed and roses. You said that you just want to be everything free, you don't want to work, you're just lazing around, all that is, you have to also to get what you want. That's just the fact. The type of person that you don't want to move effort, start moving efforts now. Because let me tell you guys now, those people or those men out there, they are looking for women that are independent, women that are very potential, that want to develop, and women that knows what they want, women that can provide for themselves, not even people that are depending on men. So that's just it. Most of our genders are depending on men, which is not supposed to be so. So just to be sincere, they are depending on men. Most of the time, I'm telling you that as a graduate, you don't need to depend on men. As a graduate, you don't need to depend on men. No, yeah, fun and good. They have necessities they can do. They will provide for the house, they will feed the house, and normal thing. But it's not everything that you be like depending on your husband or you get. There are self-respect, there are boundaries they are supposed to do. Yes, it's your husband, but don't mean that you show all yourself to, or probably you see your husband to see you finish. So there are boundaries and other things. So it's very, very important. If a woman have her money on her own, men will respect it. That's just it. They'll respect you more than those that don't even have money, that they are depending on their probably their achievements or something like that. That's what is going on. So I'm telling you guys part of experience that people had and what I've actually acknowledged for other people's experiences. So if you learn for you, if you take the advice, don't take the advice. You think about it if you should enter the trap one day. So that is just it. So I'm bringing decision and ideas for you guys. So it's left for you to take your decision. Everybody has their decision at home. I'm making my decision, you make your decision. Anything that is good for you is good for you. You get. Thank you. So the sixth step you are going to take, or probably idea you can take, study or work abroad. Study in abroad or you work abroad. Apply for scholarship or jobs overseas, exams and other things. So it's very very important. Either you apply for scholarship on abroad, then you learn what you want to learn, other courses you want to learn abroad. Then or you go and work abroad, or you work abroad. If you are the type of person that has this idea that after finishing school in abroad or learning this course or master, you don't even, anybody that will take they want to come back, to probably Nigeria again. That person don't really know what he or she wants. Or I'm just bringing ideas. So no, most people that in abroad that study master, they will not come back again. That is just them. They will come back. Oh, they will come back, but you know, think they have built themselves. Because they will even want their parents. They won't even want their parents to even come and meet them there. You don't really get. Even people like some of my friends currently, most of my friends currently, they'll be like, they have brothers that are there, but they have started making their papers to come and join the day. So it depends on you. So it's left for us, if we want to stay in Nigeria, try our possible best to better Nigeria, make Nigeria a better place, so that we'll stop leaving Nigeria and be going to other place. That is why we are hoping for a better Nigeria. You get. So it depends on you what you want to do. People used to even establish their work there, but they are in Nigeria, but they are doing work over there. So it depends on the one you want to do. So everybody has their own decision ideas. You get. So the other 7th point is internship graduates training program. Look, like I said, the part my lecturer that currently teaching us online courses is training people online. Human resources management. Is into human resources management to teach people how to manage their clients, or probably how to take care of most people that are recruiting people into the organization. So these are things, tips of everything. And they also have the oil and gas courses. There are plenty courses that you can also train people online on it. There are many companies run structured programs for graduates too. Many companies runs too, and many universities too that engage themselves in this training too. You can also apply for it too. Then once you equip yourself through this training, you're able to do yours. You're able to also make your money through the knowledge you have learned from these people. They're a great way to enter competitive industries too. You're able to go into industrial companies and try to establish yourself and train people, or probably you learn from these people, then you start imparting or using it to pass for yourself. Then the 8th point is a reality check. When we talk about reality check, you don't have to figure everything out immediately. Many graduates combines NYSC skills and learning work while gaining further studies, or switch careers completely. You get. So it's not a must that you must really wait for so years before you achieve this. Wait for this year, and before you achieve this thing. You can also do it while you are furthering your studies. You can also, most people that are in university, they are doing work and they are also studying. They are engaging in part-time jobs and also studying. Even most of them themselves, the job that they are doing, that is what is helping them to pay their school fees, to pay their bills in the school, and also to pay their faculty dues and others. You get. So you can also engage yourself in different things. Even those that were not opportunity to learn skills immediately they finish school to enter university, you can also create that space to learn skills too in university. You can learn 1 or 2 things, because when I was in school, I was able to learn from my roommates. Although I have the ideas of this catering, my mother is a caterer. So she used to do, she cooks, she bakes and other things. So actually after it, but I never emphasized more on this because I was like occupied. I was just concentrating on schools, and she actually was doing it when I was still small. So they led me to be learning how to bake cake when I was in 2 years or 1 year. So I was able to learn this through the help of my roommates. I was able to learn how to bake chin chin and do other things too. So I can do it in my home now. I can do shima when everybody be eating. They're like, it's good, it's nice. They'll be like, start and be doing chin business. I'm like, I'm coming down. Start and be doing chin business. So these are things that you can also learn too, that will still fetch out money for you once you are done graduating. Then simple way to decide. How can you decide after graduating, after you can you decide after university. So we have the simple way to decide. Ask yourself. You have to ask yourself this: do I want money now, job or skills? What do you really want? Do you want money? If you want money, either you engage in job or you engage in skills. Then, if you're conscious or probably you decide that you want money, you can engage yourself in jobs and skills. So it depends on what you are. I actually said that they have solid reasons. It depends on your own. Then the other simple way you can decide, you can do I want what I want to specialize. If you want to specialize, you can engage in masters and other degrees that you can also apply for. So it depends on your decision. Or you can still ask yourself that, do I want independence? Do I want independence? What are the independent aspects? Businesses. Do you want to be independent person, you want to be getting your money, you want to live alone and that stuff, you can get yourself in businesses. So these 3 steps depends on what you want. If you should ask yourself that, do I want money? Okay, I want money. Okay, let me engage in job and skills. Do I want to specialize? Do I want to further? Do I want to upgrade? Okay, you can engage yourself in doing your master's and other degrees. Do I want independence? Do I want independence? You can engage yourself in businesses and start doing it on your own. So, like I said, all these steps is left for you to choose. Depends on the one. So most of us are currently here serving. I know most of us are coming back. And so, what are the steps? Have you decided now that what is the step I want to take immediately that I finish my NYSC service? What am I going to do? Immediately I'm getting my certificate for my local government inspector and snap picture and put like, what am I doing? What am I going to do? What is my next step? So it's left for you to start deciding now. Think about, go deeper. What did I want? What did I want for myself? What is the step I'm going to take now? What is going to benefit me? What did I really want? So it depends on you. It depends on your decision. It depends on your own. So in conclusion, I hope I was able to convince and not to confuse you about the steps that you're going to take after graduating from university. And I also put it to those out there that is still in university. You can choose any of these points and decide for yourself. It's not too late. Or those that are aspiring to go to university, you can also jot out these points for future purpose. So if you're able to go to school, what am I going to decide? What am I going to do after graduating or before I enter university? And thank you. I'll be passing the mic to the next speaker.
Thank you so much, Miss Ruth. Yeah, good evening, everyone. We are not looking excited. I'm happy to see you, but not happy to see me. Good evening, everyone. Alright, so a lot have been said today from the different speakers. I'm sure there are a lot of things to learn from each of their speeches. She spoke about life after school, and this is very important. Like, what are the things you have in store after university? Because people expect that when you're done with university, you should have your life figured out, or even while you are in university. The likes of Rema, there was a time Rema gained admission into Unilag, and somebody said something that was quite unforgivable. A lady, then we're in final year or there, but she said she was ready to repeat just to be in the same class with Rema. Finnish lady, but then the truth was that we didn't even see Rema once. He just gained the admission for cruise, and that is it. He already knew where he was headed. So what can degree do for him? This kid didn't finish from lead, but he was awarded certificates. So people have what they are doing. People figure out their lives, before even finishing from university.
So today I will be exploring the topic. My name again remains Opeyemi Adeshokan, and I will be looking at the topic success without fulfillment, the crisis of achievement. Success without fulfillment, the crisis of achievement. This topic was particularly chosen by me. And why did I choose it? It greatly resonates with my perception of success at the internal, level. You see, success to people means different things. Your own perception of success might be different from my own perception of success. To some persons, being here and achieving this record might be the utmost level of success they will ever achieve. I might give them that satisfaction. To other persons, making probably 100 million naira might be their definition of success. To some persons, achieving a university certificate might be their own definition of success. So to different people, success means different things. And let us start with how society perceives success. This sometimes is delusional. If I ask you, seated, that what is your own perception or definition of success, majority will say having money in my accounts, being able to afford whatever I want, a trip, a house, a car, any material, all sorts, and probably to some extent having good health to enjoy it. That might be our definition of success. The society definition of success is highly linked to the external, what is perceived, what is seeable, what is measurable. That is how society defines success. Do we know that somebody in this room may even be living a more fulfilling life than Elon Musk? Somebody in this room, might have a better life than Elon Musk if we are to look at it from another angle. But when you say this statement outside, it's like you are uttering taboo. People will think you are crazy, because to us, the ultimate aim of humans, basically, in this life, our perception is what? Having financial stability. I could bet with majority of us will not even go to school at all if we could be seeing enough money that that will make us live our dream life. Imagine when you are giving birth to every month, your father is sending you 50 million naira every month. You ask yourself, what do I want to go and do in school? That is when we now begin to give ourselves examples of people that didn't go to school. I almost didn't go to school now. My super beg dropped out of school. I'm telling you, even I might not be here today. One way or the other, we are all out there looking for greener pastures. You are doing what you are doing because you are looking for a way to be successful, and that is the truth. We all want to be successful, but do we have that personal fulfillment? So first of all, we have to differentiate between success and personal fulfillment. Success and fulfillment. Success is being able to achieve a goal, an objective, a desire that you have set. That's success. But fulfillment is that feeling, is a feeling of satisfaction, of meaningfulness, peace that one gets. So you can be successful, but then you might not actually attain fulfillment. Fulfillment is internal, intrinsic. Are we following? So being content and completely honest with yourself. That is what fulfillment is. But success is when you achieve a goal or an objective. Now, there are 4 dimensions I want us to explore this evening, and you would learn a lot if you would listen attentively, I can assure you. The first one, we have to saunter into the world of illusion of success. The illusion of success. You know, the utopianistic nature of societal view to success. And what are these? Number 1, society equates success with money and titles. Society equates success with money, titles, and materials. That is our definition of success. I can't be the only one that has gone through this street of Osborne Estates and find him or herself wondering about the buildings. That these houses are not bad though. Somebody owns this house. I'm sure that many of us at a point in time would have had that thought. And to us, seeing those buildings mean that those people are successful. That is our definition of success. Those gigantic buildings show us that they are successful. You see the white luxurious buildings, you are wondering, this place is very okay. I'm telling you that some persons have taken over 1,000 pictures since this competition, since this challenge started, from different buildings. Please take me here, please take me there. Because these are the things that society see to say that this person is successful. Materials, wealth, and titles. Another illusion associated with success is social media highlights. Social media has become one of the driving factors to the way we determine success. There are people who do not use social media. It is not because they are stark illiterate or stark digital literate, but the problem is that the pressure on social media sometimes can be consuming. It's like there's a facade of success that social media paints that you cannot even take. It can be overwhelming. You go on Instagram, you scroll this, you are seeing somebody on vacation. Hi guys, I just want to show you how I got my this thing, and you are like, what is going on with my own life? People are showing you nice trips, new cars, new houses, and you are wondering what exactly is going on with my own life. So social media has redefined, what success is. Before the emergence of the likes of Instagram, people were living in stark reality of what they could see from the physical world. But these days, social media has repainted success to us. We follow these people that have the physical things we call success back to back. Do you think it is everybody that is following the video because of the video music? Is it all of those Sweet Fanta Diallo? Is that the only reason people are following him? No. Sometimes it is the lifestyle. The trip to Ibiza. The different kind of outfits. The lifestyle, the way they have everything they want. They could chill anywhere with anybody. That is why we follow them. That is our definition of success. So social media illusion is another thing that has affected our definition of success. In fact, now there's a saying that now for you to know successful ladies, it depends on who can do BBL. BBL is now a criterion for judging successful ladies. So when you have it, they call it body positivity. You want to go in there and go and transform yourself. They say it is not for any other. And then they now have different kind of BBL. We have the Abba made one that can lead to some serious injuries later in life. And we have the top-notch one where you go to, expensive places to get it done. That is our way of defining success on social media. Another point linked to illusion of success is people measure their lives by comparison and not by purposes. Do you know that sometimes these days, if you want to see how successful we are, we try to compare ourselves to others. If somebody that is of the same age with me can be living this life, it means that I am not successful. It means that I am not doing enough. I am older than Rema. The only thing I am used, is just the age. But in terms of the financial wealth, I'm telling you, it will buy me times 100. And that is the truth. That is the truth. And then we begin to compare your life. What did he do differently? 2019, we're both struggling, and it just came into the limelight, and it's global. I watched his video, the calm down video with Selena Gomez on, and I'm like, a young boy from Benin City is doing this. Look at it, when he went back to Benin, the king of Benin hosted him specially. That is success for you. That is the way society, they hosted him specially. Normally, would he have been able to see, the king of Benin if he was just a regular person? Look at Pella. Pella, that we thought that what was the meaningfulness of his contents. He went to Osun State and then he took pictures with Osun State governor right in his office. And I saw somebody commented something on the Osun State governor page. He said, "Sir, this is inconsiderate. I have written enough proposal to you about the youth project you want to start, and you didn't even attend to me." Pella came unannounced, and then he was able to take pictures with you. So what kind of governor are you? That's the truth. So success, illusion, we compare our life to other people's life and not by purposes. Again, external validation replaces inner satisfaction. That is the society way of defining success. We want people to know that we are successful. Do you know why sometimes you realize that when you go to Igbo land, the likes of Obi Kubana might not really be the richest persons in Igbo land, but they are just the ones that have put themselves out there. There might be many Igbos in the east that are far richer, but they are just on the low. But we need that external validation. That is our own definition of success. Until people are able to calculate your net worth, drolling, we have not believed that we are successful. Until you are able to read out your portfolio, you are this, you are that, this and that, that is when we believe that we are successful. So these are the illusions of success. Now, let's now explore the emotional cost of success. Are we following?
Yes.
What are the emotional cost of success? What are the things that we sacrifice on the threshold, on the platter of wanting to achieve success? Especially from the perspective of the way society has defined it. Number one, born out from constant pressure. I'm telling you, you will become pressure that you will be burnt out. There's this aphorism that it is destiny that will tell when a man will be successful. You cannot run beyond your destiny. And if it is in the evening of your life that you are going to make it, you can spend the rest of your morning, running etasketa, and you will not smell it. So the only thing you just get is you just get burnt out. You have to try. Of course, you have to try, because even if the divination tells you that you are going to be rich, you cannot say because they have told you that I'm going to be rich, it doesn't matter. Let me just be sleeping. No, you still have to try. But then, when we put ourselves under pressure to be successful, we get so burnt out. There was a day I sat down alone. Then I thought about it. I said, what do I have to do? What do I have to do legally that can give me 50 million naira in a month? I asked myself that, what do I have to do legally that can give me 50 million naira in a month? I thought about it. Do you know the truth? I didn't come to one single thing I could do at that space that will not probably require me to first of all go and spend another kind of money. And that is the truth. Then, Ruth was speaking about we finding ourselves, life after university, how you can make it and stuff. And there was a point I thought that this teaching I'm doing, how much are they paying teachers? I can't live a Rema life this way. That's the truth. You know, if you get to a stage whereby you are spending some money in a day and you are thinking you have made financial mistakes, the money some persons are using to buy, you know, a table water in an expensive hotel, you spend it in a day and you are saying you are telling yourself you are mad. Why would I have spent this money this day today? That is when you know that something is actually wrong. So we get burnt out when the pressure becomes much. You know, people combine different works. You know, also after 9 to 5. You know, there are some persons that after 9 to 5, another work still continues. You see teachers, they will teach in school from 8 to 4. After that school, extra lesson. From that 4 to maybe 8. Some of them can still do online lesson, online something again. They will still do other work. And in the end, by the end of the month, they will still be calculating, how do I spend this money? How do I spend this money? So there's pressure. Everybody that is seated here, if they open your heart to bring out the list of what you want right now, we'll run away from here. And that's the truth. Our lists are endless. Everybody wants to make it. But the truth is, it is not everybody that will make it. It now depends on your definition of making it. As we are here now, it is not all of us in this room that will become millionaires or billionaires. It is the truth. Some of us will still find ourselves, you know, having to manage. But, you know, but in the mind of every one of us who believe that I'm going to become somebody, we could be. But the truth is, it is not always as planned. But when you over-pressurize yourself, you know, what happens? You get burnt out. Some people die even before the big picture, you know, becomes painted due to pressure. Due to pressure. You want to go out there, you see your friend coming, you know, coming for your school reunion. They added me to my secondary school group, where the Yahoo boys were dominant there. So my classmates, you know, it will get to a point in life whereby even you that you are living a legal life, if care is not taken, you find yourself admiring Yahoo boys. I'm telling you, you may be admiring their financial capacity. You're like, what? You know, this is what pressure, this is what it does to you. And we're like, okay, let us do, you know, it's okay. Everybody should contribute, the boys should contribute to 200K, you know. I said, are we going to do this reunion in a private jet? He said, no, that we're going to get an apartment in Lekki, we are going to spend 2 days there, cook. I'm like, you know, something Alawi. You know, I have other projects to do. Our students will soon be due. You know, I can't do this. So some of them are saying, okay, you have not been talking on the group. You know that you are so busy with work. I said, yes, I'm so busy with work. You don't know that, you know, I am just trying to like manage myself. So burnt out from constant pressure. Now, another thing again is anxiety from maintaining a successful image. Somebody says something, and that thing resonates with me. He said, it is not being successful that is hard. It is maintaining it. I'm telling you. Everybody wants to get to the top. It only takes one. You only have to do one thing to get to the top. Somebody can just watch your video in this Guinness World Record, like this person, you know, I've exchanged quite a couple of contacts with some persons here. And the person might just fire you to the top, but maintenance is the hardest thing. And it is how you can control your emotions when you get to the top that is the most difficult thing. Why didn't think if you don't go to the studio to go and sing Fem? You know, he said, why is everybody partying for him? He wanted to lose his mind. You know, I'm telling you, he said, why is everybody partying for him? You know, why is everybody after him? Because to maintain a successful image is hard. When your name is an epitome, you know, a microcosm of success, I'm telling you, maintenance now becomes key. You cannot do anything anyhow. Normally, you would have loved to sit down and eat amala with your bare hand, but there's a way the society perceives you. You now have to use, you know, spoon. I'm telling you. There are places that you would have loved to go, but you cannot go anymore. Was it not Cristiano Ronaldo that was saying that he got to say that he cannot even live a normal life, go and take fresh air. Sometimes he just wants to go on his stroll because he's successful. Somebody died. Diogo Jota died. People were saying that Cristiano Ronaldo did not go for the burial, but he was saying that the problem is that if I go for that burial, people will focus more on me and not on the dead person because I'm so. And it's true. At the burial, people say, Diogo, Cristiano, let's take a shoot. I'm telling you, that's the truth. If Davido comes here today, I'm telling you, and he's outside. He's outside. I'm afraid that this audience place might be empty. It will be hard to hold some of us. That is the truth. It will be hard because some persons will say, this might be my only chance. And what we think in this country sometimes is that when we see a very rich person or a celebrity, we always feel like probably they can just catch a glimpse of us and they can change our life at that moment. So they don't see me. So myopic. So anxiety from maintaining a successful image is another emotional cause that comes with success. Another one, loneliness at the top. It's lonely at the top. Loneliness at the top. Success sometimes, the way society perceives it can drain you, of that social connection that you feel. It can drain you from that social connection. Do you know that some people migrate the moment they are successful? Somebody that is naturally living in Mushin, where there are people, where there are crowd that they relate with, the moment you become successful, you do something that brings you money, you might find yourself relocating to Ikoyi or Lekki. I'm telling you. Sometimes I'm sure that you have walked through these streets and you are not even seeing people. It is not like the kind of, you don't get to see people the way you have seen people, in the places like the mainland, like Mushin. Everybody, the life here is regimented. People do not just mingle anyhow. So that loneliness at times, that is why sometimes people assume that successful people, celebrities, that they have people to talk to, that they can, but sometimes some of them feel lonely. They crave that natural conversation, that freedom that does not come from trying to please them or trying to massage their ego. You being able to tell them the honest truth. Because when you see a celebrity, what happens? You want to always dance to their tune. Sometimes because of the transactionality of what you want to get from them, you are unable to say the truth. So you are not even being honest with them. I can tell you that, what do you think about me? You can be honest with me. But if I'm a rich man, in fact, you gave a beautiful speech. You are the best, because there is something attached. So loneliness becomes because we are devoid of such genuineness that will foster, facilitate, even personal growth, even at the successful level. So there's loss of, social connection. And then even joy, natural joy goes away. Performance is not the key over passion. Look at content creators. Some of you, when you started creating content, it was joyful. When you didn't have much light, you were putting passion there, you'll be dancing. Hi guys, so today I just want to tell you how to unbox. But the moment you have followers, your brain turns. It is no longer passion again. It's not like, how can I make money? So first content now begins to come in. Whatever happens, I must be at the front of the camera today. So even you now lose that joy of doing that thing you love. It now becomes a must for you to create content or for you to push something out there. That is the pressure that comes with society, because you have to keep putting something out there. So performance is now overweighing passion. When teachers used to teach for passion, oh my God, you don't want to leave. When I was in my 211 days, when I still had that passion in me, when my eyes had not become enlarged, when I've never had the roving eyes, I taught with passion. Honestly speaking, every lecture was greatly delivered. Sometimes they had to get me water, even on the podium, because you will see the vivaciousness as the teaching was being done. But when my mind now cross over to the money making part, I wouldn't be able to buy lasers this way. The power doing that, I'm telling you, it's not like as I'm teaching, I'm looking at time. You are paying me 4,000 per hour. So the concentration is not about those days. Even I will extend the hours. Students must understand. It used to be, how can I prove myself? But these days, it's not about the money. I'm going, okay, how can I combine one or two? If I'm done here, I can go there. This is what comes with what? The cost of success. Now, I have had more people. Now, I now crave for more. So the passion is low, the passion is reduced. Performance is not the key thing. So these are the emotional costs. That is why I am still going back to the topic where I say, does success guarantee what? Fulfillment. Does having money, having material things, having a position in the society, does it make you a fulfilled person? Is every rich person that you know going to bed at night sleeping happy? Is Tony Elumelu the happiest man on earth? Is Dangote the happiest, is the most fulfilled person on earth? What is now your definition of success, ladies and gentlemen? Now, this takes me to the third part. When success doesn't match purpose. When success doesn't match purpose. Do you know the thing I consider the most interesting thing? It is when you are doing something that you love and then you are making money from it. Nothing beats that feeling. You are doing something that you love and passionately, as you are doing it, you are making money from it. Even the more you do it, the more money you earn. Look at footballers. For every match they play, there is match what allowance. For every cup, do you know what if your country win World Cup, do you know how much the footballers are going to get? Look at our Nigerian Super Eagles. Somebody promised them that if they get to final scoring this kind of goal, that they're going to give them maybe is it 300 million naira per each person, per each goal you score. So look at that kind of thing. You are doing something that you love and then you are earning from it. But you study law and you are working in a bank. Or you study law and you are doing POS. What is the interrelation? But life is hard these days. Everybody multitask. I was giving an example that if the situation allows, some people will bring chin inside this hall and be selling. I'm serious. People do that a lot. Please, hello, I'm selling chin. It doesn't matter. People do that. Even in classroom, you see some persons. We were studying English and stuff, but they were selling cake parfait, plantain chips. Please, before class start, you will have come early. Excuse me, guys, I have plantain chips and cake parfait if you want to buy. And you find out that most of them after school, they might just go ahead and establish businesses in this aspect. But nothing beats when your purpose matches what, passion. And then you make money from what you love doing. So, what happens when success doesn't match purpose? One, choosing career based on money and not passion. If students are going to university to study now, it's about what course can give us more. What course can I study that can give us more money? When I was young, I just visited my sister's husband, who was a German, Mr. Thomas. Do you know what? That period, I wanted to be an aeronautic engineer. Why? Because he was collecting 21 million naira per month as salary. He just told me that day, and my mind was that, I was ready to convert to go and become an aeronautic engineer because of that thing. So it doesn't matter the passion anymore. Sometimes parents force their children, go and study medicine. Why? Because there's money there. Okay, if you study medicine, okay, it's going to give us the prestige and money. It is not even about their passion. A child who loves to draw, this is not what I'm going to eat. This is the kind of, I don't know what you're drawing up and down. Go and study medicine. Some are being pressurized to go and study courses they don't want to do because that is what is going to bring money and not passion. How many of us are using what we study in school to eat today? I'm telling you, somebody studied chemistry, is working in poetry. That is the truth. So this is what happens when success doesn't match purpose. You can be successful in that area, but do you feel fulfilled? Are you happy with what is giving you money? Is it your field? That is it. Another thing again is that you begin to live when you are living according to expectation. When success doesn't match purpose, you are living according to expectations. Where it doesn't matter, at least I'm successful there. This is what they expect of me to do. This is what they expect me to do. So you are not living based on your own individual satisfaction, individual principles, but according to expectations. And today, many of us are living according to expectations. There are people that have come to see you in some lenses, and we cannot trade that lenses. Therefore, we find ourselves doing things based on what people think will be right for us to do, and not exactly what we want to do. Many dreams have been sacrificed on the altar of money making, not on passion anymore. I used to love football, but anytime I say this, it seems as if, I'm just trying to, like, glorify a skill that's gone. I thought I was going to turn out to become a better footballer. I lost the muse. Throughout my university day, I never played football. It was really a day that I was giving somebody some vision that I said that I must not play football, that I must not go near field, that if I go near field I would die here. Telling you, I thought it was a joke, I just thought it was just all this ESA. I went to field, I forgot myself. That day, first of all, if you watch football where I was playing in the midfield, I scored one goal, so they were hailing me. But I was breathing as if I was going, that play. So what happened? I said, okay, let me go back to defend, because if you defend, you don't have to use more energy. The strikers will don't run, you can just stay at the post. That moment, it got to say that my eyes were turning me. Somebody just needed to fire a ball at me. Somebody just needed to just push me, fire one ball at me. RIP straight. I survived. But that was my dream. Also singing. You don't even see the connection anymore. You don't see the connection anymore. I used to have some composition. I used to have my music book. I used to play the guitar at a point in time. I didn't know how that fell away. But these days, it is all about skills that could bring the money. Passion is gone. Probably I should be competing with the likes of Rema, But now it's yama. Okay, good. Another thing when success doesn't match purpose is feeling stuck after making it. The way we are structured as humans, we are always asking ourselves, what next? And I feel till we die, this question will keep popping up. What next? I want to be in admission, I want to enter university. Now you have entered university, what next? I want to finish, what next? I want to go into the workspace, what next? Sometimes you get stuck after you have achieved everything, and you keep asking yourself, what next? What am I supposed to do next? Because your success doesn't match purpose, but a purposeful person. When something that you are doing is born out of your passion, you never be stuck. You never be asking yourself what next. Ideas will keep flowing in your head. Do you get it? Ideas will keep flowing in your head. If I love writing, if writing is my passion, when I write a book, another one is coming again. I could decide to write a novel. Maybe next one could be a novella. Another one could be a collection of short stories. I could write a play. But when you are only in a business because you want to be successful and you don't have passion for it, it will get to say you get stuck. Now I'm successful. What next? That is why I see some rich people that they don't even know what to use money to do anymore. And they be like, this is the money that can change my life for better. Is what this one is using to drink in bar one night. It's quite tragic. So, and then we lift up your expectations, we ignore personal values, and then we begin to glorify external ones. When success doesn't match purpose, you ignore internal values and glorify external ones. Every one of us, we have principles, we have values, we have ethics that define us and our work. But how many of these have been sacrificed? How many of these have been sacrificed on the altar of external validation, on what society perceives as success? How many of your principles do you still have when you find yourself in a space where you are doing what you do not consider your passion? Let me just do it that way. If it will bring money. The most ridiculous, shattering statement anybody can make is, well, it doesn't matter if it can bring money. How about your personal satisfaction? Does it bring you joy? I mean, if somebody offer you to come and do XSS, you could go for it if it can bring money. Would you feel personally satisfied? Is it your passion? So we have gone into so many things because of, we want to make money and not because of our passion. And this is when success doesn't match, purpose. Now, having established the loopholes, I now want to give us some tips on how we can redefine success and fulfillment. Before I go into this, do you know that to some persons, they don't want much in life? I am one of them. But our idea of much is not different. I still want to have different cars. It's still not much. Comfortable house. Some persons, their idea of success is just being able to provide for their family. Their family being happy, not in any crisis, not in any debts. Going to work, coming back and seeing their family okay. That is their own kind of fulfillment. You might have 10 million in your account, and somebody might have 10,000 in their account, and they might feel contented, they might feel more fulfilled than you with the 10 million naira. It all depends on how we perceive it. You might have the luxurious clothes. Somebody might just have 3 or 4 that they are exchanging, and they might feel more fulfilled than you. Why you might be, what do I have to wear today? I have to ensure that I cannot repeat clothes. Somebody might just be putting on the normal clothes, and they are fulfilled. They feel satisfied with what they have. So fulfillment is intrinsic. It is internal. It is not driven by validation. It is personal. It is just that feeling, that genuine contentment that you have, not linked to any external, any external validation or desires. So fulfillment. Somebody will have a B in the course, and somebody else will have a D. And the person that have a D will feel more fulfilled than the person that have a B. Sometimes, we that we think we are intelligent to say, they are searching for less. But some people have learned how to be grateful. At least I didn't carry over the course. When you say, what is going on? A B, I failed myself. But somebody can just have a D, and they will be grateful to say, God, thank you. At least some people failed. Our definition to fulfillment is very diverse. You are saying, God, rice every day. Can't we eat another thing? Somebody else, I'm telling you, they are using folded arms to drink garri. Do you know that there are people that they have to soak the garri for water, in water, for like 5 minutes, they go and play. So can travel, they will soak the garri and they go and play. Sometimes someone say, this garri is too much, it has oversold, and you start pouring water. Some people will soak it down, cover it and go and play. Come back, put water again. Garri is not similar as if they are germinating a seed. Or they are wetting a seed. Then after it has not grown, you take 1 spoon, let me take 1 spoon, and you are there complaining. There's no sugar in this garri, or there's no milk. Our definition of fulfillment is different. It's diverse. That is why we must learn how to appreciate. Now, redefining success and fulfillment. Let me give you another view to fulfillment today. Another view to success. Beyond the wealth, materials that we have come to know. Number 1, success should be personal, not societal. The problem we have today is that society determines everything for us. This is the definition of a gentleman. This is the definition of a successful man. This is the definition of an alpha male. This is the definition of a feminism. Society tells us everything. But success and fulfillment should be what? Personal. What is your own view to success? What is your own view to fulfillment? If being able to hear from your family every day is your own fulfillment, that is it. That might not be another person's definition of fulfillment. You might just need 50 million naira. That is all you need, for you to say you have a successful life. Some people are looking for a billion naira. So in whatever case we want to look into, the definition of success should be personal, not societal. It is not what society defines for us. It is not by social media rules. Some persons, do you know how they tell us that statistically, for every picture you see, there are hundreds of them that will not appear there. For every picture you see, some have gone through series of editings. Please, I want you to edit my bum out there. You know, I want the car to show beside me. I want my face to be low. There's a spot here. Clear it. And this is your own view. Look at the way this person is fresh. This is your own view to good life. This is your own view to fulfillment. It has been proved that people do not post their down moment on social media. Actually, do people post that? I mean, people come online and say, please, I have HIV. Please, man. People only want you to see what you want to see. Social media is just for promotion. It is quite utopianistic. So, and you feel the urge. When we achieve something, there's this urge to post it on social media. Why are people not posting probably their fathers, their uncles that are ailing? That sorry, my uncle is dying on sick bed. I just want you guys to know that I have, an uncle that is dying on sick bed. But people will post their uncle that have traveled to Germany. And then they will not put comment there. My big boss, they want you to know that the person has traveled to Germany. Germany weather is looking good on you. But you not post a family member that is ailing or that is on sick bed dying. Why? Because that is the social media definition of success, of achievement. Sometimes people feel like, you feel like you have a low rank, and for you to feel good about yourself, you want to post somebody that has achieved. That is what social media pushes us to do. The pressure is real. You go to a new place today, a restaurant, you want to eat food of 2-5 there, but it's a fine restaurant, and then you first of all take pictures there, and you put one bad caption there. It is not over until it is over. They never see me coming. They never see me coming. They thought I was done. And then your village people will cry, you with 2,500 accounts. And they see girls, different kind of posture. That at least one must click. That is the truth. And out of you can start like 100 pictures. Okay, which one is the best one? Okay, my leg is not showing well here. Okay, I have stomach. My stomach is coming out. Let me find the picture that push it in. That is what we do. We not select the ones, and that's just somebody else say, oh my God, Elizabeth, look at Elizabeth has changed. So social media let us see what they want us to see. In social media, Instagram, so you cannot buy into it and start using your life to judge what you see there. Another thing again is prioritize purpose alongside profit. You can see that I didn't say over profit. I said alongside profit. The relationship between purpose and profit is hand in glove. I want to do what I love doing, and I want to make money from it as well. The confidence that comes with you granting interviews. After you have become successful, and it is through what you love doing. A successful lawyer like Umori, granting an interview after achieving a lot of things, it will flow. Yeah, I remember when I started law, it was not easy. But now it will be different from maybe you study law and into cement business. You see a lot of freelance. I think we were able to, because you're not even supervisor, you don't even know a lot of things there. Purpose alongside profit, it is the biggest flex. My dream, it's still my dream anyways, I want to become a professor at Harvard University. That's my dream, that's my utmost kind of, but not just ordinary professor, an achieved one. Maybe of African literature, making a lot of money, having a nice family, teaching, writing my books and creating a good life. For now, it is seeming like, because if you want to be a professor at Harvard, that means you must first of all be at Harvard University doing masters there. But the space between the dream is, I'm not seeing any connection yet. But we are trusting God to pull us there. So you must prioritize purpose alongside profits. Nothing beat that. Again, balance ambition with well-being. You can be ambitious, and at the same time, your mental health can still be at stake. Society, when you are a celebrity, even things that can be overlooked, will not be overlooked when it comes to you. How many people are ignored on a daily basis? But look at when Fuga clearly ignored Michael. It became a meme. My customer, me. I'll tell my family member to patronize you, me. And people turn that to memes. And there's people, these days, everybody is a lawyer. And people should never study law in university again because everybody is a lawyer on social media. Somebody will sit, at one or in one uncomputed building, carry their phone and saying, you are wrong. I don't know what is wrong. Somebody that is still finding ways to drink garri, will be putting out in billionaire stock and they'll be judging. I feel like what you did was bad. As Funke, you are so aggressive. Is it because you think you know this thing? And Tony and Michael too is over sabi, So, and then you are the celebrity, you are the forefront, you are the signature of all eyes. Sometimes the comment gets you begin to worry. People deactivate their account because Nigeria can be so toxic. If they handle you, if they reason your mouth, I'm telling you, they will come like a pack of ants. And instead of them putting out, and they will start digging out. Things that you have said when you were nobody now begin to matter when you become somebody. They start digging everything and they start connecting the dots. So balance ambition with well-being is very key. Also, measure success majorly by peace, growth, and impact. To some persons, some teachers, success to them is being able to impart lives. That is their own definition of success. Then, I don't know if I've observed sometimes, Dean is talking, and Dean will be giving you that. I've taught a lot of people. I've mentored a lot of people. A lot of people have come here and, I've been able to teach them public speaking, Partially, nobody can say that this is not part of this achievement. This is not part of what Dean loves to say, okay, this makes me a successful person. You get, it is not money that is everybody's definition of success. Heartbreaker's definition of success might be winning against hearts. Genuinely. So, measure success majorly by peace. Do you have peace of mind? That's why when I see people doing Yahoo, it's not that you are not tempted. A friend of mine was telling me, you study English, it should be easier for you. I said, what is English? Said, you study English. I said, okay, what's the relationship? She said, I've been in a place whereby they were talking to clients and they were, I would say, but there's no peace of mind. At any point, I can't just say, okay, I want to make a video call with you. They will find a girl. That some of them now begin to use girls so have to be more realistic. Sometimes they will different things. Because the white people are not so foolish too. There's no peace of mind. At any point in time, you can be waylaid, you can be caught, so you don't have peace of mind. But somebody can just be making 50,000 per month and they have peace of mind. Peace is very key in defining what success is. I told you guys I asked a friend of mine for money. Yahoo boy said, I can't give you this money, okay? I can't give you this particular set of money. I said, well, I said, if it is this is the account, don't take part of this money. He said, it shocks me. But it's the truth. There's no peace of mind. Because whatever is gotten illegally, does not last long. That's why if you watch these Nollywood movies, has there ever been any ritual that goes unpunished? Either you go mad. You have to ask yourself that why is that the people that are doing the ritual, they are not rich themselves? If there's pure ritual or a ritual without repercussion, you think that the ritualist will not first of all do for himself? Okay, so let's say, sir, please do the one that will not have any repercussion at all for me. There's no, everything comes with repercussion. I watched one movie where they told him 3 things. I don't know if you guys have seen that movie. They said number 1, in the afternoon, he must go and have a bait publicly in the afternoon, outside, in a public space, not just in a public space. Secondly, he must lick salt and palm oil 12 p.m. on the dot. Thirdly, he must be the last person to bait, wherever they find themselves. Someone that is living in the basement and slap you. There are some people that they wake up around 2 and say it wants to kill them and not go and bait. They said he must be the last person to bait. And the last, okay, once it is 6 p.m., that wherever he finds himself, he must not say any, he must not be around women. Wherever he finds himself, he must move away from women. See that kind of ritual. And he did that for 1 month. Until one time when he could no longer keep up again. Then they said the repercussion is that he was going to lose his weight and he was going to go mad. Look at, but in the end, when now went back to the herbalist told him that he didn't do any ritual for him. That if he had money, but the herbalist said that it was just his time. But he wanted to teach him that if he could be hardworking and keep to time, probably he could make it. He said he saw that he was being, desperate. So he just said, let me just find something to give to him to be doing. That he didn't do any ritual for him. Can you see? So you can see the lack of peace of mind. And it being he eventually did the ritual for him, he would have gone mad because he couldn't keep to those things in the end. So define success by peace, growth. You might ask yourself, am I where I was 5 years ago? Many of us are not there. We have a lot of things to be thankful for. That is success. Some years ago, some people were even struggling to make identity. Today, you being in this room, me being on this podium, being listened to by this kind of people, it's a privilege. 5 years ago, we have thought that to be on this podium with the likes of the dean and some other reputable persons that have come here, that you will be sharing podium with them, be able to see them face to face, be able to interact with them, be able to hear them. This is success. Again, this is growth. Moving from Android to iPhone is success. Celebrate your small win. The problem is that we don't celebrate the little wins sometimes. We focus on the big ones. But if we live our life appreciating the little thing, we are going to find ourselves, much happier and successful. And I'll leave us with these quotes, these final quotes. A fulfillment is not just a successful life. A fulfilled life is not just a successful life. It is a life that is meaningful. A fulfilled life is not just a successful life. It is a life that is meaningful. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure that I'll be able to explore the concept of success, and fulfillment. A fulfilled life is not just a successful life. It is a life that is meaningful. So, this said, I would like to pass the mic next to my reputable speaker, who's going to take us on the 3 minutes of another journey.
Thank you very much. That was a great one as usual. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. Alright, so today I'll be talking about lessons in winning in relationships, work, and life. And when I mean relationship, not necessarily the romantic relationship. So we have to make that clear. Relationship is not only about romance. When we are talking about relationship, it can be relationship between your boss and you. That's the kind of relationship. With people, when we are talking about relationship, it's attached to being emotionally intelligent. There are some people that they cannot be somewhere. Some people now, as maybe we've been together for some weeks now, they've had altercation with 1 or 2 people. It might be because I don't know specifically. I'm just saying that there are some people that their attitude might really be something like that. That there's no how they've had altercation. They can't be in a place for maybe they meet people. They don't really give people allowance. That's one thing that is very, very important. So they don't give people allowance. So today I'm going to give us some lessons. Not that I have also lived life for a long time myself, and not that I have experienced some things myself, but most times it is not really about what we have experienced in life. Now, many people say this. There is this common expression that experience is the best teacher, right? Experience is the best teacher. But I really sometimes do not believe that experience should be your best teacher. Sometimes when you learn from people that have experienced something, or you read, you can learn so that you yourself will not fall. You will not make the same mistake and make experience your best teacher. Let's say a student now, you've seen your senior. You've seen how your senior behaved when he was preparing for SSCE. And you've seen that at the end of the day, that senior had to come back to school and take that exam again. So you yourself does not have to go through what your senior went through again.
see that senior, it can give you the what, the idea that if I go this way, this might be the end of what, of me. So that's it. So I may not have necessarily said, okay, what do you mean you want to give us lessons on winning in life, in work, or relationship? But it is based on maybe books that I've read and some things I've watched that have formed the basis of this presentation. Thank you very much. And particularly, there is a book that I really read that formed this. It is the foundation of this. And I don't know if anybody has read that book. It is called How to Win Friends and Influence People. Yeah, if you have not, you should get it. It's written by Dale Carnegie, and that book, it's an ancient book. It's a book that even the version that you read, it's not the original version because it's been written a very long time ago. So let us establish how important relating with people is. People are your business. That's one thing you need to know. You cannot win in isolation. It's not possible. You cannot win in isolation. You have to understand how to relate with people, because it is people that you may mention your name in places that matter. And aside that, it is people that will employ you. If you are a business owner, it is people that you will employ. If you are living in a place, it is people that will be your neighbor. If you are going to somewhere, it is people you will enter buses with. Mode of transportation, you cannot do anything outside people. We cannot be an ice. If you are somebody now and you say that there are some people that they will believe that I don't like relating with people, I just want to be on my own. To what end? How long will you do that? I don't want to relate with people, I just want to be on my own. No, it's not good. It is something that you have to learn. Mr. Victor talked about negotiation skills, and he mentioned that it is a social skill, it is a soft skill. And he said something that there are skills that they don't teach you. It's not your employer that will teach you. No, they don't. Okay, how to be an emotionally intelligent man, so you expect your employer to teach you that. It is already something that is formed through your environment where you grow up. That's why some people, they get to an organization, they are good, they are brilliant, they are intelligent, but their major problem is that they cannot relate with people. They always have problem with people. If there is any issue that HR is solving in that week, they will be part of it. They will be there and somebody else. If they are not there and the receptionist, they will be there and one of the admin or one of the managers. They always contend. Always is that they are not obeying instruction, or they are doing what they are supposed not to do. Or they think, why are you talking to me like that? Why are you talking to me like that? You are even my younger sister at home. You are just the age mate of my younger sister. Who asked you that? Am I your mate? Who asked you that? It's still about being emotionally unintelligent. It's still about being emotionally unintelligent. So many people, we need to understand that relating with people is very, very important if you want to do what? If you want to go far in life. People will help you. People are ready to open doors for you. And the thing is that there are people that life will open doors of opportunity for them, but they will go there and they will go and mess up that relationship. They will go and mess up that relationship. It's still about what? Them not learning about how to deal with people. There are some people that they will refer them to a job and then they will just go and misuse that opportunity. So it's important for somebody that does not understand these lessons about life, business, relationship, and in work. Most times, especially the relationship part, relating with people, they become those kind of bosses that people fear. They become they create environment that we call toxic working environment. They become a co-worker that I don't just want to be on this project with this particular person. You can group us, but this particular person, no, don't let us handle this project together. They become people like that, which is not supposed to be. So let's look at the lessons one after the other. I hope you follow me. The first one is that do not criticize, condemn, and complain. Do not criticize, condemn, and complain. Now, one thing is this: criticism is very important. There are some people that when they get to a place, they will never see the very first thing, and you need to watch yourself. When you get to a place, what do you want? What do you say? What is the first thing that comes to your mind when you are in a place? There are some people that they will never see one thing that is going right. Immediately they will see 1,000 things that is going wrong. And that thing, it is about how you program your mind. If you have programmed your mind to always identify something that is wrong or always identify negative things, just know that that's the way you are going to be doing it, which is very bad. So it may be criticizing something, criticizing an environment. It may be criticizing a person. There are some people that they can never see anything good that somebody is doing. Why is he doing like this? Why is he not doing like that? Why is he not doing like this? And that is why in a country like ours, there are a lot of people that criticize and there are a lot of people that complain. We know, okay, everything is due. A lot of people, the only thing that come out of their mouth in this country is that what is not good in this country. And they will always have reason to justify it. But the question is, are we not seeing people that are making it in this whole country that we are saying a lot of things are bad? We have many people that are succeeding in the country. So to relate it on a personal level, do not criticize people. One thing you need to understand that, ask yourself, when was the last time you personally criticized yourself? When was the last time you criticized yourself? The thing is that we rarely criticize ourselves. That's facts. People don't criticize themselves. So the moment you criticize somebody, always know that you are ready to for attack. But because the immediate thing the person will do is to defend him or herself. That's the thing. Is to defend him or herself. So when a manager now, maybe, okay, just the first thing is just to criticize this thing, he may not be, in a situation where it's maybe employer now, he may not be able to directly defend himself or to react, but he may then become a disgruntled employee. So if you as an employer of labor, the only thing criticism shouldn't be the only thing you should express. There are a lot of people that the only thing they verbally express is when their employees are not doing things that are satisfactory. They verbally express it. They know. Everybody will know. But let them do something that is right. Because at least it's normal now. You should know that it's a normal thing. No. We are going to go to the flip side of that lesson. What you should do instead of you criticizing, condemning, and complaining. No. Whether at home, whether in a relationship with your friends or with people, learn to minimize criticism. Learn to minimize it. Whether on social media is even the home of criticism. Do we know? Condemnation. There was a speaker that mentioned, that was maybe the week we started, when she was talking about maybe social media and illusion of success, and then she referenced this Vicky James. And that's the thing, there was a time that the lady went for the wedding party of maybe I think one of her employee, and she dressed so well, she invested in her look. You need to see what people were saying in the comment section. They said, why did she overdress? Why is she trying to overshadow the bride? That they even thought she was the bride. Yes. Few months later, she went to another wedding. She dressed, but to some people, they felt that she did not dress enough. Under the same comment section, we had people saying that, why didn't she put effort in dressing? Why did she dress down? Imagine that. So people will tell you dress up. You say another set of people will say dressing down. Criticism. You will see that it has even hidden into the core of our culture as a country. Because sometimes I will see a post And I will be so, wow, this is so nice, this is so beautiful or something. Just check the comment section. The comment section will just disappoint you. And you'll be asking yourself, is it not the same post that I saw? Is it something different? Criticism, complaining. Do not focus on what is right, what is wrong, rather. Know that the person that you criticize is not going to change. It's so difficult for you to think you can change somebody's behavior by criticizing them. Because it's not even easy to change another adult's behavior. It's not easy. But now thinking that it's when you criticize them that they are going to change. It's going to be very, very difficult. Very, very difficult. So rather, you should make sure that you sit down, okay, how can I communicate this in a way that is not what? That is not condemning. And you need to understand when you want to lodge a complaint that somebody has done something. Know that there is a difference between the person and the attitude. Many people, okay, the employee does something or your friend does something. Your friend is different from the behavior. Learn to separate the person from the behavior. I don't like what you did. I don't like that you did this and this. Not that you are bad. Not that you are this. No. No. So don't focus on what is wrong, because when you criticize, and another thing that is not necessarily the person, like I said, it can be circumstance. That's what a lot of people do in our country. Criticizing the circumstance, criticizing what is going on. What are you helping? What are you helping to solve what is going on? What are you helping to solve what is going on? It is very, very important. And just know that your criticism will hardly change the person's action. That's it. And I'm very sure when you criticize somebody, it's not as if that you are expecting the person not to do anything. Your essence, your objective is for the person to change. But know that your criticism will really change the person's action. It will really change the person's action. So the first lesson I said is what? Do not criticize, condemn, or complain. Do not. Even as a parent to a child. As a parent to a child. That's why they said there's another form of parenting style that we call gentle parenting these days. And they will tell you, don't just say what your child does. Don't just say it is wrong. What you are doing is wrong. No, there are diplomatic way of going about it. Don't go about condemning your child. Condemning your child. You are just so stubborn. Why are you like this? You are frustrating me. You are not even like your brother, or you are not even like your sister. Know that people really they really change if you do that. They really change. Somebody that is, the person such child will just say, okay, I'm stubborn, then let me just be stubborn. They want somebody to understand them. They want somebody to speak from their own point of view. From their own point of view. That is a critical lesson that everybody must hold on to. So if you are somebody in your personal life, in your workplace, you are known for Mr. Criticism. Anytime when it comes around, the very first thing you notice what is wrong. What is wrong? As we are here now, there are some people that maybe the only thing they are noting here is they should have done this for us now, or they should. No. If you have it in your mind, or no, you shouldn't. Watch yourself, because if you are not seeing something spectacular that is going on, and how effort has been put to make sure that everybody is just comfortable and this thing, and you are still noting one thing that is no, it's very, very important, because nobody really wants. Of course, people will offend you. We are going to talk about how you can communicate an offense. Don't just criticize. Don't just criticize. It is very, very important. Lesson number two. Give honest and sincere appreciation. Give honest and sincere appreciation. There are some people, they don't know how to say thank you. Thank you. Or there are some people, yes, they don't know how to say thank you. Thank you. They will never even, they will equate what you have done as if you have not done anything at all. As if you have not done anything at all. Give honest review, and that's the thing. Everybody wants to be appreciated. That's the fact. Everybody wants to be what? Appreciated. And if you look at Yoruba adages, there are a lot of Yoruba adages that support showing appreciation. If you know, if I say it, I don't even know how to interpret it in English, but you know, yes, kò ní lẹ́rù lọ. Let me just, ẹni tá a bá ṣe lóore tí ò dúpẹ́, ó dàbí ọlọ́ṣà kò ní lẹ́rù lọ. In Yoruba, ọlọ́ṣà means what? A thief, an armed robber. Because if you are robbed now, the thief will not say thank you for giving me this now. No. So that is, if somebody was, if you do something for somebody and the person does not show appreciation, you are equivalent to a thief. The other one says taba dupe ori ana. Exactly. That's the thing. Showing appreciation for what you have. I think the previous speakers also briefly talked about that. We really show appreciation for things that are working in our life. Let me talk about that before we move to the practical listening. Many people, that's why they are stuck. That's why and it's a fact. I was not around during the weekend. I left, and on Friday I went for a church program. And I saw this appreciation in different lights. Even to God, even to life. There is it's not preach, but let me just make a reference. There's a part in the Bible that says that from the person who knows that part, from somebody that does not have, what that little that he has will be given to what? To another person. That parable, that parable of the talents. Because look at what happened. From the person that was given one, or two rather, that did not do anything, the two was collected from the person. The one was collected and given to who? The person with 5. Because this is the application. Many of us think we do not have. And you have to believe that you have, because it is what is in your hand that the Lord will multiply. You are thinking, this job is stressing me. You are supposed to be thanking God. At least you have a what? You have a job. At least you have a job. This is my boss. His wahala is too much. At least you are even going somewhere that they are giving you wahala. What if you are not even going anywhere? So appreciation is very important. So to relate it to life, know that everybody wants to be appreciated. So acknowledge people. So if you cannot tell me that somebody that you think has done something that is wrong to you, you cannot say the person has never done something that is right before. No, it's not possible. But most times we just focus on what is wrong. We focus on what is wrong. So make sure you show appreciation to people, and always understand that everybody wants to feel important. And as somebody that is going for, somebody that wants to be on the good book of everybody, this is not pretense. This is something that you must be intentional. If you want to do it, it's not something you can fake. It's not just because you just be flattering people all around. People can see through your fakeness and your pretense. No. They can not just about thank you, not just about saying, I really appreciate you, you are the best that can happen to me, your session was this. No, not just you saying it in a way just because you want something from the person. No, genuinely show appreciation. Make people feel important. That's why in organization they will say there is award. What's the essence of that award? Is to make people feel what? Feel important. If there's something spectacular that happened, during the week, and you think, oh, we need to spotlight this person. The person that you spotlight, there is something that we do, that thing we do to their what? To their ego. Wow, so really, I really did this thing, and they show the appreciation. That is it. Show appreciation. Always acknowledge what is right, what is going well. Even if you now want to criticize, even if you want to do or correct, it will be sandwiched into what? Into it. In Toastmasters, we evaluate. International, we do evaluation. And one of the principles of evaluation is called CRC. Commend, recommend, and comment. When you want to evaluate somebody, it's not just to say, this your speech is bad. You should have used your body language, or you should have started with the introduction. Instead, you started with the D. At least, first of all, acknowledge, appreciate, identify what you love first about what the person has done. And the thing about appreciation is just that don't just say that, oh, I really know what you have done. What is it? Be specific. That's the thing. I really know what you have done. What is it? Because everybody can say that, I really know what you are doing. What am I doing? I really love that you are making impact. Which impact? That's vague. But if you want to go step forward, you have to specify, oh, I really love what you are doing as Eco Champion. I mean, for the work you are doing, making the environment clean. That's really a great work, an amazing work, and we celebrate you for it. That's something specific. That's something specific. Maybe an employee was able to make sure that a particular issue did not escalate. Maybe an angry customer. Oh, let's appreciate Tolulope for what she did during the week about a customer that shared her opinion on social media, but she was able to professionally handle it. Let's appreciate that. That is it. Specificity is very important. That is what will make the difference between showing genuine appreciation and flattery, because it's not the same thing. Make sure you are specific and genuine, and you can only do that well if you are paying attention. You can only do that well if you are paying attention. If you are not paying attention, you may not be able to do that well. And the practical way is that make sure that you make it your daily habit. If you are not used to showing appreciation to people, start from today. Start from today. It's as little as acknowledge people. When you see people, what you like about them, give compliments. You are training yourself. You are training yourself to be able to show appreciation. That's it. That's what you are doing. Make it a daily what? A daily practice. Make it a daily practice. It is very, very important. Now, let's take the lesson a step further. Number 3. Number 3 is that arouse in the other person an eager want. Now, the thing is this. You want somebody to do something for you. You know that in life, as opposed to maybe how the environment where maybe you grow up, or what you are used to, you cannot order people around. Just know that in real world, you cannot order people around. People are not your younger siblings. If they are maybe a firstborn here or something, you cannot. Maybe you can tell Tolu, hey Tolu, can you bring something in this thing? You know that it's not going to be possible. You know, and that thing about African parents, so they put those kind of content on social media that your African brother will be in the sitting room, you will be in the bedroom. Now you Tolu, you now come to sitting room, oh, but we now say, oh, let me bring that remote control. You, the mother is in the sitting room with the remote control, but you do what? Even if you are, when mommy call me from bedroom, what will you still do? You will still what? You still take it. Why? Because you have no choice. You cannot disobey. But just know that the real world does not work that way. People will do something for you because they themselves, they will see that they are going to get value from what they will do for you. That's the thing. Mr. Victor taught us about negotiation, right? And he said, you win, I win, environment wins. It's not that I win, I just want to win, and then the other person will lose. That's not it. We must all all win, that is when you are what? You are negotiating in the right way. That's the mindset. Don't just think you want to command people around. Even people that you are paying, you must come in, you must relate to them in a way that they are doing it and they themselves are doing it willingly. Willingly. So people can help you to achieve your goal, but they must see that you must give them what they want. You must give them what they want. They will help you to achieve their own goal. Not your own goal. But the thing is that you must weave your own goal around their own goal. Let's take a look at the analogy of fishing now. Even if you have not fished before, we've read about fishing. If you want to go and fish now, what are you going to what are you going to use? Bait, right? Yes or no? What can be bait that you can use to catch fish? Give me suggestion of the bait, something that you can use to catch fish. Worm. The thing is that normally, as normal human being, can you eat worm? Can you carry that worm now and eat it? No. But to the fish we gladly see the worm and take it. That is it. So the fish will gladly take the worm and take the worm, because you are giving the fish what it wants. And at the end of the day, the fish will then give you what you want, which is what? The fish. That's how life works. That is it. But most times we are so absorbed in our own goal. And the life is actually simple. Just wrap your own goal around what people want. That is why for somebody that is maybe building a business now, for an employee, your employee does not care about your vision. Oh, maybe you are the one that I have a vision. I believe that this company is going to grow wide, it's going to grow large. That's your own cup of tea. That's what you want. Employee will say that, please, my salary, don't let it reach on the third. Employee will say that, okay, I will die for this company. Let there be career growth. Not that I will be here for 10 years, for 7 years. Is this the same word? Is it the same thing? That is it. So there are a lot of things. But for shareholders now, their own what they want, their own base is still different. Then they will say, okay, I can give you this money, but make sure my money next year is multiplying. More what? More money. Can you see? And they will give you the money, which will help you to advance your own what? Advance your own goal. So you always arouse in other person that eager. What they want is what you should try to give to them. And naturally, it's not about using people. It's not about using people. Naturally, they are going to give you what you want. If environment is going to society will support a particular company, that's why companies they have this what's it called? Is it CSR project? Am I right? CSR project. Yes. Most time they can go to schools. They can build this thing. They can give truck. They can give ambulance vehicles. You will see some vehicles. They will write maybe Dangote, Bua. Yes. Because they are giving back. Then the society will say, okay, continue building your this thing. It's about what people want. It's about what people want. It's about what people want. Now, in a situation of a parent and student now, that's why some people, they want to influence their children, but they are doing it in the wrong way. So, once you can read your book, if you do not read your book now, you will embarrass me in front of my friend. That's what you want. Your child does not care whether you are embarrassed or not. That's the thing. You are telling sometimes, and they can go the emotional blackmail. Why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? After all I'm spending on you. It's not every child that you can influence with that emotional blackmail. Just say, mommy, why are you crying now? Mommy, stop that and just go back. But try to link it with the child's career growth. Tolu, you know what? You are the one that said this is the course that you want. Tolu, do you want to come back and do this exam the second time? You don't want that for yourself. you want to make this exam what the first time and go to the university. Know that this is your last chance. Speak from the angle of the what of the students. And that's the same thing, the same mistakes that some people or some teachers make. You are just so stubborn. You are just so this. Continue calling him stubborn, and you want him to change. And you want him to be the serious one, yet you are calling him stubborn. But let such child see it from the what, from his perspective, from his angle. Give him what he wants. The same thing with selling. You know, there's something they normally say in business that nobody wants to feel, and that's the thing. Nobody wants to feel that they are being sold to. I don't know whether you understand what I'm trying to say. Most time when you buy something, you don't want to feel as if somebody compel you to buy. Yes, that's why when marketing is being too aggressive, like, I beg, people should. So people want to feel as if they made that decision yourself, than themselves. That's why when they do marketing, there are some subtle marketing that people will do, and you don't know that that marketing has influenced you. Because people want to buy, right? But they want to feel like they buy that thing themselves without any force. That's the thing. And what businesses do is to sell what from their perspective. That's why you see what's it called? Different adverts. They will say, drink Milo every morning. You'll be what? It's Milo that will making you kick that ball. You see all these are Milo adverts that we grew up watching. They will do different adverts just so that okay, you want to achieve this. That's why they will use maybe an handsome man or a beautiful lady to do what, to advertise maybe a perfume or to advertise cream. They can even say somebody now, maybe somebody is going for a pitching, to go and pitch a particular deal. The person just use that word, just use the body spray. And immediately the person enters the presentation hall, the body spray just spread around, and the people that will make the decision say, Why? They want you to attach that to your mind. So that's why many people, when they advertise business, they advertise what the business will solve. Oh, it will give you comfort. It will give you confidence. It will boost your confidence. Buy this dress. Your confidence will grow from 10 to 1,000. Buy these shoes. So that is it. So it applies. Arouse in the other person and eager ones. Let them make that decision themselves. And it is also vital in persuasion. A persuasive speech. You don't try to force people. You let people. You speak from the angle of what? Angle of the person you are talking to. And pitch presentation is one of the most important aspects of a persuasive speech. There used to be a program, I think I mentioned it before, that it's still you see it on YouTube. It's called Lions Den. And people come, small business owners, they come to invest, to pitch their businesses and their brands. And you see that most of these businesses, they come to talk from the angle of the shareholders, how we them investing. That's why they say, okay, after said, I want the Lions to invest maybe 200 million naira for 10% stake or for 5% stake in my business. At least, what is in there for them? What is in there for them? It is very, very important. Lesson number 4. Become genuinely interested in other people. These days, everybody is so self-absorbed. That's why you meet people, and the very first thing you do is just to start talking about yourself. And one thing is this: nobody wants to. We said everybody is so self-absorbed. So if you are the one that wants to be on the other side, you want to influence somebody to take an action that will favor you. Be genuinely interested in the other party. Be genuinely interested in the other people. If you meet somebody, hear from their side first. Let them talk about them. Everybody likes talking about themselves. So you want to be at the upper hand. let them talk about themselves and be interested. Not just that they are talking, you are not even interested in what they are saying. Not that they are talking to you, you are absorbed, you are so engrossed in what you are pressing or in something else. And the way that you will show that you are interested in the little what, the waiting time, the turning time, okay, you are interjecting, not interrupting. Asking relevant questions. Be genuinely interested in people, their stories, their struggles, their passion, what they do. Be genuinely interested. And this even goes for, most time when you apply to a job, one of the things that they will tell you is that, one of the things that you will do, which is normal, is that most time, what will you go and do? You go and research the what on that company, yes or no? Yes. You go and research on it. That's what they actually even expect you to go and do. Because you cannot come and you are not even, that shows that, okay, I'm even interested in this guy. What are they doing? What should they do? And you see that most times they will ask you a question relating to that. That was it not, this is still April, I think around March. I was in an interview with this, and that's what one of the questions they ask. We believe that from your research concerning what we do, which aspect do you think you can really come in? Which area? Imagine I've not done anything about about them. Even the minute I saw the opportunity that the person reached out to me on LinkedIn, I had to even be sure before I reply the person, is this real or fake? So I had to go and do all my research, do everything, go and check online, check everything, ask people that I know, okay, do you know this? So imagine somebody now, let's not say even different. Let's say you even intentionally apply, not that you are really called out to apply. You have to. That's being genuinely interested. You want to pitch a deal to somebody and you are prepared to go and meet the person. You don't even know anything about the person. You don't know anything about the person. No. Go and research on the person. It goes as little, people, they go as little, okay, what does this person like? What does this person like? What does the person like to talk about? I can't remember the specific movie. But I know that, what I remember is that the person, this is a Korean movie, I don't even know. But the point is that, I think it's this movie. Who has watched this movie, Suits? Suits, that's Abby Specter and Michael Ross now. Yeah, I think in one of the episodes, right, the person Happy wanted to make a deal with, I think that person likes playing, is it golf or something? He had researched, he knew that the person was going to be there at that time. Yes. And if he wanted, that's how he always was. He would have researched or know, he's going to be. Most time, he will even go as far as maybe the person may be going for a conference or something another time. We should do his own flight so that they will meet there. It should not be as if, okay, wow, so you also like this. Is to influence the person. Be genuinely interested in people. Be genuinely interested in people. And that also goes to remembering people's names. You know that a lot of people, I'm not really good at that, at remembering people's name, but you can try and make sure you do that. People love their names. Yeah. People love their names. So remember people's name. Search about people. If you are going to meet somebody, search about them. Know about them. Know the correct way to pronounce their names. If you meet somebody today, hello, my name is Elizabeth Oluwafumilayo Akifenwa. If you do not hear clearly, don't say, oh, nice meeting you, Akifenwa. You can say that again. Because if you mispronounce my name, it can, ask me again to pronounce it. So that's the thing. So try as much as possible to remember people's name. And most time, you can connect it. Connect people, match people's face with, maybe in your brain, where did you meet them? Where did you meet them? So something like that can give you another easier way to remember people, so that when you meet them again the next time, imagine you meeting somebody that okay, the person has even forgotten, and you are the one that even call up to them. Oh, I know you. You are this and this from this. Wow, that's meeting you. That's the thing. There are a number of us now that we are going to see meet one another in what? In another what? Maybe another event or something. Be genuinely interested in people, and it does not have to be because you want to collect something from the person, or you want the person to help you. It doesn't have to be what? Transactional. The way the previous speaker has said, be genuine, be genuinely interested what? In people. Number 5, smile and means it. Can we all look away from our phone and just smile? Smile. Smile. Now, it's as simple. You know, so many people, it's what it shows is, it shows openness. Yes, it shows openness. Because we know that, okay, the country is hard, life is hard, but you are still alive. If you believe that, okay, everything is hard, but you are still alive. You are still alive. Smile. It shows openness. But when you are just frowning, no, no. Put on a genuine smile at people. Put on a genuine smile at people. And people know when you are faking it. There's something that somebody did. Well, I know maybe the person do not know, or maybe the person, but I met the person the previous day at a particular event. And now we now got talking and now discovered that we attend the same, maybe the same church. Oh wow, that's interesting. And when I saw the person on Sunday, oh, this person that I met, I was even putting on the smile to go and greet the person, and just maybe the person was going through that, and that's the thing. Just so that first impression they say lasts longer sometimes, and that's why you have to be careful. You have to be careful. Let people know. Don't fake it. Well, I'm happy to meet you. Different from I'm happy to meet you. It's different. Smile and what? And make it what? Genuine. And do you know that you can be making a call? Although when you are making a call, you cannot see your speaker, right? The person you are on call with. But if the person is smiling, you can know, right? Yes. You can know. Try it. You can know. You can even try it by send a voice note to yourself. Send one without smiling, and send the second one with smiling. Listen to the two. You definitely see the difference. So when you are making a call as well, let it show in your voice. Let it show in your voice. Don't let it be as if you are fighting with the person. You are fighting with the person. It's very important. People that are in sales, they will definitely really have to them, because you cannot be calling somebody to come and buy something, and you are angry at the person. Oh, they don't buy already. You eat whatever or get whatever you are selling yourself. So you have to be what? You have to make sure to understand that. So appreciation produces smile. It's when you are happy, when you genuinely show appreciation, that's when it produces what? Smile. Don't just frown at life. Be happy. Be happy with life. Everything will be alright. But don't go about life as if life owes you everything, as if life is not fair to you. Life is as a result of what you make out of it. Life does not owe anybody anything. Mr. Victor said something that life gives you what you negotiate for. And that is it. Life gives you what you negotiate for. So if you think right now you are not in the best place you want to be, just know that you have not negotiated fairly with life. They can decide, even about it might even be as far as even losing a parent or something. Because what about children that they do not even know their biological father, or they do not even, before they are even born sef, at least person even know that okay, at the age of 3 there's something like somebody I used to call baba. What would they do? The thing is that I belong to, I think I've said it before, I belong to this, I volunteer for this John Maxwell program. It's called I Lead program. They go to school to go and teach. It's a leadership program. So we go to secondary schools to go and teach them. So in that book, one of the modules is called choices. But that elite program, we teach them values. So in that book, there is a lot of life lessons like value, respect, love, and all that. One is choices. And anytime or maybe somebody else is taking that part, or I'm the one taking that part, there's one line that's always shocking, that always really pricked my heart. See, there are some choices in life that are made for us. And that is it. Where you are born, the parent that you have today, nobody made that choice. So that one is not about, it's not part of what you negotiate for. Because there are some choices in life that are already made for us. You don't have a say about it. Who your parent is, where you are born, you don't have. But there are some that you have to be the one to make those choices yourself. That's what we are saying. So if you not decide to not make a good choice, or you decide to let somebody make that choice for you, whatever consequences, you have to bear the consequence yourself. So you have to make sure you able to distinguish those choices. So a child that maybe loses his father or her father at young age, that kind of choice is not hers to make. Life made that choice for her. And there is nothing she can do about that singular fact. However, there is something she can still do with what have happened. She can decide to dwell on that and say, I don't have a choice. There's this book by Tony Robbins. I don't know if anybody has read it. It's called Awakening the Giant Within. Now, in maybe the first few chapters of that book, but there's a particular story, right? He said there are two brothers, and they have a father. Their father used to be a drug pusher. He did drug, he was a drunkard. At the end of the day, he went to jail. Eventually, he died. He was very abusive. If the house was a toxic home, in short, they did not really have a good upbringing. Years later, there are two brothers. I think they were even twins, but they turned out differently. How? The first one, he went to school. He got a job as a manager of a company. He has a family. He has 2 children. So doing well financially, career-wise, and in life as well. We have the other one who has turned exactly like his father. A drunkard. He does drug. He has been to jail a few times. And they then interviewed the two of them differently. And you know the most funny thing, according to that story in that book, both of them gave the same reason. The one doing well, they asked him, how come you turned out this way? He said, how could I have turned out? Look at the kind of home I grew up in. Look at the kind of father I have. So I just have to make sure to turn out better than my father. They asked the other one that turned out like the father, said, how could I have turned out? Look at my father now, a drunkard. So the apple does not fall far from the tree. Look at that. The environment is the same. What life throws at them is the same. But what they make out of life is not totally different. It's not as a result of the choices they eventually make in life. So that's it. So we cannot say, how come they have that kind of father? That one is a choice. That one is a choice that the life has made for them. But what they eventually make out of that choice, out of that experience, now depend on them. So it's very, very important. So I didn't hear that. Okay, thank you. So you have to make sure that I think we got there by saying show appreciation in life. Don't be so disgruntled. See, if every one of us talk about, okay, what we are, if you see people, they said, in Yoruba we say that, aṣọ ló ń, what's that expression that clothes is covering a lot of things. Yes, a lot of things. But you know, one thing I personally have done, I've come to realize in life is that I myself may have faced some experienced some brutal side of life. But one thing I've decided is this. No, I cannot really because it's so easy for you to be so, how will I say it? It's so easy for you to move the way life sometimes wants you to move if you are not so intentional and not so determined. Some things can happen to you in life and it's so easy. The easiest part is for you to become a bitter person. That would be the most easiest part. That's why sometimes I don't really judge people. Most times. If some people are coming, like on social media, we have a lot of people, they come, why is this person? You don't really know their experience. You don't really know what they are facing. Even people that drop negative comments, you don't know whether the person is mentally okay. Just leave them and they will be alright. Because sometimes, I'm still buttressing that when life throws some things at you. It is so easy. The most easiest path may be for you to choose the side of bitterness. But you have to be so intentional and say that no, I will not let this that happened to me to determine who I'm going to be. No, I will not let it control me. So it's very, very important. So one may okay, and I don't have this. This is not what I want. This is not where I want my life to be. At least you are still what? Alive. You are still alive. You are still alive. I don't want to be in this. I don't want to be in this country. This is the second time my visa will be is approved. This is the 2 times. The 3rd time I'm applying. At least you even have the idea that you want to go outside the country. If you do not go to school or you don't have the exposure at all, will you even hear visa this thing? Will you even hear their office? Will you even say you want to apply for visa? So there are still a lot of things that are working in your life that you should be showing appreciation for, that will do what? That will produce the smile that we are doing what that we are talking about. But when you carry the whole world as if the whole world has been so unfair to you, why? It's not. It is not. Free yourself. Free yourself of the bitterness. It's easy to be bitter. Free yourself. Free your heart. Release yourself from the shackles of bitterness and show appreciation for the things that are still working in your life. This is my own belief. I believe that it is possible for everything in your life not to be working. Let's say you have you have about 8 parts of your life now, your career, your this, your whatever. It may be possible. That's why I use may or may not. It may be possible for all the parts of your life, all the spheres of your life to not be working. But this is what I do not believe. I really do not believe that there is somebody that at least one aspect of their life is not working. There are still some things working in your life, but one thing is that we focus so much of things that are not working in our life. That's it. We focus so much. You are saying that this job that you have, the money is not even enough. At least you have somewhere you are going to. If you are going to apply for another job, you are going to use that present place as experience. That, okay, I used to work in this place. But most times we just focus on what? Attention on what is not working. No. Focus more on what is working in your life. And that is why, if you think deeply, you will see a lot of things that are working in your life. And the other lesson, which is similar to what I have said, is remember a person's name. Make sure you remember people's name. Yes, I've said it. People want to be seen. People want to be valued. You maybe as a teacher now, imagine you remembering all the names of your students. Yeah, remember all the names of your students. You enter class, so oh, I repeat this thing. The person will even so this person knows my name. So make sure you remember people's name. They want to be important. They want to be important. And I think I've talked about that one. Let me go to the next lesson. Be a good listener. So one of the ironic thing about communication is that if you want to be a good communicator, you have to be a good listener. That's the thing. If you want to be a good conversationist, you have to be a good listener. Many people hear, but they don't listen. A lot of us do not listen. And you have to train yourself to be a good listener. That's why you see many people on social media dropping comments that are irrelevant to a post because they lack ability to comprehend and ability to listen. They hear but they do not listen. So when you are holding a conversation with somebody, make sure you listen more than you talk. Let them talk. Give them your undivided attention. Don't interrupt. Don't interrupt. There is this celebrity, will I call her celebrity like an influencer? I don't want to mention her name. That does a particular podcast. The very first, when she started that podcast, right? Most of the comments under her podcast would be, oh, this is a very good one, but please try not to interrupt your speakers when they are talking. And I don't know whether you listen to some podcasts like that. The host has asked a question, and the speaker, the guest is trying to answer. When the person has not gotten to have, the host will just interrupt and ask another question. And most times, that person may not remember that line of thought again. What just implies that person does not have a good listening skills. However, I now listened to a recent video that she uploaded few days ago, and under that post, one of the comments there was that, oh, I really love how you allowed your guests to talk without interrupting them. That is she has already worked on that particular habit. So make sure you listen. Don't interrupt people. Don't interrupt people. And make sure that you do not give when people are talking to you. See, listening is so dicey, right? When somebody comes to you and shares something to you, know that sometimes they don't really need your opinion. Yes, maybe your friend that is facing something that I want to see you. Sometimes, most times, they don't need your opinion. So keep your unsolicited advice first. They just want somebody to listen to them. They just want somebody they can express themselves to. And it's okay. It's okay. If you want to talk, maybe to clarify some things, yes. But be a good listener. Encourage people to talk. Don't want to be the one to dominate, because it's when you listen that you will know what people want, what people value. Listening skill is something that everybody needs to learn. And in communication, in even public speaking like this, listening skill is important. Of course, you may be presenting. There are ways that your audience will be communicating to you. But if you do not have a listening skill and you are not observant, you will not know. They may not be talking, but their expression is saying something. Their expression is saying something. I don't know if anybody was here yesterday when Mrs. Olushola Showemimo talked about, what did she talk about again? But she mentioned maybe she went for a particular conference and that person now made reference to Mushin or something. So just say that you people from Mushin or you people from whatever. And she said immediately she saw that the attitude, the reaction of a lot of people in the hall changed. Because he attacked them. And she said immediately she wrote what? She wrote something in a paper and sent it to him that he seems to have said something that is wrong. And so immediately he said, you people think that I am talking to you, I'm abusing you. No, I'm also from there. And immediately everybody started laughing. Look at that. He might not know, but it is something that he should have known, because he should have seen the reaction of what? Of them. That's part of the listening skill we are talking about. That's part of the listening skill we are talking about. So, when somebody is talking to you, be a good listener. Ask the right question. Ask the right question. Don't be an interrogator. Don't be an interrogator. There's somebody that I know. See, when you are talking to that person, you are the one talking, they are the one maybe sharing something. This person will find a way to turn the discussion around to him, and at the end of the day will then dominate that discussion. The person will just, you are the one that you want to talk, but the person will just find a way, and the person can then now dominate that discussion for 2 hours talking about what the person does. So listen more than you talk, and don't be an interrogator. And so what happened? So what's this thing? No. Most time when people come to you to talk, they just want to express themselves. They don't want to express themselves. It is very, very important. Another lesson, which is number 8, according to what I wrote here. Talk more in terms of other person's interest. Yes. So when you are discussing with people, let people share what they do. Topics that lighten them. If probably now you are somebody that meets with people to sign up a contract or a deal, or to let know what the person value. Know what the person value. Maybe you are meeting with somebody now, you want to now talk about side gist, and the person is an Arsenal fan now. They are now abusing Arsenal in front of the person. Oh, you don't sign a contract. It's your contract that is going by the door. And then you now want to look at, maybe on the screen, coincidentally, there is a replay. There is a replay of Arsenal versus this one. Arsenal, I knew they would not win. They've never won anything in their this thing. They don't really. They've been on number 2. They did not know since 2023 that they've been on this. No. No. Let the conversation lighten up, and let the conversation be what the person is interested in. For somebody that is not interested in movie, that's not their interest. You don't have to be talking about movies. It is very, very important. So, when you take this small talk, these small talks are like bridges. You know the way bridges connect different roads to another. So that's what it does. When you speak from somebody's perspective, when you speak from the perspective of somebody, what they love, you will easily draw them in. It's very, very important. And the other one is that make the other person feel important. Make them feel important. Make people feel important. Don't talk down at people. Don't be a kind of employer that when you want to correct or condemn, is in front of everybody. No. No. And not flattery. And that does not mean that you should not correct wrongdoing. No. That does not mean that you should not call out a bad behavior. Call out bad behavior. Call out bad behavior. But no matter what, make sure you make people feel important. Make people feel important. It's very, very important. And then let's talk about this. The only way, that's number 10. The only way to get out of arguments is to avoid it. You cannot really win an argument. That's the thing. And I think Mr. Victor was the one that also mentioned something similar to that. When you, even with the person succumb to you, know that the person may not be happy. even if the person lets you win an argument, there might be that resentment in them towards you. You can't win an argument. So the best way is to avoid it, because when you argue with people and you even eventually win, they will see it as if you make them feel inferior. The people are so, and people are interested about their ego. We are all interested. So that's why there is a way that things can be trashed out amicably, and everybody can negotiate. Remember, you win, I win, the environment wins. That's the thing. So that winning should be fair. It shouldn't be I win, you lose. No. Don't let what you do be like that. Don't let it be I win, you lose. No. So many people, when you make them win, know that resentment can set in. They can feel inferior. And most of them, they will never even forget. They may forget the argument, but they will not forget how you make them feel about what happened. And the way you are going to know is that, remember, just think back to the last time you argued with somebody and you maybe eventually won the argument. Did the person say, oh, thank you very much, I really appreciate it? No. Nobody thank you for that. And one thing is that it is not your job to be right. No. Do you want to be at peace, or do you want to claim right? Many people, the main reason why they just argue, they want to say the last word. They want to be the only one that is right. No. Things don't work that way. Things do not work that way. You would rather win the person than win the argument. You don't want to win an argument and lose the person. You don't want to. I know this life, you really do not know where you are going to meet somebody in life. You don't know. Where we are going is far. Instead of them building up resentment, building up resentment and then making enemies. No. Express what people do. If people hurt you, of course, express yourself. I don't like what you did, this. That's it. Trash it out. So instead of just trying to win arguments, make sure you choose your battle wisely. You can welcome disagreements. That's one thing. Always know that you cannot always be right, and everybody will not support you. That's why most people on the internet, they don't know how to accept criticism, and many people too do not know how to disagree. You are disagreeing with this thing, you are trashing the person's work, or even the person. How is this person like this? How does he even think like this? No. Make sure you know how to communicate disagreement. And one thing you should know is that when you disagree with somebody, you should know that there will be that moment. There will be that little line that still connects you people. Like there will be that thing that both of you agree on. So instead of total disagreement, and that's negotiation, choose that thing that both of you still agree on. Choose that thing that both of you agree on. And if you are the one that is right, always be ready to admit that you are right. Yes. And that will lead me to the next point, which is show respect for other people's opinion. Don't say you are wrong, and never be sluggish to say that you are wrong. Don't tell person that somebody that, oh, you are simply wrong and this thing that you did is wrong. No. Show respect for people. So when you are trying to just win argument by all means, it just means that you want to prove a point that you are right. No, you don't have to always prove a point that you are right. Help people understand how they get there. Somebody may be wrong, truly, but you do not have a right to just say that you are wrong. To just simply say that you are wrong. There is a way you are going to explain that at the end of the day, they themselves, they will see that they are indeed what? They are indeed wrong. Always make sure that you maintain people's dignity. Don't make people feel bad. Don't embarrass people with your words. No. I think if every one of us gives ourselves a little bit of respect, everybody will be in good term and not to just say, okay, want to prove a point. Now start abusing, insulting. No. No. Watch your words. Watch your words. Understand people, and people will understand you. Understand people. Don't just force people. They need to. It has to be my own way. It has to be what I want. No. No. Most time it does not have to be your own way. It has to be some people's way. To be always be open. Be open-minded to other people's words, to other people's opinion. Be open-minded to other people's opinion. It's very, very important. So the way you are quick to say that somebody is wrong, be always be quick to say that I am wrong. There are some people, they are never wrong in their life. They are never wrong. They are the one that knows, they know everything. But know that you are what? You are not always wrong. Admit that you are wrong. Admit that you are wrong. With responsibility. Don't just say I am sorry and you are still doing the same thing that you are sorry for. No. Don't say I'm sorry and you are still doing the same thing that you are sorry for. Don't struggle to apologize. Let apology be what? Be something that you are free to say. Be free to apologize. You are indeed sorry. Say it that you are sorry. For example, now, if a manager gives an incorrect information and something that happens, because if it's an employee that does the same thing, I believe the manager will not take it easy on the employee. So if the error is coming from the manager, I think it is okay for the manager to also say that, oh team, I know that we are facing this and I am so sorry for giving this incorrect information. And not that you just say, okay, what happened? There's nothing we can do about it. No. No. It's very, very important. And as I'm moving to close, if you want to talk to somebody that is wrong, you want to tell somebody that is wrong, begin in a friendly way. Many people do not know how to manage an angry customer. We know that there are some customers that they can overdo things. They can be frustrating. Let's not lie. But know that two wrongs do not make a what? A right. And we don't fight dirty with somebody that does not have anything to lose. That's the thing. You don't fight dirty with somebody that doesn't have anything to lose. What has the person built? And you know the years that you spent on your what? On building that brand. And you want somebody to just go to the internet and write rubbish on you. And the thing is that it's even the person, the said customer, that is at fault. But you have to know how to be diplomatic about things. Know how to be diplomatic about things. You can't say you want to give aura for aura. Egusi for egusi. No. For somebody that does not care. Where is his own aura? Your own aura is 1,000. 1,000. His own aura is 0.5. Does not have any aura at all. So you have to give aura. No. You always know that there are some in life. There are some things that can lose a lot, where some people do not really have anything to lose. If you want to begin a difficult conversation, always start with a friendly manner. Remember, we are talking about lessons on winning in relationship, work, and life. It's very, very important. And make sure that you always do what? Open a conversation in a friendly way. It is important. And show inclusion. Most importantly, let people share opinion with you. Don't be Mr. Know-it-all. Don't be Mrs. Know-it-all. And if somebody is sharing opinion with you, giving you suggestion, they are not saying that you are wrong. They are not saying that you do not know how to do that thing. Be open. There are a lot of people that they are not open to suggestion. Be open to suggestion. You cannot know it all. It shouldn't be an attack to your what, to your ego. It's very, very important. It is very, very important. So I hope you have learned one or two things, and at least from these lessons that I've shared, it's about, if you really take notice, more than 10. I hope you'll be able to just take, even if it is 1 or 2 from these lessons, and apply it in your life, in your work, and in your relationship. And I wish you all success. And right about now, I will be passing on the microphone to the next speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, Elizabeth, for that. She has done exceptionally well in breaking down some of what we see as barriers in the workplace and also in our personal lives. So, good evening once again, everybody. Good evening, everybody. Okay, currently my team is playing, and I hope we complete the remontada because it's very, very important. All right, so I'm talking about when the table opens, who is ready? When the table opens, who is ready? Now, a few weeks ago, or about 2 months ago, it happened that we have what we call an international celebrity in Nigeria. The guy is 21 years. Okay, by the name of Aisho Speed. So he came to Nigeria, I think about a few weeks ago, and when he came, we also have a self-acclaimed best Africa lifestyle interviewer who was there to interview the young man who came. But from what we see or what we saw that happened on social media, we realized that there were some flaws or there were some places that actually need improvement. There are some places that things have to be done for that is on the side of the acclaimed best African lifestyle influencer. Because we saw that at the time that the table was open for him, well, maybe he was ready, but then other things came up. Or maybe he was ready, but then life turned out not to be on his side at that point in time. Or probably maybe he was ready, but then he wasn't prepared enough. And I want to draw an allusion from the Bible. The Bible was saying in the New Testament that a house that is set on an hill cannot be hidden. I've said that before. But one thing the Bible did not say is that is it a good house or a bad house? What he said is a house that is set on an hill cannot be hidden. If it is a good house, it will not be hidden. If it's a terrible house, it will still not be hidden. One thing is sure, a house that is set on an hill cannot be hidden. So when this young man's house was set on an hill, the house was not hidden, but then was the house a very good one or a negative one? So when your name is mentioned in a room, for example, when your name is mentioned among some world leaders, among some organizational experts, among some expatriates, when your name is mentioned, the question is, will you be ready or will you be exposed? Because one thing that is common about Nigerians is the fact that Nigerians are loud about access. Everybody wants access into that table. Everybody wants access into that room. Everybody wants access into that place, into that office, into that position. But then we are quiet or silent or nonchalant about preparation. Because somehow we believe that our connection can get us there. And then because of the people we know, the people we have been worked with, or the people we have worked for, the people we are working with, and actually pull some strings and then we will be there. So Nigerians, for some reasons, not just Nigerians, human beings as a whole, we are loud about position. We are loud about access. But one thing we are failing to understand is that we are also quiet about preparation. And another thing is we are passionate about influence. Everybody wants to influence anybody. And everybody wants to make sure that by the end of the day, their voice is being heard. And that they can have some people that they have a leverage a leverage of control over that I have these numbers of followers. And whatsoever it is that I say, it will definitely stand. Why do you think that sometimes when some people are having maybe a particular problem with somebody, and then they will, let's say they have an issue with a particular brand, and then they will tell the person, or they will challenge the person, oh, do you know the numbers of followers that I have? I have these millions or these 100,000s of followers. If I post about you online, everything here will be silenced. That is because everybody is now influencing everybody. And because everyone influences everybody, everybody becomes an influencer. But then, why do we speak loudly about having an influence when we are actually quiet about formation? Because it is formation that will determine how well you influence people. It is lack of formation that will make me to come out tomorrow morning and say, you are married today, and then you are not comfortable with your wife tomorrow, just bolt out. Don't bother to settle anything that happened. Just get out of that place and go and live your life. The children, let them go to hell. Just leave that place and go to your father's house. That is lack of formation. It is lack of formation that will make an influencer to come out one day and just air something that is contrary to common sense. It is lack of formation that will make an influencer to occupy the office of foolishness. Because like somebody rightly said, that foolishness is an office. Wisdom is also an office. And somebody must occupy the office of a fool for wisdom to have value. Who the person is, well, maybe it's going to be a symposium discussion, who the person is. But one thing is sure, because we have left and right, up and down, good and bad, some people have to be fools. That is how life is designed. Some people have to be what? Fools. Because take a look at this, for example. If stone, like rock, if stone is very scarce today, people will treat stone the same way they are treating gold. And if gold is very common, nobody will care about it. If we have golds, like we have gravels, nobody will care about it. Nobody even wants to use it. Which means that because of how scarce gold is, that is one thing that gives it value. So also, because of how scarce wisdom is, that is what gives it value. If, for example, foolishness is very scarce today, we will have people who are trying to be fooled for them to be known. But because of how common it is now, which also gives room for wisdom to become sense. What I'm trying to say is this. Many of us are passionate about influence, but then we are casual about formation. Nobody wants to stay firm. Nobody wants to stay grounded. Nobody wants to undergo any training. Everybody wants to become a mentor. But the thing is this, by the time the table will be open, will you be found wanting, or you will be sure enough to take the bull by the horn and become responsible for your own decision. And also we are hungry for the table, but we are not becoming the person who the table really wants. Who can come to the table to negotiate? Who can come to the table to say, this is what I want to be done, and then it must be done. Because of the value we communicate. We communicate little or no value. We communicate little or no value. Because everybody is after amassing their followers. You have to buy them, buy them. You have to buy bots, buy the bot. You have to buy that, buy everything. Just to make sure that your name on social media, online, anywhere, has that blue tick. And then when that blue tick comes, how about the formation? Because a day will come, a time will come. You will be approached. And when you are approached, that house that is set on an hill is going to be exposed. So the choice is that, or the options are, will it be exposed for good, or will it be exposed at your own detriment? Because one thing is sure, and it stands sure, which is that the house that is set on an hill will not be hidden. And we live in 21st century. In the twinkling of an eye, your house can be on the hill. Your house can be on the mountain. Everybody can see it. But by the time people start coming to that house, what will they see? By the time they start coming to that house, what will they see? Will they see excellence? Or they see a man just desperate for attention? Will they see value? Or just see a man who is just beautiful on the outside, or inside is shambles? By the time the door will be open, who is ready? So let me put a spiritual foundation to this, and I want to draw another allusion from the scripture. And I'll be bringing this from the book of 2 Kings, chapter 4, verse 13. There was a story, a particular story was told there of Elisha. This was what happened. Now, Elisha was a prophet, and then while he was passing, there was a particular road he was passing on a daily basis. And whenever he passes this road, there is a widow there that will see her. Now, because this widow do see him almost every day, passing that place, no, not widow rather, a woman and her husband, but they were barren, not widow, a woman and her husband, they were barren. So, whenever he passes that road, the woman do see him. But one day, the lady told her husband that, see, I sense this man is a prophet of God. Let's just arrange a place for him to stay, so that whenever he's coming, he wouldn't have to go far. Let him just stop over here, wait in this place, and then from here he can go to wherever he's going to. So they approached the prophet. The prophet agreed, and then he was given a place there to stay. He was staying there. And now this is where I'm going to. When the man knew that this woman and his husband and her husband were barren, Elijah asked the woman a question, which is where I'm bringing my topic from. When the table is open, who is ready? He asked the woman a question, that what do you want? Do you want to be spoken for the king or the captain? Which means that, do you want us to connect you to the captain? Do you want us to connect you to the king? What kind of connection do you want? And my question is this. By the time that thing will be opened, by the time that connection will be made, will that woman be ready enough to occupy that position? Because one thing is sure, once their man is being spoken to, once the king or the host or the commander-in-chief is being spoken to, the table will be open. But by the time that table will be open, will the woman be ready? Sometimes we are looking for connections. We just want to get our hands on that thing. We just want to be there. We just want to be there to make sure a part of us is moving. But the question is this. If the people we are talking to help us talk to the people in question, to help us speak to the power that be, if eventually they were able to speak to that people or to those people, how ready are you to occupy that position? How ready are you with your skill set, with your strength of character? Will you be able to really occupy that position? Sometimes it comes in this manner. Let me give you a story of something that happened to me some time ago. I registered the company some time ago, and then there are some things within that company, and the part of what we do is that we train a healthcare assistant, we train people for AI and the cyber security, we also train people for leadership, and then also for entrepreneur. These are some of the things we do. Now, it happened that we are, of course, we are on TikTok, we are on Facebook, we are on Instagram. But then I have the feeling that I should try to build a website or try to launch a website for it. I have that note came. Then I silenced it. And there was a particular deal we were trying to pull from a company that is in Europe. I won't mention the country. That's in Europe. So while we were working on that stuff, I was having that note that, okay, do this website thing. I said, okay, no worry, I'll do it. So the consultant who was helping us to pull that string from that other country, there was a day he called me. He called me by 10 o'clock. And here was what he said, that please send me your website address, and then he requested for some other details. Now, those other details he requested for, they were ready. But the website, like you can guess, was not ready. When the table was opened, I wasn't ready for it, or we were not ready for it. It's not me alone anymore. Let's use the word we. When the table was opened, we were not ready for it. And he said that, he said, okay, this is 12 o'clock, send it to me on or before 12 o'clock, so that I can forward it to this, and then this and this will happen, then the deal will start. That was it. But as at when he called me, we've not even bought the domain. It was that morning I have to send money to the guy to start one or two for them to help us get the domain. It was just all running up and down. But then we did not fully miss out of the deal, but a huge part of it was already gone. when the table was open, who is actually ready. Sometimes it's not just in the area of skill set. Sometimes it's not just in the area of how strong or how sound your CV is. Sometimes it is in what have you put your house in order enough? Because somehow rain is going to fall. But if your house is not ready, the rain will fall so well that it will even cause godly erosion. And part of what will be washed away is what that person has been building for such a long time. So that's why I'm asking you tonight, when the table will be open, who is ready? Like I said, not just in the area of skill set, but in your personal preparedness. Is your house fully in order? About your company, have you gotten all the necessary papers, all the necessary license? Say, okay, maybe it's not that big yet. It doesn't have to be that big. But I have experience of what is not big, which has the potential of becoming big, but because of how unprepared we were, we lost a huge part of it. It was only the scrums that were able to gather for some time. Imagine that breakthrough came at that point in time. Trust me. So it will have been a different vocabulary tonight. I should be speaking Queen's English before you tonight. But then, I've learned just that, like what that man would say, in a hard way. It doesn't have to be done in a hard way. The right thing should be done at the right time. But I felt, of course, if they are coming, this is the era of social media. They will just go to social media. They will look at the opening. They look at what we posted. But when those guys came, they said social media, no, send website address. Then we didn't have it. So, like in the case of Elisha, he told that woman, do you want me to talk to the king on your behalf? He was that sure. And let us now look at the Elisha's principle. One thing he did was that he walked under authority. He walked under authority until he himself became an authority. He walked under authority until he himself became an authority. That is the goal. Because these days, many of us just want to go and then just start up something. We say, okay, no worry, at the end of the day, at least I can work for this place for some time, I'll go and start my own. Then you will start your own. You will not know how people will go through the pain of paying employees. But then we have to be somewhere for some time. Work under authority. Learn the trade. Learn how it is done. Learn how to do it. Learn the business part of it. Then from there, while you are still there, start your own, which is not conflicting with where you are at the moment. And then off you go. So he worked under authority until he became the authority. Also, he served without spotlight. He served without spotlight. There are so many of us, there are some things we are doing that if there is no camera there, we won't do it. If we are not going to post it, we won't do it. I was listening to a podcast and then the person said that anything you are doing, any moment you want to enjoy, that you cannot enjoy that moment without posting it, said you are broken. It doesn't mean you are broke. I mean you are broken, which means there's another part of mental health of that person which is broken down. If you cannot enjoy a moment without you capturing it to post online for people to validate that experience of yours, he said you are broken. And that is it today. Nobody is willing now to serve under to serve without spotlight. Everybody wants to make sure that, okay, anything I'm doing, the whole world must see. Because he also said that it is the people that can validate you that is strong enough to break you. That's why today you hear some followers, some people, they say, okay, they lose followers, and then they come online. You see the whole of their eyes or their face everywhere red, everywhere pale. Because their validation is gone. Once Mark Zuckerberg say, you see that account, bring it down. That one, bring it down. And maybe tomorrow morning, Musk just woke up and he was like, this and this, bring those accounts down. You will see how people will come online. Because aside from the business part of it, sometimes the business aspect is not even the major problem. But the validation people get from that, the dopamine, that feeling secretes to them, is no more. And then they run straight into depression. As if the whole world is gone. Anybody who can validate you is strong enough to destroy that person. Because we have built the whole of our consciousness, of our ability to think, to reason, to make decisions based on what people say, not based on our special human ability anymore. There's a part of education, I think, that is a test and measurement. Under test and measurement, there's a topic here, I think it is under measurement, that says there's something in every human being called special human ability. Every human being has special human ability. Anything that grows from your special human ability, you know, like this one, I built it, I worked it. If that thing is taken away from you, because you already know the principle, you can start from the scratch again. By this time around, you are not starting from the scratch anymore, but you are starting from experience, and you will grow it. Because the foundation was on your special human ability. It is what you can do. It is what you are capable of doing. You did it in the first place. In the first time it was hard. But now that everything has crumbled down, to start it again is going to be easy. Take for example, let's use a Tunde head knot for instance. For some time now, his account was dropped. But because he already built some connections, why would you just open another one, send it to his friends will share it, and then up he goes again, the thing will start running. But I can tell you that the first time he built that thing, it wasn't easy. But now, even though it has been brought down, to start again was so easy. Because you already know the map of how to grow it. You already know what to post, what to hashtag, people to send it to, people to tag, to make sure that thing grows. So, we now live in a generation whereby if there is no spotlight there, nobody wants to grow. We now focus on spotlight so much that we forgot formation. We don't even know how to get formed anymore. And because it's just spotlight we want, only spotlight we will get. And by the time the table will be open, because of the spotlight you have, who will be ready? Remember, a house that is set on an hill cannot be hidden. It will never be hidden. Because you put it on a hill. Sometimes people will say, okay, why do people go to that place? Why do people speak about this person's relationship another way? Well, let me tell you something about science and technology. Science will tell you this is what you are doing. But science cannot tell you if it is good or if it is bad. That is, science will tell you this place is comment section. This place is for liking. That place is for sharing. But science cannot tell you if that comment is right or if it is wrong. Because morality is not embedded in science. Some time ago, they do a little research. You know, they were arguing long time ago, not long time ago. They were arguing of, okay, when is the type form? Is it at 20? Is it at this rate? Is it at a chef now laid a trick on people. I've forgotten the part he cooked. I think you know that call they cut after giving birth to a baby. Is it the I've forgotten that cord now. Is it umbilical cord? Is it the one that is attached to the placenta? Okay, that. So there was a way he prepared. Science is great. There was a way he prepared that part, and you know that when you are preparing such, according to what they said, which I'm trying to remember word for word now, but I don't think I can only paraphrase. They said that part of it is where maybe there's a part of the child that is inside the placenta. I don't know how science puts it. But then the man was able to prepare it. He prepared it in a dish. You see dish or whatever. And then people were there, he served them. They were all people who believe that a child should be killed, or not killed. After serving them, he now asks the question that do you know that what you are eating, is it a live baby? Or no, that by you eating this, are you guys cannibal? Or you're just eating maybe any meat? Nobody could answer the question. He now said that science can tell you that what you are eating is a part of something that will have, that came from a baby, but it can't tell you if it is wrong or if it is right. It can't tell you if you are being a cannibal or you are not a cannibal, but it can tell you that this is what you are doing. What I'm saying in essence is this: we live in a world that is looking for spotlights. Science will tell you how to get spotlight. Algorithm will lead you how to get spotlight. But there is one thing algorithm will never do, which is not designed to do. It will tell you how to get formation. It can teach you how to boost your post, And then you get so many, like, it can tell you how to run the ad, how to get people's tag, how to get hashtag. You will get everything. But what it won't tell you is that that house you are putting on a hill, the time is coming. Everyone will see it. And when everyone sees it, they are coming for it. And they are going to test what nature, what substance that house is made of. So I'm asking you once again, when by the time the table will be open, who is ready? Sometimes it's not just in the area of money, but in the area of preparation, the area of formation, in the area of influence with substance. Who will be ready to lead? We live in a nation whereby everybody is saying, okay, let's give the government to the youth, let them lead it. Look at when I Should Speak came. Leaders of tomorrow couldn't control themselves. You think our fathers are not watching? They were watching. Our fathers were watching. These are the leaders of tomorrow. When you look at some cases, some unwritten laws about Nigerian politics, you will understand kind of why sometimes power is being scared to be given. I mean, the leaders are scared to give power to work to the younger ones. Let me give you one. I think, is it the Prime Minister of a particular country in Europe? Because of this audience, I mean, because of where we are, I won't name it. It's about, I think he's in his late 30s. Immediately the man came to the government. One of his first agenda was that, okay, now if you're a man, you want to marry a man, you are free. If you're a man, you want to marry a woman, you are free. Immediately he came there, he legalized it. That was his first approach. He legalized it immediately. He was young. Now, one thing is that there are some sacred values. The fathers may be corrupt. The fathers may have some sense of terrible judgments. But there are some values that they are scared. If you give this thing to these children, they can bow under pressure. If you hand this thing over to these kids, they can bow under pressure. And instead of we as the young adults to prove ourselves worthy, to be able to hold those traditions, those things we believe that are dear to us as a nation, as tradition, as part of things that is holding us together, we say no. As soon as those people come, we are going out for them full throttle. We throttle down to go for a like, for a picture. We try to get where they are. We try to liaise with them. Try to see how to bring them back. And our fathers are watching this thing. Are these really the leaders of tomorrow? Of course, they are the leaders of tomorrow. And that is why tomorrow will never come. Because tomorrow will never come. That tomorrow may never come until we start taking responsibility to show how we can defend, not just in taking excuses, not just in pointing fingers, but knowing fully well that one day this government will be mine. Let me start learning governance. If you see people who say, okay, if you bring about 10 Nigerians together who believe let's give this government to the young people, ask them, what do you understand about politics and governance? They don't know. How do you think Nigeria economy can grow? They don't know. What do they know? Just one thing, give it to the youth. And when you have a group, when you have a crop of people who don't understand what they are demanding for, we are looking confused, disorganized. Because one day that table will be opened, and because of our love for pleasure, because of our love for spotlight and the dopamine that it gives us, we've forgotten what is necessary to build a nation or to prepare for excellence when it eventually comes. Another thing here is that one thing Elijah does is that he was growing in discipline. He was growing in discipline. See, discipline is very important. Without discipline, everything is lost. There are sometimes, take for example, look at how many look at the number of people we have here tonight, and look at the number of people we have here in the hall almost on a daily basis. When we were coming here for the rehearsal, you will see how people will stand up, will give perfect advice in Queen's English, strategies, how we can make this thing work. Have you seen some of them? Like there's one picture in my head now. I've not seen that person. I've not seen that lady. I've not seen that lady. See, it doesn't take discipline to start sometimes. It takes commitment to start. It takes discipline to continue. Because sometimes discipline will tell you, you see that thing you want to do, we have to do it. Commitment, okay, I'm committed to doing it now, then we do it now. But for you to wake up tomorrow morning from your bed, sometimes it's as if 5:30 a.m., as soon as the alarm is about to snooze, for you to be able to help yourself, just go and dismiss it before it snoozes. So you won't hear it. You can be that tired. But discipline will say no. Nigerians, no, youth as a whole, young adults, we want motivation. Somebody to motivate us, not discipline. I was telling my friend here the other day, a lady was making an example of how a child can be prompt to do something. Oh, okay, you can do it. Okay, you go and bend down, carry it. I was like, no, I can't raise a kid. I can't raise my child that way. It's discipline. Pick it up. He picks it up. Put it down. He puts it down. Not okay. Put it down. Okay. Now bend slow. Move a bit. Turn 45 degree. Now lean forward. Lean again. Now drop it. Now take a deep breath. Now start rising. I don't have that time now. Drop it, you drop it. Pick it, you pick it up. Off we go. Everybody wants motivation, but motivation will carry us nowhere because the hormone that motivation will secrete, it won't last. But the discipline that your muscle is going to receive from your heart, from your mind, from your belief is going to last you a long time. So we have to grow in discipline. The discipline on how to spend money, the discipline on how to sustain relationship, the discipline to build formation, to build friends that are valuable, that are profitable, not just friends that will watch football together, not just friends that will just gist together, but friends that discuss purpose, friends that discuss politics, friends that you tell, see, that is where I'm going to, and I'm not coming back until I get to that place, and they tell you, no problem, we are behind you. And either by bullying, either by insult, either by abuse, either by pulling you, either by hitting you, they will make sure you get to that goal. That is the kind of friendship that we should sustain. But if it is just for the one, okay, say I'm going to that place, but don't worry. And then if you quit, they understand your excuse why you quitted. That is not discipline. It's not enough. That you tell them, see, I'm going to the end of that rope. And then maybe while you started, you felt sick, and they understand with you for falling sick, even though it is not your fault that you were sick. But sometimes they will tell you maybe you actually felt sick before you were scared or nervous, which means they will watch over you. Immediately you are done with that sickness, you are starting that responsibility you told them you are going to start. That is growing in discipline, because it's not easy to grow in discipline. Discipline on how to spend money, discipline on what to say, on what not to say, on where to stand and where not to stand, on who to work with and who not to work to. The discipline to say no and still be bold enough to show up because you have said no. The discipline to say yes and be proud of the yes you have said because you know that you are paying the price for something greater. When we can't mix discipline and pleasure together, because there is something about pleasure. Any pleasure you have to see, pleasure is, for you to enjoy pleasure, it must come at the price of pain. For you to be able to enjoy pleasure, pleasure must come at the price of pain. If it doesn't come at the price of pain, then you are going to pay that later, and you pay dearly for it. So we must grow in discipline, and also we must grow in accuracy. We must grow in accuracy. Accuracy in what we say. Not you that will say something here now, and then you are doubting yourself if you actually said that or not. Because your mouth so runs that you don't even know if you were the one that said it. Ability to be accurate. You mention that figure, let it be straight. You mention that number, let it be accurate. You mention this place, let it be that place. You say, okay, I was here at this time, and as at this time, I was in my house. Let them find that way. Be accurate. Be accurate in your thoughts. Be consistent in your argument. Be logically accurate. And also one thing Elijah did was that he was building consistency over time. Elisha built consistency over time. And because he built consistency over time, his words become reliable. He himself become an authority. That was why he told that woman, he said, can I help you talk to the king? he was that sure that once he speaks with the king cannot say no. Can I help you talk to the king? How many of us here can say, oh, can I help you talk to my boss? Because you know they will not listen. You know they will never give you that hearing for you to even tell them anything. Because the person has been consistent over time. They've been consistent and they have a track record of falsehood. They are economical with truth. They won't say it the way it is, and they won't say it the way it is. They won't say it how it is not. They are in between. So those things were Elijah's principle. Because Elijah didn't just wake up one morning to just say those words. Because he knew that influence is not vibes, influence is not trend, influence is not virality. Power is not vibes, power is not vibes, power is not trend, power is not something being viral. Power and influence is reliability. Is it reliable? If you give him this contract, can he deliver at this point in time? So okay, I can do like 45 per page. Okay, how long is it going to take you? Just give me 3 days. And that 3 days, you only have the use of ready. Reliability. See, sometimes there are some things that happen we cannot they are unforeseen circumstances. But even though those unforeseen circumstances will happen, we should still be able to some level send a message, say, see, I said I was going to deliver this thing at this point in time. I cannot deliver now. Give me some time more. That is before the expiration date. Not that it was at the event when they will need it. You now start calling and say, actually, I can explain. You cannot explain anything. You cannot explain anything. If you cannot deliver at that point in time, before the time expires, send a message so that other arrangements will be made. So, reliability. And now, the Nigerian paradox is that everybody wants a chance. But the question is, when we are given that chance, who is ready? You know, sometimes maybe in your various churches, you will know some people who are placed high there. And then you are like, why is these people placed high there in your workplace, in your community? And then, it's as if they don't want to give the youth of their church second chance. Sometimes if you ask them these questions, and they really want to be sincere with you, they don't want to take your CV and put it where they put others, in their house. They will tell you something that, say, we've brought this person, that person, this person, that person, to this company, to that company, but they could not deliver. During the work hour, they are either praying in the office, or they will tell you why, they will give you excuses why they cannot do those things. And if you have recommended somebody the first time, the second time, and those people are proven to be flaws, there will be no guarantee for the third person to come anymore. That is why it is important that you should not just look for chance for the room to be open.